Well, we'll have to look into that for future, try and avoid it. I got it back live on YouTube, I think, so.
So yeah, if you just want to.
Did you email them though?
I did.
Okay. I'll try and find their phone numbers, I guess. Where would that be?
On
their order number, probably.
Yep. Well, that was very exciting.
Oh, hopefully they started their next lap. Well, they all have 92 now, so.
That's good.
Wait. 93. Yep, they all have 93, so they should be on 94 now. So I guess they'll log in on the next one when we get it to them. It's a cyber attack. Yeah.
we were talking crap about the Garmin hackers, and then they got us. We got.
Yep. Jacob Jackson, where you at?
You can also just send them a message that the link is in their email as well.
Yeah. It would be good for me to have their phone numbers in my phone anyways, in case I need to send like a group text.
Yeah. Happy reset.
We should have told them that this might have been a possibility, you know?
Well, we kind of thought it might be with the 24-hour limit.
Oh, someone trying to get in.
Here's Julie. Good morning, Miss Julie.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you guys? How is everybody doing? How many people are left?
Right now, there's 4 people left. We
right on.
just hit our 24-hour mark for the first Zoom. So this is our round 2 for the next 24 hours. And it's quite possible it might go another 24 hours with the way these guys are running. So hopefully we can get their feeds back up on the live feed, and we'll watch them as they go. Linda Rodriguez, I sent an email with the linked Zoom back to all the participants. So if you want to join us that way. I think Jamil is also going to try to text you the link just in case.
Oh, there we go. I see Hector.
Hey, right on. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Julie, how are you feeling this morning?
I feel good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good.
Or maybe I need to upgrade my plan more, Jubilee.
It's a possibility.
Yeah, I'll look into that. And then Buck. At least we don't have to do it for like 80 people.
Hopefully people find our secretaries in here.
So Jubilee, you just emailed everyone, huh?
I did.
Nice. Awesome.
That way people can hop on and check in and tell us how they're feeling. And I think a lot of people got some good sleep yesterday, so maybe they're a little bit more.
Yeah, I wanted to check in and see how many people were remaining and how everybody was doing.
Yeah. So, oh gosh. So the final four, Jacob Jackson, Hector Rodriguez, Jace Hensley, and Buck Blankenship, they're all running. They are on loop 94.
That's amazing.
Incredible. And I think they've been going 24 miles beyond the last drop. So they've been battling it out neck and neck with each other for the last several hours.
It's awesome.
Oh yeah, I gotta rejoin over here for the clock. So many things.
So many things. Make sure to send the link to Chris as well so he can rejoin when he wakes up.
Has that low battery been up?
That's new.
Okay, good. That would be embarrassing.
Oh, mine also went to low battery. Oh, I need to plug in my stuff.
Rob Cry just messaged me.
There you go.
Says he got it. So thank you. Thank you, Rob.
There we go. Now we've got Buck back. There we go. Now we've got Buck back.
All right, welcome to day 2, everyone tuning in. Thanks for finding the feed. Sorry about that little glitch. Thought we would avoid the 24-hour limit on Zoom, but we did not.
Yeah.
All right, welcome to day 2, everyone tuning in. Thanks for finding the feed. Sorry about that little glitch. Thought we would avoid the 24-hour limit on Zoom, but
no, it's all good. Had to redo the
welcome to day 2, everyone tuning in. Thanks for finding the feed. Sorry about that little glitch. Thought we would limit on Zoom, but
no, it's all good.
Mute everybody. Mute everybody. Nice job, actor.
Jake said he's going to get back on here in a second.
Cool.
And I haven't heard from Jace, but I did send him that message.
Well.
Oh,
There's Jake.
Jake's back. Sorry about that, everyone.
All right.
Rob, I just sent you the link.
I was laughing at all the technology required for these things.
Well, it's not really required, but you do. When you roll with Rob.
You get shit done.
There's Jace. All right, we got everyone back on.
You need any?
All right. Whew.
Sorry I'm not on that video more. I'm having to use my phone to record and to check in.
We
No worries.
figured as much, Jace. Thanks.
Yeah, conserve your battery if it's between like being on Zoom
Don't
and
worry about it.
working your laps. Definitely.
Got everything
Got it all
taken.
under control.
My watch died, like froze.
Oh dear.
It was fun when I got home, Allison, it dropped. She got the newest thing.
Morning.
You thought she should.
All right, here we go. 2 minutes. Esther Reeve, can you please share the link for the treadmill swap? If you go, yes, so it's on the first live feed, and I think it was like at what 4:21 was the time. You'll be able to see it there. 1 minute.
We're gonna have to probably, yeah, cut that out and do a whole separate video just talking about that incident.
Definitely.
Be a great little deep dive.
Just a highlight.
They're saying lap 76 is when it happened.
Yep. 30 seconds. Here we go, guys. Getting the vibe.
So they might be processing the live feed. Live streams.
All right, here we go. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Looks like it's still processing the live stream,
Okay.
which makes sense. Like, that's a long live stream.
It's 23 plus hours, 23
Yeah.
hours and 19 minutes. Ah. Said commentary on the remaining rounds.
What were you saying?
Reading low battery, was that a commentary on the remaining runners or the hosts? And I don't know.
Yes. I think it's more on the hosts.
Yeah.
But also just my iPhone. The time clock, the official time clock had low battery.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm trying to share this link to the new one.
Oh, I also have low battery. Okay.
Where?
On my phone.
Oh, your phone, yeah.
Like all the screens. Man, so much shade.
People are throwing shade?
No, just at Garmin. Poor Garmin.
Yeah, oh yeah, I see that.
Randall Huff. Okay, so you missed this conversation as well, but we talked about morning cartoons of our childhood.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what was your favorite Saturday morning cartoon?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Nice. Very nice. You at all? Did you ever watch the DuckTales?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Is that yours?
Well, no, but yes, but kind of like
Yes.
I did, and it was the only show that really kind of translated it across like me and Chris and several people within the chat.
That was like the common thread.
That was the common thread.
Scrooge in the money pit, or the whatever it was.
What? Oh yeah,
He would like go swimming in his big money vault.
yeah, and of course, and that was like, I want to do that someday. We're just about a half hour away from hitting that 24-hour mark. Jim, you think all these guys are going past 24 hours into the 100-mile mark, right?
Well, guaranteed. No, I mean, no one will stop at 24.
Yeah.
They'll go to 100, but then the question is, will they go beyond? And you never know. You never know. Even if they look good, they could just call it all of a sudden. They could be like, you know what? I hit my 100. I'm good to go.
Yeah. Is that the next milestone for somebody? It's just like, yeah.
Because if you go beyond this, I mean, sometimes people go like a couple laps to see if someone else will go out, and then they're like, oh, I'm at 102, I'm gonna call it. But then, I mean, if we get beyond that, it's like these guys are really gonna go for, they really want to be in this for the last person standing. So. Oh wow, Steven he's the guy that helps prepare or recover from these things. So what's your take on this one? Unless you're being called in. Yeah, do you think is this pretty bad, or what's your take?
And have you been called in for Garmin?
Probably can't talk about it if he has been.
Jam, who is your favorite turtle of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
I feel like it was maybe Raphael for some, I don't remember why, but I'm just gonna say that. But yeah, I had a ton of toys. I think I was probably Raphael for like Halloween one year, I think. It's true love with Raphael. It's so funny.
You kind of nailed it there.
So yeah, Steve, did you read Steven's comment?
Yeah, not called in on this one, but I think they could have been better prepared. Most likely they would have been in the middle of restoring backups, but that's only if the backups didn't get hit as well. So
yeah. Dang.
They're in bad shape for sure. Oh gosh.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's a crime for sure. Yeah, that started, not that we would be victims of, I mean, you never know, I guess, but I'm like, oh, maybe I need to think about that a little bit more for all of our stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they would really hold ransom with us.
I don't know. I mean, every company has data. That's
true. We're just so tiny in comparison to Garmin.
You should have the same format on the time change day so they can get a full 100 miles in a day. Except Arizona, we don't switch times. That's
true, yeah.
We don't get it. We don't get the extra hour.
You don't mess with that. If we get Javelina this year, I might have to wear a Ninja Turtle costume. Do you like to target smaller companies as well? Stephen, so much information. Thank you. Maybe we do need to think about that. It's a quick payout for them, as smaller companies usually just pay the ransom. Wow.
Next thing you know, Steven's going to target us.
I know. Is this a warning? Green Gypsy Bird says my company got hit. We kind of laughed because we were only 16 employees and the IT guy wasn't laughing, but the rest of us couldn't figure out why they could possibly want what they could possibly want from us.
I mean, they want money. That's what they want.
But like thinking like smaller companies, like how much are you really gonna pay? You know what I mean? I don't know.
Depends what they take. If they take your entire like assets of your data and hold it ransom and you have no other backup or compromised information, I guess it could be worth a lot, even for a small company.
Yeah. I'm just thinking if you have the resources to between a larger company and a smaller company where the payouts are dramatically different.
We should stop talking about this. You're like but we're about 5 minutes away from you guys being offered ransomware insurance or something.
I'm just fascinated by it. I don't know.
I mean, our live stream already got hacked today, so we recovered from that somehow.
Did it though?
Good point.
Makes sense. All right. Runner's coming back. Hitting 95, 95, 95. Everybody's checked in. 4 minutes to go.
Just like clockwork.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing everything, Stephen. I was really curious. I didn't really know anything about it.
One more and we're at 24 hours. Woo!
Yeah. I don't know if I have enough coffee for the next 24 hours.
You don't think you have enough coffee?
Morning, huh?
Oh yeah, I don't have enough food either. I'm gonna have to go scrounge in like the snack department here in a minute. Not plan well for this situation.
Bins.
Or I need to place some more
Chipotle.
some more food. Oh, I can't do that again.
No.
Let's try and find something else.
I think that probably puts you in like a food coma, right?
I don't know.
That and the pizza, just kind of whoop.
Maybe that was the problem.
2 minutes. Hector, there's been a request for your playlist. At some point, we would like a share. We all want to know what you're jamming to. We want to feel that vibe. All right, coming up on 1 minute. Jubes and Jam, you guys stayed up all night or did you tag team some naps? So we tag team a couple of naps there. I got about an hour and a half right at the beginning of the early morning and then took over and Jam got some sleep then too. So Hopefully we're feeling good. 30 seconds. Okay, here we go. You guys ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. We are going into the 96th loop and coming up on a 24-hour run.
24 hours of a mile every 15 minutes.
Yeah, these runners they're crushing it.
How do we know these videos aren't looped? That's a great question. They could just be all virtual backgrounds. We won't know.
That's true. Actually, that was our idea earlier. Just put up a virtual background and me going, I'm out.
All you have to do is record a 15-minute section and then just do like a quick, you know, your video goes down for a second, then it comes back up, and it's fake.
I mean, as long as it's indoors, I think it would be maybe easier.
Yeah, you see like the sun changing.
Yeah. It was actually really cool through the night to watch Buck like leave with just like a little headlamp that went off into the distance, and then like clockwork, we could predict like when that we'd see that headlamp come right back.
Nice.
So
yeah, you gotta love the little front yard aid station there.
it's really great.
The comparing like Hector's setup to Jake's is pretty funny. Hector's got like this really nice, like clean room, and then Jake's look like a messy garage.
I think he is in a garage.
Hector is? Or Jake?
No, Jake.
No,
He's
yeah, no, I mean he is, but it's just funny. It's like
Oh.
just
I
the
think Hector might be in like a gym of some sort, or
yeah, he's in his gym, maybe. Just looks good.
yeah. It's nice and tidy. It's very efficient the way it's
Yeah. Nice and clean.
What will the recovery time be after these guys finish, and will they take time off from running? I don't know. I would.
Depends how long they go, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's Michael Wardian, he just keeps going.
I don't think we can afford a Michael Wardian, like however many days.
To be on here.
No. Andre Lee was like, the Hurt Locker moment is like at 72 hours. Like everybody's just like, nope, at that point. But yeah, I don't know. Like in my experience, these guys don't really take a lot of time off. Like Jake just keeps training.
I'm sure he'll take, like if he goes really far on this, I'm sure these guys will take a little bit of time, but yeah. It is interesting because it's like, I mean, if Jake or a lot of these guys go and run 100 miles, they would normally on a flat train, they would be so much faster than this.
Oh yeah.
Like they're really, I mean, they're getting a ton of rest every lap. So it kind of doesn't beat you up as much as you think, compared to just running 100 straight through, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you give Jake 24 hours to run, he'll go well above 100.
Yeah, his PR is like
160.
160 something.
Crazy.
So it's like, yeah.
His Jack up
doing only 96 compared to 160. That's he's fresh right now.
Right? Yeah.
Literally fresh.
He's got all of the time and the cushion there. And he's been really consistent. Like he comes in every loop, right around 8:30, 8:45. And it gives them a good, like, kind of 6 minutes to chill a bit. So it's really impressive.
Nice. We're clawing our way back up to our former viewing numbers. Got over 100 now.
All right. Oh, yawn. Oh, no. No. If you guys are just joining us in the YouTube chat, feel free to ask any questions that you got. Saying good morning to you on the second day of Lone Mountain Last Person Standing. We are down to final 4 runners, and they have been going at it here together for the last 25 miles since the last person dropped. That is a great question. When does Noah's shift start?
Yeah, Noah, where are you at?
Come on, Noah.
I think he's in full prep mode for Tushers right now.
Yeah. I mean, he was in the office yesterday, so maybe he'll pop in and you can just like swap chairs.
I think he said he wasn't coming back until Tuesday, actually.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Not too bad. When is he leaving for Tushers?
I think he was going to do Tuesday, but I think he's going to leave maybe Wednesday or maybe Tuesday. Yeah.
Yeah, Charlie Seymour, at this point, these runners have their eye on first place money.
Yeah, I think so. Might still be here Tuesday.
I mean, it's not a total impossibility. Yeah, these guys just keep hammering it out. You're crying. They look better at 96 than I did at 16. They've been definitely consistent.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm now thinking, like, why didn't we start this on Friday? Could have used an extra day. When did you have short hair,
Jamil.
2010 maybe? 2009, 2010? Still on my license, I could just show that.
Yeah.
A little blurry, but
There's a couple of photos out there. Oh, yeah. You look more like Nick in that photo.
yeah, we are brothers.
Well, yeah, but I mean, just like with the short hair.
Yeah.
And I mean, that was what, 10 years ago?
Yeah.
For the next 24 hours, they need to wear a 10-pound weight vest.
Yep. I mean, this is not the first time we've done crazy events. I mean, me and Roger putting on the Silverton 1000, like that was like a pretty That's a pretty insane event for like a small number of people, you know?
It is, but it's such a cool event. I so much love that event.
Yeah. I mean, this one's cool too. I think like in the future, like when COVID's over, like we could still do a virtual one, but have like a huge viewing party here at the office, you know?
Oh gosh, that would be so
Just
fun.
have like just a massive party and like watching it all on like all these screens, different people hopping in, you know? So many ideas. So many ideas.
Take it all.
That's what I was kind of hoping, but then no one showed up here. I'm all by myself.
Very sad.
All right, we got some people just waking up to the news that yes, they are now 96 miles in and they've reached 24 hours.
In 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
But yes.
But they've all like done the lap for the 24-hour lap. And then yeah, they're for sure going for 100. So we got another hour. And then we'll see where we go from there.
Mm-hmm. Good morning from California. We did do like a roll call. Okay, so not in this feed, but in the last feed. And we have runners from all over the world tuning in to watch this.
We could do it again.
Yeah, we want to do a roll call. Tell us where you're joining us from, and we'll call it out. It's really, really cool to see where everybody's from.
Randall's saying you could do a hybrid where you do a live version and then you also do a virtual. Yeah, that's what we're talking about doing for across the years. Last person standing in December. We're planning on having a live version component and a virtual component. So there's going to be people recording, in both places. It'd be great.
All right, we've got in the chat from Germany, from Connecticut, from San Diego, from Hong Kong, from Loomis, California, from Ohio, from Toronto, Canada, Michigan, Antioch, Illinois, Ashland, Virginia, Bavaria, Germany, New Mexico. Good morning from Tucson, from Fargo, North Dakota, from Tucson, Arizona, South Bend, Indiana, Boise, Idaho, Las Cruces, New Mexico, Copenhagen, Denmark, England, Quebec, Maine, Superior, Colorado, Fort Worth, Texas, Finland, Mesa, and from Greenville, South Carolina.
I like how you skipped trying to pronounce Lyshans Tower or whatever.
Nope, I can't do it.
Yeah, nope.
Way too long to attempt that word.
Leicestershire. You're like, England, huge pod, England.
Bedford, Oregon, Washington, D.C. We've got Greensboro, North Carolina, Irish guy in Germany, Rory Hayes, Charlottesville, Virginia. I'm guessing it's Leicester.
Yeah, we're gonna butcher it. You're welcome.
Break it down for me, Frank. Oh, geez.
All right, wise guys.
Pronounce it Leicestershire.
Okay, there we go.
Easy.
Why don't you just spell it like that? No.
Right. Northwest Arkansas, Dublin, Ohio.
Canapolis. Cool.
Canapolis.
All right, we got 1 minute. Should we do an air horn to start day 2? Why not?
Lord.
Welcome to day 2, everyone. I gotta put these on.
Corona, California, just south of Jake. Go, Jake. Brooklyn, New York.
Thirty seconds.
Is anybody feeling like a nap yet? $15. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
What?
Very funny echo.
There's not a lot of sound dampening in this room yet.
How did Hector break his treadmill? I don't know if it was broken. I think it was just maybe like pooped. I don't know.
He needed to change the tires real quick.
Yeah, there was some like technical difficulty. It wouldn't turn on. They unplugged it. They did the whole unplug, replug, whatever. And yeah, I don't know, but it got fixed. So it's very impressive. Charlie says he has 4 new heroes. Jacob, Hector, Buck, and Jace.
4 new heroes? Yeah. Nice.
I mean, I don't think it's you and me and Skylar and Chris, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't think I'm one of them.
Nice. Second, at the end of my 15-mile. I think it worked out. You were already 4 heroes. Jam, what's the flavor of Monster you got going on over there? You get the juice?
The juice. Got the juice, yep. This is the Day of the Dead one, you know?
I know, I love that can.
It's the best.
Very Catalina-y.
It's Mango Loco, my favorite flavor.
That's very nice.
Try and get jazzed up here a little bit.
Okay, all right. Are we down to the last 3? We're down to the last 4. So these guys have been going around their 97th loop. Last 4 runners, Jacob Jackson, Hector Rodriguez, Buck Blankenship, and Jace Hensley. All from the West Coast, ish. We got Buck out of Flagstaff, Jacob and Hector out of California, and Jace is in Ashland, Oregon.
We should just have like a feed going for Jace or something, like our own little screen. Just as, I don't know.
It was really lovely because in the middle of the night, he did check in with us, but then every time he left, it would like freeze frame his face. And so then we were just left there with a Jace face for a good like 9 minutes. And it would like change and shift and like the lights would hit it weird. And it was very interesting. Am I selling this? Anyway, Jace face. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, she should have like a little runner on a stick that's like going across the screen, getting the mile. Really slowly. Like a puppet show. I've been up for a very long time. Hi, this is Aria. Hello. figure this out. Green Gypsy.
Hi, Aria. Welcome. Glad you're tuning in. Nice to meet you. Where are you coming to us from today? You see that, Jubilee?
Hi, Jam Jam. This is Aria. I'm 7. Green Gypsy Bird, did you finish your puzzle? I did not. I finished sorting my puzzle and then I put it away.
Nicole Hamilton, how do you feel about low carb keto diet while training for an ultra? It's not something that I do, but I know it works for quite a few runners. My brother has utilized it, I think, quite successfully. So I guess, yeah, I haven't dove into that yet. And but yeah, that's my experience. I don't know that I'm against it, but I'm not personally for it, I guess.
I think it depends on whatever really works for you. I have tried it, and I thought I had more energy. So, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, I'm relying upon energy drinks, so I should maybe I should check into it. Aria from South Bend, Indiana. Awesome. Well, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully you're having a great weekend. I did record the entire live stream, Jubilee, from Zoom.
Great.
So because the YouTube live stream hasn't, that original one hasn't like processed. So.
Oh, okay. Yes.
If nothing else, hopefully we'll have a recording of it.
Got it.
But it's processing the recording also on the computer. It's like at 20%. It's a long freaking stream.
Long stream. Long stream. Ryan Phillips from San Diego. Welcome.
I'm looking up this 24-hour limit on Zoom. It's like the basic plan only allows for meetings up to 40 minutes. An upgrade to the paid pro plan gives you a 24-hour limit, more than enough time. It's like, you don't know, do you?
No.
It's
not born to run.
How are they doing it? Maybe there's a let's see. I'm gonna try and find this out.
I was gonna say, is there an unlimited level? Because I don't know how they're getting around all of it. I mean, I should have done my research. I should have popped in and been like, hey guys.
Do they just restart it?
I don't think so. I think it's an uninterrupted stream or call or. Matt from Hong Kong, he says, hi Jubilee, hi Jamil and Jubilee, enjoying this from Hong Kong, and I'm in awe of these runners, really amazing and inspiring. Yeah, these guys have just been crushing it. And if you guys are interested in the data, if you want to go to live.aeroviperrunning.com, you can see in real time as each runner checks in, and then you can see kind of their splits and how it all breaks down. Kind of look at how consistent these runners have been, which is really just so impressive. You guys are just crushing it. Okay, so we've got Jake checking in on his 97th loop, and then we'll have Hector here in just a little bit. Hector takes a picture of his treadmill screen, and then he checks in and hops off with the treadmill.
Nice.
Just like that. And then we've got Buck, who will come running down the road here in just a few seconds as well.
What are you, like a mind reader?
I am. It's like the coolest thing. What am I saying? What am I saying right now?
All right, we got to plug the phone in here, power it back up.
Here comes Buck. Everybody's checked in for 97. Great job, guys. Yeah, I was telling Chris, it's like I've watched this movie 48 times in a row, and I'm like so excited by the same part. Like, this is my favorite part. Wait. This is what's gonna happen. All right, 4.5 minutes. Everybody's checked in. Arizona 13 looks like Hector is moving and grooving. He is. He's like vibing. He's got some like party music going on. Like, hopefully we get a download of all the tunes.
It is pretty cool when you think about it, just like that this type of an event can exist. You know, we got 4 guys pushing themselves, you know,
Yeah.
not living anywhere close to one another.
Yeah.
Pretty sweet. People can tune in from all around the world. It's awesome. It's like Groundhog Day. Exactly.
It is. You know exactly what's coming. Mark Snow. We're in Maine. Oh, we got somebody from Maine?
Hey, base camp.
Oh, man, I had that turned off. I swear I did. Oh, God. Stop it.
Dang it. Did you disable it?
Just in time. It still dings on my phone, but it's silent.
We got the average runner says you should keep a virtual spectator element going forward for races where it is possible. Cool, yeah. Like even an on-site one, that would be kind of sweet.
Yeah.
Well,
There
now that, what's that?
There was somebody who recommended, like, if we turn something like this into a spectating drinking game, then we have to have like a separate Zoom for the spectators.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Rob and Buck must be pretty good friends. I see them like supporting each other for all these different events they got going on.
Nice.
I know because Buck did you hear about the Flagstaff Fearsome 4 thing that they were doing? Did you catch that at all?
Nope.
We'll talk about that here at after this loop starts. We'll get into it.
Live feed at the start finish of JJ would be great.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing, because this cam link, do you know what that is?
What are we talking about?
Camera link. It's like what I'm using, because I'm using like this is like a really, a Panasonic camera.
Fancy times.
Yeah, it turns that into a webcam, and it's like legit.
Oh.
Yeah, like, do you want to see what my normal webcam looks like? it looks like this. That compared to this. Oh, yeah. Like no comparison.
Really nice. We got 20 seconds.
20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Whee.
So yeah, Flagstaff Fearsome 4, it was this challenge. You're supposed to climb all 4 peaks: O'Leary, Eldon, Humphreys, and Kendrick in a day.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's like 31 miles with 10,000 feet of climb, like if you drove to each one.
Yep.
And then both Darren Ruse and then Buck Blankenship, they did it on successive days, but independently. So like Darren was the first to do it. And yeah, Randall, real quick, Randall mentions Camlink and streaming from GoPro. So I'm actually using my Hero 8 to stream the time clock that Loop 99 starts in number. So yeah, that's super cool that they just released that. That's clutch. Let's see. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, Fearsome 4. So they ran between all of them. So like they did O'Leary and then ran to Eldon, did that, then ran to Humphreys and then ran to Kendrick.
Oh, nice.
And I think Darren went one way and then I think Buck went the other way. And then someone just beat Buck's time. But I think Rob was supporting him. And then Rob did Everesting up Snowball Road like about a month ago. So on his bike though. So he rode his bike up and down Snowball Road until he got 29,000 feet of climbing on his bike. So pretty sweet.
How much is one trip up a Snowball Road, you know?
I forget. It was
like how many repeats are we looking at?
I think he did, was it like 15? I don't remember. Oh, there we go. Alex see, people in the chat already know what's up. Alex Barley just broke. Oh, that's Rob Carr. He just broke the Flagstaff Fearsome 4 FKT. 15 laps. There you go. He's listening.
Nice.
Yeah, JD is talking about the camera stuff too. We're all geeking out. It's so funny because as soon as the shutdown happened, like of course everyone's ordering like podcasting equipment and you know, cam links and stuff. So I was trying to get a cam link because I really wanted to up my game. And then I randomly found a cam link in our timing cabinet. I have no idea where it came from, but it was just randomly in there. So I was like, hell yeah, perfect timing. Oh yeah, I did see that. So he did 15 laps because he did the math and then somehow was like a little bit short. So he had to go out and do 800 more feet.
Oh man.
To get the actual Everest. Anyway. All right. Welcome, everyone. We got 126 people here right now. Sweet. Good stuff. Hopefully you guys are having a great Sunday so far. I think we're going to be in for the long haul for this event.
Yeah, kind of seems that way.
But we are nearing a big milestone. These guys are getting close to 100 miles here. Currently on mile 98. Randall's asking, am I running the 4K deck cam link? You know, I don't know if it's the 4K one or not. It literally, I just found it in one of my timing drawers. So I just grabbed it and plugged it in and it worked. And I don't know if it's just HD or if it's 4K, not sure. Nicole's looking for some mimosas. I would happily drink one of those right now.
There you go.
Oh, hi, Tag. I think Tag's tuning into the live feed. Hey, Tag. Good to see you. Tag, good morning. Hi. Oh,
This is Jace
okay, great. Perfect.
running his 98th loop.
Nice.
Just wanted some representation.
Is that about how far he is into his mile?
I think so.
Once he gets to the other side, he's there.
If he gets to the other side, he's almost there. I need to slow him down. Maybe he gets lost. Oh no, I'm lost.
Anyone in the chat have any running stories from the weekend? Other things that are interesting that are going on out there? Speed Goat 50K happened. Did you see that?
Hmm.
You didn't, or you did?
I did see it.
Yeah.
Actually, someone emailed me about it because I
Really?
asked them for a report.
Oh yeah.
I was curious.
What
And
was the report?
I have not had time to read it because it's very long, and
Oh wow.
I received it at like 3 a.m.
Hello, Argus. How's it going? Welcome.
Mhm. Mhm.
Oh yeah. So here we go. Speed Goat 50K. Nice. They're on top of their results. Legit.
Nice.
Noah Brodegum from Salt Lake City won. He beat Hayden Hawks by 13 minutes. And Anthony Costales was third, 2 minutes behind that. Wow.
Nice.
Those guys are fast. So I don't know. I think Noah is a Solomon athlete, actually. That's legit. Michelle Hummel, I don't know who that is, but she won the women's race. They had 149 finishers.
Out of how many starters?
Well, 30 DNS and 18 DNF.
Oh, wow.
So I guess they took 200 entrants.
Okay.
Oh, man. Randall Huff says he's been going around the valley trying to beat my segments on Strava by just 1 second. Nothing personal.
Okay.
It's messed up, bro. Don't be doing that.
All right. Everybody's checked in. We've got about 5 minutes here left.
Jake, how excited are you for that 100, man?
You're halfway point.
Perfect. Great.
Great.
Yeah, this is probably like one of the slowest hundreds you've ever done.
No, first one was the slowest.
Okay.
Kodiak 100.
Gotcha.
It was like 25 hours, 26 hours. Thank you, sweetie.
Just wrap it up with whatever you don't need, so it stays warm.
The rest of the kids up?
I'm the only one up.
How are you?
Man, these guys have so much time in between laps, I feel like.
I know. I kind of feel that you and Anthony did not have this kind of time between laps.
Yeah, that's because we were like out of shape. Like, it was like pure mental grit that we got as far as we did.
I just remember so many close calls.
These guys are actually, I mean, legitimate athletes here. I mean, he was literally talking about like drinking White Claw and putting in Copenhagen, you know?
True. Yeah, that's true.
It's still got 135. And he had COVID, but potentially.
Oh my God. We're in so much trouble.
What?
We're in so much trouble.
Are we? Oh, for this. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
97 hours. Ooh. Yeah, I feel like everybody's just really chill. Just
Oh, yeah.
having a nice time.
I mean, you can walk a 15-minute mile. Like these, you know, well, these guys can.
I mean, you can.
I mean, Anthony can walk like an 8-minute mile. Culpepper.
That's true. Culpepper has some walking ability for
I
sure.
feel like he would be good at this type of an event. I feel like.
He'd be really great at this event. I mean, he trains to do 12-minute miles walking.
Right.
Running, just walking. So yeah.
Argus is watching from the Philippines. Very cool.
Hey, I'm telling you, like just all over the world. It's really cool. I am the Jace.
What?
I am the support crew for Paper Jace.
You're literally holding him up.
I am. Listen, he's had some nice rest, and I'm just gonna make sure that
Where did you get that? Did you just have that lying around?
I just printed it.
Okay. I mean, you should print his face and stick it on there.
I know. I should have taken some screenshots of all of the amazing.
Well, actually, if you go to the timing website, it pulled in his headshot somehow.
Oh,
Did you see that?
no, I did not.
Yeah, go click on his participant profile in timing. I think Andy like scrubs ultra sign up or something. And
Oh, he's fancy.
oh yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah.
All right, 30 seconds. Going for lap 99.
Ow! Oh yeah, it totally does. Well, that's a very nice photo of Jace. All right, here we go, guys. In 10,
Printing it.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Just like clockwork.
Very consistent. Here, Jim. Sean Cullen says, thanks for organizing this. This is mesmerizing. Any hints, tips for my first ultra? Running a 34 miler in October. Greetings from South Wales in the UK.
Yeah, I mean, just I would say start slow, walk the hills, run the flats and the downs. Make sure you're hydrating and eating. I don't know. Yeah. Joseph Schaefer, when is the next helipad running event? Anxious to watch someone cranking out laps with a new paint job. So yeah, we're working on a concept for like a heli track meet where we want to live stream people running on the heli track, but I think shorter distance. So having a whole evening of, I mean, right now it would be evening if we did hold it this time of year. Where we would light up the track, live stream it, have people running, like maybe enter the 1 mile or the 5K and just go all night. I don't know when. We haven't picked a date, but that's the plan.
We're gonna test it out on us first.
We could, yeah, just the staff meet.
Staff meet.
Yeah, I think that would be, I mean, I think it'd be a cool viewing event for sure.
Yeah.
And we kind of eventually envision having like I mean, it'd be cool to build a grandstand up there. A permanent grandstand.
It would be amazing. Yes.
Yeah, have a places for people to sit. Could have like vendors walking up and down selling peanuts and popcorn. We got Dell in the chat room checking out, seeing how we're holding up. Just barely, I think.
You feeling better with the monster juice?
I mean, I know it's a short-term fix, but yeah, we're doing it.
You guys are just tuning in. We are on lap 99. Just over 24 hours of this last person standing. And these guys, they are not wearing it all.
Nope. I have a funny photo to send you.
Oh.
You see that?
Yes.
Is that hilarious?
That's amazing. It's so sassy. Very serious. Very serious with that little. Too fun.
So sometime in the middle of quarantine, my the church I went to growing up, like somehow got my they must have like scraped their old archives for phone numbers.
Oh.
And then because they've been live streaming church service.
Oh.
And they've been texting me like nonstop, like every time they go live on YouTube. It's a new thing. It's hilarious.
Well, that's great.
Blowing me up.
Are you checking in?
I haven't checked in yet,
Okay.
but today might be the day.
Might be the day. We could use a little hallelujah juice.
Where did the third commentator go? Chris went to sleep.
Went down for a nap.
He saved, him and Jubilee saved me in the early hours for sure.
Yeah, I think we're gonna roll this in. It shifts here.
Randall, he says, dude, you joke about the heli track event, but a lot of us would totally go to a viewing party, have Freak Brothers there, Huss. Oh yeah, no, we're not joking. Like we're dead serious. We absolutely wanted. We really have been thinking about doing that.
I mean, we had it certified for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, I equate it to these cycling events. They have these velodromes where they'll have these short circuit indoor tracks and they have a bar in the middle and people just watching. It's similar type of an idea. Super cool.
You got somebody coming in?
Yeah, I was like, who's that? You got iPhone L? It's so funny. I posted that video of them painting the track and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then there were like people commenting like, wow, I just watched paint dry. This is great. What am I doing with my life?
Great content. Yeah, I know somebody commented yesterday where it was, I watched paint dry and now we're talking about puzzles.
Right.
I really watch any era Vipa content.
Yep. And next you'll be watching people running around literally a little tiny circle.
I mean, we've talked about craft hour, so stay tuned. Here in Belgium, we've got the Trail de Phantoms going on. Normally a weekend event, now split over 4 weeks with a max of 150 runners per day. It's now nice to be outside again. That's cool. How long is that trail event normally if they split it over 4 weeks?
4 weeks?
Mm-hmm, that's what it says.
Huh. Nicole has a question for you, Jubilee. What's your favorite running shorts and shoes?
I actually really love Brooks shorts and Solomon tights and Solomon shoes. Yeah. Yeah.
Nice. We got Kyler jumping back into the chat room. He was with us yesterday. He ran.
Yes.
Just woke up from 12 hours of sleep.
Nice, man.
Incredible to see the champions are still going.
Yeah. Kyler, how's your blister doing, my dude? He had like the greatest attitude yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, the chickens are making very loud noises.
Oh, Julia's chickens?
Oh, yeah, that's why I'm here.
Oh, okay. How many chickens?
I'm chicken sitting. I've got 4 chickens that I'm looking after. Very.
Did you hear Tag? Did you hear that? Jubilee is babysitting some chickens. If you're still watching this, she has 4 chickens she's watching.
All right, Jace finished his lap. Look at that. Boom.
Oh man, we got Hector's dad in the chat here, Mike Reef.
Right on, Mike.
He's killing it, doing great.
Dude, Hector is crushing. Really doing great. Everybody's ending. Bring in the chickens. I would like to. I don't know if I can, like switch my Zoom and I'll take you outside. But they're very noisy at the moment.
The question is, Hector walking to cool down or walking to finish the lap? Not really sure. Have you noticed any sort of theme on that?
Yeah, he cools down every time.
Cool.
Yeah, he cools down, finishes the lap, takes a photo, and then hops off the treadmill.
What's involved in sitting chickens? I think you need to feed them probably, right?
I do. So I make sure it's really cute because they kind of pant like dogs and it's really, really hot outside in Arizona. So I want to keep them cool. And so I have a bowl of ice that I feed them on a regular and keep it full of ice because they really love it. And then I feed them, I make sure that their coop is clean so they can lay eggs. I go and collect their eggs. It's been delightful. I knew nothing about sitting for chickens, and I still don't, but it's been wonderful. If you dump ice on the ground, they will sit in it. Really? I mean, I know that they peck at it when I put it in like a tub of water, and then they like fight over the ice cubes when they're small enough, and it's really cute. Okay. So.
Gotta mute one of them.
I know. I'm working on it.
Chicken cam.
Say hi. Okay, so we've got BW, we've got Broomhilda. I named her Hildy. We've got Tilly, Tippy, and Abby.
Two minutes. Chicken cam. People are loving the chicken cam.
Okay, there you go. There's the chickens. And a fox.
We live in strange times. Wow, there's a lot of interesting comments here. Try giving them spaghetti. It's hilarious. Okay.
Okay.
All right, 45 seconds.
Oh, sorry, buddy. I will give them watermelon. They're very cute with watermelon.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go 100.
Yay!
Thomas says, this must be one of the least stressful races to direct. Just have to watch the clock and count down. Overall, yeah. Just got to stay awake.
Have a live chicken camp.
I'm communicating with Tag via emojis right now.
Oh, that's really nice.
He's picking emojis to send me, and he sent me the middle finger.
Great.
Pretty cool.
Okay.
I mean, 4-year-olds, you know.
Totally.
Jose is asking 3 runners left.
Yeah.
Oh, we actually do have 4. Where's Jace at? Stick Jace. Where's he at?
Oh, sorry.
There he is. There he is. There's our 4th runner.
And by no means is this a joke, because it does represent our 4th runner. He's
There
just,
actually is a real 4th runner. Yeah.
he's not logged in on Zoom. But if you guys go to live.aeroviperrunning.com, you can see the live tracking timing of all 4 runners.
What's that site? I'll comment with it.
Yeah. Graham Youngblood. So I learned a few things yesterday. One being, don't eat too many grapes. That did not work out well.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah.
Note to self.
Yeah. I've done the grapes. The grapes are not good. Yeah. I took the time to look up all the remaining runners on Ultra Sign Up. We have some savages left in this race. Yeah, totally. These guys are serious runners for sure. Very impressive.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this was just the warm up, the first 100. Now the game begins.
That's what.
Oh, I love it. I didn't realize you have the chicken cam just set up out there. That's amazing.
Oh yeah.
They're staying right in front of it. Did you like put a bunch of food right there so they would stay in the frame?
Put some snacky things out there. I'm gonna make Julie's chickens famous.
Mm-hmm.
What was your response to the middle finger, Jim?
I said seriously. And then now we're just sending emojis back and forth. It's really weird. He just sent me a bunch of chickens. All right, if you guys are just tuning in, you're here for a historic moment, I guess. 25, almost 25 hours in, and these guys, we've got 4 left in. They are coming in on their 100th mile, 100th lap here for this last person standing 15-minute 1 mile challenge. And Jake Jackson should be wrapping up his mile here in a second. What's the order? It goes Jake, Hector, Buck, Jace normally.
Mm-hmm. But Jace has put down, he's dropped his pace a little bit the last several.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Oh, Jake, there we go. 100 for Jacob. Yeah, woo! And there's Hector.
Very nice. Well done, Hector.
Thank you, guys. I just want to say that on Instagram, I've seen tons of messages from family, friends, Kainga Gym, Wolfpack, local trail groups, people from Mexico, strangers, UK. I just want to say that I love you guys, bottom of my heart. It's been fuel. It's why I'm 100 miles in, still standing. We got more work to do. Let's go.
Awesome.
And if you guys want to check out Hector on Instagram, you can find him HRod619.
Yep.
Give him some love.
And his crew is kind of keeping up on Instagram his progress as well. So yeah, definitely give him a follow. All right, Jace, come on, finish that 100.
Buck is back. And we're just waiting on Jace now.
Mm-hmm. He was almost there.
Oh yeah, looking on his Instagram stories, you can see kind of more of his garage setup there. He is in his garage.
Yeah.
He's got a huge like monster truck tire just off screen there.
I saw that. All right, all 4 runners clocked in 100 miles, and they are not done. Stick around, here we go.
Yeah, we're just getting started.
Yeah, Frank, Hector is still having a party. He is, dude. Did Jim Rooney wake up for his match? You know, I honestly don't know. He was really sacked out after he stayed up and was chit-chatting with me and Chris all night long. So I hope he got some good rest and then woke up for his match. So nice chickens. What breeds do you keep that do well in the heat? So these are actually not my chickens. Julie, who's another RD with Aravipa, these are her chickens, and she was out this weekend running Never Summer 100K in Colorado, and she wanted to make sure that someone could care for her chickens, and so it really worked out. So I am chicken sitting for the weekend, which has just been delightful. So I don't actually know the breeds of the chickens. Troy is checking in from Alaska to see what's up. Awesome work to the runners still standing. Good luck all.
Well, what's up is they just hit 100 miles. That's the biggest thing.
Yes.
Thomas Pulaski, is there a strategy benefit to powering out a mile so you can rest for a few minutes versus trying to walk it out and keep the heart rate low? Honestly, for these guys, they're so fit that they can kind of cruise along and keep their heart rate low and rest for quite a few minutes. So I think they're just in a perfect spot to kind of keep this going for a while. Does that kind of seem to be the case, Jubilee?
Yeah, no, they really kind of like picked a pace and have stuck to it the entire time. So, I mean, you know, at max, they're getting 5 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes every round, which is a lot of time to rest, especially for this format, from what I've seen.
Yeah.
All right, we got a minute going into 101. Starting a whole nother round, gentlemen. Let's go for the second 100. Here we go. Thirty seconds. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Close, close, close.
No one stopped. They're still going. We didn't think they would stop though. Chickens are talking.
They are. Can you hear them?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was trying to think of something interesting I could share, but there's nothing really interesting going on over here. Helipad cam.
Helipad cam. See if you can go out and do a mile on the helipad to match these guys. Hundreds plus.
Oh my gosh. Maybe.
I love chicken sounds. Makes me homesick for Nebraska. Time for chicken. Time for the chicken dance. Yeah.
Do you know if Jace has a crew, Jubilee? I don't think so, does he?
Does no.
Just by himself.
Yep.
Yeah, he's like just in the middle of the forest above Ashland, Oregon. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That was interesting. I guess well, because it was interesting because Jax was working out of her car as well yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like trying to think like why, because I know they said they have a place nearby, but maybe like maybe wherever they're staying is like not a good place to run is the only thing I can think of. Like maybe it's way too hilly. And that's why they went down to Frisco. So they could find like a flatter running area, maybe.
I think they were she said that they were in like a parking lot.
Yeah. Okay.
An open parking lot.
But it just might have been like there was flatter by like a flat path there is probably what I'm imagining.
Yeah.
Yeah, those chickens, those are laying eggs?
They do, yeah. It's been really funny because I don't know if they haven't been totally contained to their coop. So they kind of lay randomly. I found an egg on top of the lawnmower a couple days ago, which I text Julie and I was like, is this a normal thing? She goes, yeah, sometimes you have to search for them. So it's been very exciting. When it gets above 80 degrees, we freeze berries and corn in ice cubes. Oh, that's such a good idea.
Oh man, they're ragging on you for your portrait chicken cam.
Never. It's terrible. Oh my gosh, I'm a Mako.
Like this, not this.
Do I need to go change it?
I mean, that's a sin of filmmaking. Unless you're making a TikTok out there, then
I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, it's debatable because a lot of TikTok filmers say that for the most part, when you post on Instagram and when you're posting on Snapchat and when you're posting on TikTok and all of these formats and platforms are going toward shorter films, you watch it in vert, right? So
this is long form Zoom though, long form YouTube. Come on, you got to cater to the platform you're on. That's the rules. Lone Mountain Day 2 live stream, better than any other Sunday sports broadcast. Oh yeah, you know it.
I mean, when is ESPN ever going to chicken cam? Honestly.
Nathan says TikTok. Good one.
That was good. That was good. Nicole Hamilton, yes, I have. I have, usually I make like an omelet or some kind of something in the morning. It's the benefits of having chickens. It's fun. And then our local 5K is known as the chicken run.
Great.
I think we should also have a version of the chicken run, like the chicken helipad run of some sort.
What, like the chickens are just roaming in the middle?
Yes.
Build a little pen.
All right, Jake finished his lap. 101. Hector's about to finish his. He's gonna wrap that up. Looks like Jace just came in. And here comes Buck.
Chickens in Solomon shoes. Boom.
Like so many ideas.
Yeah, it's getting
All
crazy.
All kinds of chicken talk. Chicken chatter. All right, everybody's checked in. Loop 101. And we've got 4 minutes to the next one.
So much downtime.
How much downtime?
Yeah, these guys aren't in danger of like missing a lap because of a slow lap time. It's all about quitting mentally.
Yeah.
Or I guess having some sort of an injury pop up, like an unexpected one.
Ooh. Is that donkey run thing happening this year? Frank wants to know.
Donkey run? Like a burro race?
I think there's a couple of them in the area.
Yeah, there's one in Superior, Arizona. I'm not sure if it's happening.
Yeah.
There might be a new one in Tombstone. Also not sure if it's happening. It might be on pause this year.
This is the case with many things. We can just chalk the chickens up to Jace's crew.
It's so funny.
Thinking of the one in Superior. Yeah, I don't know. We're dancing around in Buck's tent. We got 1 minute. Chickens as mascots for across the years next year? It's a possibility.
I swear there's been chickens at ATY before, pretty sure.
I mean, I know that there's always geese. 30 seconds. October 10th, 2020 is canceled per Facebook page. Burro race was canceled. Here we go in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Looks like maybe Buck's kids trying to get out there into the street. If you guys are just tuning in, welcome, welcome. We are currently on lap and mile 102 for the Lone Mountain last person standing event here. These guys are going 1 mile every 15 minutes. We've got Jacob Jackson and Hector Rodriguez. Those are the two guys on the screen on the treadmills, and they're both from California. Buck Blankenship, he is the one who's outside. He's in Flagstaff, Arizona. And then Jace Hensley, he is working out of his car above Ashland, Oregon. And he only comes on sporadically to check in on Zoom as he's out in the forest. So, and we're still out here checking in and yeah, making sure these guys start on time. If you want to check out the live results, go to live.airviperrunning.com. The link is also in the description of the YouTube video there. And you can see in real time where people are at. You can click and see what their splits have been throughout this whole thing. And you can also see who else was participating. We had about 80 people start yesterday morning, and we're down to the final 4. And we got the chicken cam going on right now. Chicken cam's looking good. Chick talk. Nice work. Looking good.
I'm doing great. Jamil from Kyler, could you comment a bit on post-race recovery, nutrition, healing, running again? I've done some Googling, but it seems to be some contradicting info. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it was great that you got 12 hours of sleep. I think that's a really good thing. I think focusing on hydration, you know, a little bit of electrolytes maybe is good. Just eating clean, I think, is important. And then just kind of listening to your body, I think, is the best thing. I mean, if you want to, you know, get out there, and I think some movement is good, get the blood flowing. So either just going for a walk. I don't think you need to run the day after a big effort necessarily. Don't feel pressured to do it, but just come back when you feel like is the right time. If you're really, really sore, I would say just, yeah, but maybe do some movement. That'd be my tips. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just time, you know, you will recover.
Thanks.
Yeah. How do Fox and the chickens get along?
They get along. I mean, they kind of just stay out of each other's way. But yeah. Foxes really chill around chickens. I learned that at Nardini actually, because Roger has many chickens, and he was super chill with them. I did. I turned the camera.
You what?
I did. I turned the camera.
Yes, I see that. The viewers will be happy, I think.
This isn't a TikTok. I get that. I concede. Hector is jamming. If you guys are just joining in, we are following the last four standing. We've got Jake Jackson, who's just finishing up the 102nd lap, I believe. Got Hector Rodriguez, Buck Blankenship, and Jace Hensley all still out on their loop. All about to finish up here. Nice job.
Hey, team.
Hey, hey.
You guys let me know when you want me to just keep this mic live. You guys get a backstage pass into the rave party back here.
Right on, man.
You just let me know.
You guys are vibing. I love it. Let's keep the party going.
100% right here.
We have got some more chickens. Chickens are taking over. Last person standing. Here we go. Shane, this is a great chicken cam, man. Who knew? I think, will the chickens be the last one standing? They might be. Chickens are looking strong right now. Eric.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
How are you feeling after a day of running?
Yeah, pretty sore last night for sure.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It looks like there was what, 2 on treadmill and 2 on the road right now. Finished?
We do, yeah. 2 treadmill, two road.
I think there's advantages to each and disadvantages to each. And what I was thinking about last night is, you know, before I ran into the kidney issue, you know, I was doing really well. But the one thing that I was starting to get concerned with at about 30 miles was the bottom of my feet on the treadmill. And I think I used to think the treadmill was more forgiving than like regular road, but I'm not sure it is. I think after a while, your feet take a little bit of a beat. And I tried to mitigate it by switching out shoes a little bit and that kind of thing. That was the one thing I was worried about. I was trying to get up to the 50 and 62 mile mark, and I was starting to get a little bit worried about how that was affect. And but let's face it, if you're at 100 miles, you're going to be hurting somewhere, and you gotta work through all that. It's funny how quickly after a shower, a good night's rest, and a lot of liquid and foods, you know, how quickly you recover though, you know, and I feel really, yeah. How's the 4 look strong?
These guys are just fantastic 4. That's what we're gonna call them, because they're just absolutely crushing it right now.
Yeah, for sure. That's amazing.
I think we might
How quickly were the big drops? Was it at around? I thought it was gonna be around the 50 mile mark.
30 seconds. So actually, if you go to live.aeroviperrunning.com, you can see how many people dropped at certain levels. And we got a good steady drop, just kind of trickled in all the way to about 70. And then we've just been hanging with these 4. All right, guys, here we go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Is that your phone with the chicken?
Yes, so we have a couple of chicken cams. And Rob Carr is following Buck.
We're going mobile.
Oh, that's awesome.
Give you a little preview of Buck's mile out and back.
Love it.
That's awesome.
Rob, has this been like the same loop that Buck has done every time, or does he switch it up at all?
No, he's doing the exact same out and back every time.
Cool.
I don't think I'm seeing the feed. Rob has got his iPhone going. Maybe I have a limited amount of screens.
Hey, Jace.
Howdy.
Are we done today?
Dunzo.
Dunzo. My dude, you're
Yeah, I figured I would do 101 or 102 and see if somebody was going to stop at 100, but
yeah,
they're all too tough.
they are. They're definitely tough. And you hung in with them like the whole way. Like, great job.
I mean, if I was somewhere that would ruin my body to continue, but I'm not that invested.
No worries. What was your goal overall, like coming into this event?
I wasn't super sure. I thought maybe I would go a lot longer potentially. I wasn't really dialed in for this as a race. That's definitely not. So I needed to kind of figure out what my expectations would be, goals. So I thought I left it open ended. I was like, well, shit, maybe it would be like days, and then ultimately, I figured 100 would be pretty solid, and it was a little rough. I had a rough patch in the 30s actually. I was like getting really just sore. That was worrisome, but the rest of the time was, I mean, my legs hurt, but it was actually pretty smooth.
And then a lot of people want to know, did you just crewed yourself, right? Like you didn't have anybody assist you?
No, I have one person here.
You do have a crew.
Yeah.
Silent crew, all right.
Yeah. So it's just this like camper van with some coolers and stuff.
Nice.
And then that's her car. And she biked with me a little and ran a few laps at the end. And then that's Lisa. And napped a little bit. Made me some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and stuff.
Right on.
Yeah.
Is this the first time that you've done anything like this?
Pretty much. The closest similar thing, I did a 6 hours on a 1 mile loop.
Okay.
Just for distance 2 years ago. So that's the most similar. Yeah. But this is rough. I mean, the 15 minutes, like this is, you can't mess anything up, really. Yeah. Honestly, that format is maybe harder than just a regular 100 mile.
Sure.
Because you can just speed up, slow down, take a nap, eat some food, take off really fast for a long time. You have all this freedom, but this one is just like, yeah, it's tough.
Is there something that you would take away or you would change if you ever did this format again?
I would have more better ways to charge stuff and more ways to get online.
Yeah.
Yeah, my headlamp died at one point, and then my backup light wouldn't work. And then my GPS watch froze, and maybe something else. And then so I had to get a third backup light and carry my phone as a backup light, and then record on it, do everything on the phone, which was stressful. Then I had to charge it and uncharge it. So I guess more of that. Like the tech aspect was pretty tough to manage, and the logging in and out and stuff.
Got it. Do you think maybe that you would choose maybe a closer, like if it was so tech heavy, you would choose, something that would be not so output maybe?
Not so what?
Like remote or within the remote areas.
Well, I actually have a few outlets in this van.
Oh, okay.
And the phone signal is like not great, but it's been adequate. So I think I would just need more devices than one phone. And I don't know, longer charging cables and yeah, I don't know. Maybe like set stuff out in a more organized way beforehand as well.
Right on. Cool.
So the three of them are going right now, yeah?
They are. Right now, Rob is giving us a preview of Buck's 1 mile out and back, and then we've got the other two just rocking and rolling on the treadmill, very, very steady the whole time. And we've got a couple of chicken cams because we wanted to spice up the feed. So
Yeah.
but overall, Jace, you gotta feel like over the moon for your performance. It was really, really great. See you guys go ahead.
Yeah, I'm satisfied.
Right on.
Yeah. Yeah, and just thanks for putting it on and making it available for us to do some of this. My other kind of Palm 100 just got canceled, along with everything else. So
yeah,
this was a good fill-in for a lot of other things, too. So
right on.
yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and we hope that you'll come back and experience another last person standing at some point with us again.
Yeah, I think I might. It's a brutal mental thing. It's just so and the sleep and I think it's likely.
Right on.
Yeah.
Well, we did miss your live streams, and so I did make you a Jace runner that was standing in, running across the screen.
Nice.
So we did have you here.
Nice. Yeah, I wish I would have had a device I could just leave as that.
Yeah.
Secondary, but maybe next time.
Awesome. Well,
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I'm gonna go take off my shoes and stuff like that.
Yeah. Get some rest and enjoy some recovery and some good food and maybe celebrate a little bit. And you're more than welcome to stick around or join us in the chat rooms and cheer on the other guys too.
Yeah. I'll check back in.
Awesome. Thanks, Jace.
Cool. Thank you.
Really awesome performance.
Thanks.
All right. Hey, Rob really stuck into his final 103. If you guys are just tuning in, we are down to 3 runners.
Right.
Very nice.
Yeah, so Jace hit on a couple of things that I think are really pretty big in this race. One is it slowly gets harder and harder. That 4 minutes gets narrower and narrower. It seems like a lot the first 5 and 10, and it starts to get shorter and shorter. There's really not a huge room to recover, and it really starts playing into the mental side of it. It's also because it's every 15 minutes, you can't let yourself calculate too far ahead because the time just has to get there. And that really plays a role in this race, which was pretty pretty interesting. I think the other piece is what he said about the devices is absolutely right. I even had 2 devices, and my iPad was being drained on Zoom with it being plugged in. And that was, I wasn't completely prepared even with 2 devices, you know, so it's something that I'm going to think about on exactly what the right setup is the next time around also, because it also made a difference being able to look on your device and see what was happening around you. You know, I don't know if that's a plus or not. Maybe just checking in and not thinking about it, just doing your mile might actually be an effective method too. But I found myself wanting to make sure all of my device was plugged in. I even had it on the treadmill. I had it on the TV where I could see. You know, the difficulty of that is the TV is delayed just a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting as far as like, you know, do you accommodate like staying on the live feed and
Right.
draining your devices, or do you just make sure that, you know, you have X amount, oh, hi Fox, to kind of like, I don't know, all of the displays as far as your time and your check-in and your Zoom and kind of all of those formats and platforms open to you at all times. Because I think I did talk to a lot of runners who were like, I'm gonna log off for now, and then I gotta charge my things and like charge my watches and charge my phones and charge my iPads and all the things. So
Yeah, well, I think the original conception was to plug on movies on the TV and just watch movies. But I found myself feeling like I'm going to miss a time if I'm not paying attention to what's going on. And so I never even listened to music or anything. And again, I don't know if that's a plus or a minus, because it could go either way, but you find yourself being very aware of the time.
2 minutes.
You probably kind of have to be. So, you know, it's interesting. It's going to, as this goes on and people kind of digest what they want to do different, it's going to be interesting the different techniques that they take away. I think this type of race is so interesting from a mental point of view, you know, which is really, you know, whatever we've had to do as a running community because of the pandemic, one of the things that good has come out of it is we've been able to come up with virtual races that are both challenging and as fulfilling as what we were doing before. And so that's a credit to you guys and the community. And it's interesting that they take their own techniques to try and figure out how to do them well, you know. So it's going to be interesting to see what everybody takes away from this.
We got 1 minute. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun kind of coming up with these challenges and trying to engage the community as much as possible on a virtual platform. And so, you know, I appreciate everyone who made the effort and is making the effort to bring us along on their journey and on their adventure here as they plug away at each lap, because, you know, it creates this very social, very interactive environment for all of us. So it's very exciting. You know, we kind of appreciate being right at the forefront of a race and watching people as they perform. So it's really, really great.
That's right.
All right, guys, here we go. Lap 104, starting in 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Amazing.
They are off.
I think what you touched on just now is exactly right. What the added thing that this is brought to the sport is an interactive, even if it is like virtual, is a different dimension than maybe doing the races. You know, if you're doing a 50K or 50-mile ultra, or even especially 100, you're so much on your own. Once the pack stretches out, you never ever see anybody again until everyone comes together at the finish. In this, you see everybody and you see them throughout the race.
Yeah.
So it's even, I would say, even added a certain dimension to, you know, to the running of ultras in the community.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for any fixed time race that, you know, we host at Air Vipa, one of the best elements, I think, of something like ATY or Across the Years or anything at Nardini that we host is that social aspect. And we enjoy, you know, kind of pushing each other and communicating with each other and socializing. And that's been kind of taken away this year. But it's just a small piece of what we're kind of craving, I think, just to kind of, be spectators and be participants in the best way that we can at the moment. So, yeah. Jamil, if you are just tuning in, welcome back. We are down to 3 runners.
Oh no.
Jace Hensley, he said that he aimed to go to 100 and then wanted to go to 101 and 102 and see if anybody was going to drop. And certainly these guys are just crushing. They are absolutely bound to keep going. And so he tapped out and
big moves. Yeah, that was kind of what I was speculating a little bit, was like you hit the 100 and then you kind of like feel it out if anyone else is going to drop, so you can kind of move up the rankings. And if it's clear that the other guys are going for it, you know.
And we did find out that he did have a crew. So
okay, yeah, actually I saw something on Instagram, I think, of his little setup there. He was working out of the van and did have a crew, so that's awesome.
Yeah,
looked like a beautiful spot he was running in.
Oh my gosh. So right now we still have Jacob Jackson, Hector Rodriguez, and Buck Blankenship, and it was really cool. And I hope Rob does this again. Rob Carr brought us along on Buck's last loop and live streamed it from his bike.
Nice.
And it was really cool to kind of see that out and back. So
awesome.
We're able to see that again at some point.
Sweet. That's really cool. And then we got the other chicken cam going now.
And we got another chicken cam, which is just delightful. We also have some very creative chicken names in here, but I'm a little behind on the YouTube chit chat.
The peckin cam. Okay.
The pecking cam. That's great.
Oh, they're trying to name the breeds of chicken, I think.
Well, they've also got some incredible just chicken runner names. Yo Wing.
It also looks like we got some street art going on too. Some chalk.
Oh yes.
Happening outside of Uncle Buck's porch.
Sam is very creative. Clucky DeWalter, Claire Gallagher, Tim Tweetmeyer.
Oh, Tweetmeyer.
Sucker for puns. I just, very nice. But yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to Jace. Really, really well run race.
Jake Jack's hen.
Awesome. All right. Oh. Did we lose somebody? Oh yeah. We lost Hector's feed. Hopefully we can get that back.
Seems like the chickens have taken off somewhere too.
Oh, Hector, we're running outside. Right on.
Oh, that's cool.
We're switching it up.
That's really cool.
Right on, dude. All right. Again, if you guys are just tuning in, we are rocking on loop/mile 104 with our final three: Jacob Jackson, Hector Rodriguez, and Buck Blankenship.
All right, I think we're back.
It's an A+ crew. Very nice job.
One of my takeaways is to the next time doing this is if you have the option of treadmill and road, switch it up and do a little bit of both, because I think that would definitely break it up a little and make a difference.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
One of my
I'm back.
To the next time doing this is if you have the option of treadmill and road, switch it up and do a little bit of both, because I think that would definitely break it up a little. And
you might want to turn off your YouTube, Jem. We're getting that feedback loop.
There you go. All right. Jem, did you wake up in time to watch the match?
Yeah, no, I didn't wake up in time. I was like halfway through now, but we've lost one, right?
We have. Yeah, Jace actually just dropped this last loop.
Yeah, I think you said something about him just not going with the other guys.
Yeah, no, he was kind of just feeling out what it was going to be like after 100, and wanted to see if maybe someone else would drop, and that wasn't the case. And so he said he decided against completely wrecking his body.
Cool. Still got the 100 miles.
But it was a tremendous performance.
Yeah.
So really hung in, from 70 was Nathan's drop to 102. So hung in for another 50K, really.
I think I predicted that, internally, I think for myself, if anyone was going to drop, it probably was going to be him. Like the other two on the treadmill were looking just really strong and still going, and
they
Buck's,
still are, yeah, for sure.
And Buck's just like churning out the miles.
Yeah.
0.8 or 0.8 plus what I did on the treadmill.
Okay. Right on.
Yeah, sorry.
Are you having issues with the treadmill, or was it just the feed?
Well, we blew the fuse but I didn't know what it was, so I just jumped off and took off.
Okay.
So he's got a pit crew for that.
He does. And while he was running outside, his crew took care of it. So just really A+ performance from them.
Yeah, proper champs.
Right on. Running in some nice weather.
Yeah, it's looking good now. What time is it now over there?
We are at coming up on 10 o'clock.
It's like we're just about to hit 3 a.m. Monday morning.
So you're coming to us from the future.
I am. You don't want to know what happens.
Just give us a hint, because this year is terrible.
Days and days of carnage.
Hector, if you can, just remember to log in that loop. Punch it in for the.
They're just like beside themselves of knowing how to deal with this.
We got chickens.
Yes, we set up a couple chicken cams, and it has been a tremendous add to our broadcast. All right, everybody's at 104.
Bring in those viewers.
All right, we got 2 minutes. Rob, can I convince you to maybe take us on another lap at some point with Buck? Oh yeah, Jim, did you know about the sleep cam?
No.
So you were in like the right top hand corner and just kind of dreaming away, and we just left you there, and it was like a play-by-play of your dreams. It was very.
He fell asleep on the feed.
He fell asleep on the feed, and it was like a stir in the chat room when he turned around. So I was like, see.
I should have just done that too. Just slept on this little.
We thought you were actually.
I was on one that was just behind the camera instead.
I thought like maybe you would just kind of like duck down and like was sleeping on the floor. We got less than a minute, guys.
I wasn't snoring, was I?
No, it was very peaceful.
Okay.
You know. We were taking all the content that we could. 30 seconds.
Too funny.
Can you guys hear me? This is Rob.
Hi, Rob.
Want me to go on another cycling tour?
Yes, please.
Cool. I'll do that
There you go.
maybe a lap or two.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. That's what it was. It was breaking news. Jim has rolled to his left side. It's a play-by-play of your sleeping.
Right. Must have needed it because it wasn't planned.
Oh, okay. So you got 2 Wyandottes, which I don't actually know breeds of chickens. So I'm going to guess two little the blue guys. So you got like what? One, two. You got one, two, like 8 chickens, Shane.
He just walked away from the feed. Just left it out there.
I think so. But I mean, to be fair, I did the same thing.
Oh yeah, his really staying in frame there. They must put a lot of feed down.
Yeah, I know they're going wild for the little feed. Julie's chickens are snacking on the ice that I put out there for them. Jim, what's your cat's name?
I've got two. One's name's Oliver, and the other is Simba.
Okay. I'm gonna guess the Simba is the orange one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of crawling all over you during sleepy times.
Nice sleepy time. Yeah.
Okay, 7 on cam, and then the buff Orpington is in the coop brooding. That is a great name. I'm sorry, I gotta get into chickens more because this is very. Like, that's the breed name. An Orpington? Like, I don't know these things. I'm very excited.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go use my Cheers Losers bottle opener and go crack a beer. So one of the best swag gifts ever.
Awesome.
That was a good DNF shirt there as well.
Yeah, great. And I'll check in later and see how things are going. Talk to you guys later.
Thanks, Eric.
See you, Eric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like these two on the treadmill just haven't deviated from their like gait cycle or anything. They're just still going strong.
No, man, they're just cruising. Just
Like,
having a good old time.
I've gone off and had a sleep, and they're just like same pace.
Fortune and Glory. Buff Orpington sounds like a reporter that would be doing a commentary on Jem sleeping. I agree. Actually. Like if there was like an Anchorman 3, I expect Buff Orpington to be one of these.
Yeah.
If you guys are just checking in, we are on our 105th loop / mile in the last person standing. And we've got 3 guys left: Jacob, Jackson, Buck Blankenship, and Hector Rodriguez.
These guys are locked in. This could really, really go and go.
I know. Nicole Hamilton, Jem, you look cold. What's it like in Australia right now?
Let me check. Said it's 57. It's raining outside still. Like it's we've had torrential rain all the time through the race. So, and I think another 2 days of straight rain scheduled. So yeah, it's winter and it's cold and it's raining. So.
Yeah.
Not much deviation. If I was still running, I wouldn't have been running outside. I would have definitely gone onto the treadmill.
Julius Drelick's got all the.
I am blown away. Some of the chicken names sound made up. Made up breed names: Sierra Hoofstepper, Mottled Carolina Red, and Hampshire Cochin.
Didn't who said halfway when we hit 100? Was that Hector?
It was Jake.
Jake said halfway? Yep. Because I'm just looking at Rob's Instagram story. When Buck finished 100, he also said halfway.
Well, I mean, after Hector hit 100, he said we got a lot more work to do. So
I think these guys are going. I think they're going for 200 at least.
I think we joked about the halfway, and like we got like a thumbs up from Hector. Like, yeah, bring it on, we're doing it. Yeah.
I think we're going at least 50 hours.
Great. I'm gonna go and nap.
So I should make a coffee.
At some point, I just drink a bunch of caffeine and I just keep yawning. So I think it's just ineffective on me at some point here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think after a certain point of tiredness, like you're immune to anything.
Just need to go straight to caffeine pills. Or sleep, one of the two.
Sleep would, that's an option.
Someone's got a favorite breed of chicken, red-footed bum mangler. Is that real?
I don't know. Is it real? Because if it
They
is,
just want me to say that phrase.
I really.
That can't be real.
If there is not a children's book,
I know,
with all of these names as characters.
Yeah, that's not a real one. They're gonna take that soundbite and do something with it.
That's great because I'm gonna steal all these names. I'm gonna make a chicken children's book for adults, and one of them is gonna be the red-footed bum mangler. It just sounds great.
Search that on Google. Check it out.
No.
It's actually fine. Just do it. I'm telling you.
Oh.
Do it.
Oh no.
You're going down a rabbit hole.
Yeah. Is there anyone else? If anyone else is tuned in and you have chickens, please reach out to us because we will we'll send you the Zoom link. Let's see how many chicken cams we can get going.
Yeah, if you guys have chickens out there, please.
147 people watching. There's got to be more chicken cams.
Very elite, serious athletes going for 200 miles and a lot of chickens, and that is what we want this broadcast to be.
You should clickbait the YouTube video and change it to hot chicks.
Hot Chicks Live.
Yeah. Hot chicks gone wild.
Has to be a record for chicken cams in ultra. Probably.
We're trying to set it. I think the current record is 8 chicken cams.
That's not a thing. There's no way.
We're trying to set goals, okay?
That's great, and I think we can maybe like this is what we're going for. We don't think people can beat this, but I think we have it.
I think we should put like GPS watches on the chickens because they could be in the race. They could outlast the runners. They all seem to be moving.
What's the Frizzle Chicken Farmhouse? Oh God. I think we're going down an Alice-sized rabbit hole of chickens.
So is Rob gonna go along with the bike the next lap? Is that what he said?
I think so. Oh my gosh, this chat room is getting
I
good.
know.
What is the chicken's heart rate? Oh man.
Someone wrote, "What is the chicken's heart rate?"
Sponsor idea. Chicklets. I think so. Earlier, Chris Warden was talking about how, if a conversation doesn't have the set direction, there's a risk of being like a Gilligan's Island type of situation, where we get stuck on one conversation that lasts hours and hours. I think we found it. I think chickens is our Gilligan's Island moment.
I don't know how long I can talk about chickens. I don't know how much I know.
I know nothing. I'll talk about them the rest of the day.
Are they yours?
No.
Oh.
Chicken sitting. That's how we got caught up in all of this.
Oh, okay.
What? Nicole, do you have chickens? And if so, would you put up a chicken cam? We got 2 minutes, guys.
Chickens on a treadmill.
Oh, yes, I'd pay to see that.
I mean, I have chickens and I also have a treadmill.
Do it.
Try it.
90 seconds.
Yeah, put them on the incline. See how much vert the chickens can get.
I came for the running. I'm staying for the chickens.
Well, there was like a whole thing about cats at some point in ultra running. I don't know. People were like sharing kitten stuff. Or wasn't that a thing?
I don't know. 1 minute.
Cats on Twitter. I don't know.
All right, guys, here we go. 30 seconds.
Oh, Hector, it's a party. Look at him. No one vibes like that guy.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
106.
I'm amazed at how even Buck's splits are.
Yeah, I think Chris was saying that earlier. There was
It's
like
just
only like a 30-second differential, but like over the whole.
Oh, it's been even tighter than that lately. It's like 15 or 20 seconds. It's right around 10 minutes per mile is like his target.
Yeah, I mean, the two guys on the treadmill, they have a couple of spikes and dips here and there. They're minor, but like
Rob's back. He's taking us on the road.
Hey, Rob.
Here we go. We're going on an adventure. You want to spotlight it, Jim?
You guys got me?
Yep.
All right, back by popular demand. These guys are beasts. You know, everybody that's participated in this event boggles my mind. You know, I love that you got these folks who run 30 miles or even 5-6 hours, but it's the longest run they've done of their life. It's so cool. Everybody's pushing themselves to the extreme.
Man, he must have been moving. It's tough to catch him.
Now we're back.
There he is.
There he is.
Man, he looks strong.
Yeah, he's feeling good, feeling strong for sure. I mean, as strong as you can feel after umpteen hours. I think another big factor is, not sure what a lot of the other runners did, but you know, running on pavement, I think is something a lot of the people aren't used to. So I think that that can add up in unexpected ways.
It's a lot of pounding.
Does Buck train a lot on roads?
No, not at all. You know, he mentioned this a couple weeks ago, and I encouraged him to spend a little more time on the roads. So we got a little extra in before this.
Looks like his course is pretty flat though, huh?
Yeah, it's got 18 feet of vert.
Nice.
On the Strava. It's a super popular spot. So Trina Painter was a former professional runner, still crushing the masters category. She lives on this loop. So, you know, forever, going back to like 2006 when I first started running Flagstaff, you'll see, you know, pros out here doing mile repeats, because if you actually do the loop, it's just over 1 mile. So it's called Trina's Loop. Super popular with the pro runners in town.
Nice.
Cool.
Check out this house.
Wow.
That's awesome.
But he's doing it out and back, right?
He is, yeah, because the loop is 1.1. So at first we're thinking, well, it's only 0.1, but that took, you know, a minute plus of walking. So then when you do the math, you know, over 100 miles, you're looking at an hour and 40 minutes less rest. So
yeah,
hence the out and back
and bonus miles.
Yeah.
So he just knows the spot, huh?
Yeah, we pre-measured it.
Sweet. He's been amazingly consistent. We were just talking about that.
Yeah. Yeah, for someone who is relatively new to running in his life, coming into it at a later age, he's embraced it and adopted it as if he's a 20-year veteran.
Yeah, how long has he been running?
You know, it's funny. Buck and my wife Christina worked together at the community college back in about 2012. And I think, you know, Christina's adventures kind of sparked his interest in it. So I want to say his first 100-miler was 4 or 5 years ago.
Now, has he run longer than 100?
No. Well, now he has.
Well, yeah. Okay, awesome. It sounds like he wants in for at least 200, huh?
You know, you never know.
You never know. Don't put a number on it in this event.
Yeah. If you guys watch Sister Wives, one of the Sister Wives lives right here.
Really?
Small world. I will say the running conditions here are perfect at the moment.
It looks like it looks great, like a great day.
Rolling clouds, can't beat it.
He looks fresher than 106 miles, so he's looking good.
Yeah.
You're getting some kudos for your camera skills on the bike, Rob, from Paragon Athletics.
Oh yeah. Got to thank DJI for that, Ira, I guess.
Oh, nice. What are you using? The Osmo Mobile?
Yep.
Sweet.
Nice.
Sweet. Thanks for that, Rob.
You got it.
Yeah,
Over and out.
That was really great.
Thanks, Rob. They're all still coming back with a lot of time.
All right. Jacob's back. Hector's back. Buck is back. Everybody's checked in. Thanks to Rob Carr for that point of view of Buck's out and back loop.
He's looking real good.
Oh yeah.
Like it was good to actually see him like run for a loop and just see how he's looking and see his gait. And no, he hasn't really, doesn't look like he's deviated too much or digressed.
Yeah, if you guys go to live.aerobikerunning.com, you can see for yourself kind of the pace and split times for each loop that these guys are throwing down. And Buck has got to be one of the most consistent outdoor runners, I mean, by far, that we've got still in the game, because the other two are on treadmills. So,
like, yeah. I don't even think I see a blip for a bathroom break anywhere in there. Like,
wow. Yeah.
Nothing. I have no clue. I guess when you have 5 minutes, you can go
Right. Yeah.
go inside and like take a 3-minute break. Like,
I mean, each loop they're banking, 4 to 5 minutes where.
Because like I guess that across the years that was the difference. Like I was building, like I wouldn't run and then take care of my stuff. I would like take care of stuff on the loop a lot of times. So I would kind of build in my breaks while I was in the loop. Just having a lawn party. Looks like a good time.
After seeing like Buck run just now, like I can't split him really. The 3.
You can't what?
I can't split the 3. Like I can't sort of predict like who's gonna take this thing out or.
Oh no, they're all.
Yeah.
I mean, I had my money on Buck and Jake before this started, but I didn't really know Hector.
I mean, Hector's throwing down and he is like super stoked, like just ready to keep partying. And he's got a great crew behind him too. So yeah, I mean, it's a toss with all 3 of these guys. This is a really great final showdown. All right, we got 2 minutes.
I mean, like early, I would have said like Jake for sure, but then Hector wasn't going away and Buck was just staying super consistent. So like, yeah, now you can't really. I don't think it'd be fair to the other 2 if you picked one. Like it's just they're just all throwing down.
They're all so good. One minute. Thirty seconds. Here we go. Loop 107 in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Randall Health wants to know, what do you think is the next significant mileage or time marker to watch for?
200 miles.
200 miles. I mean, all of them kind of
Nothing else matters.
joked about it, but maybe not joked about it.
I mean, there's nothing else significant. I mean, I guess 200K is something.
Yeah, any round number, I think at this point.
150, 200K, 150, and 200 in my mind. Like
I mean,
nothing.
if you're looking at time, maybe like, what are we thinking? Like 30 hours, 36 hours?
What's 300K? 300K, I guess, is one.
Yeah, maybe.
You'll hit that before 200 miles. 36 hours. Well, I guess once they surpass whatever because this format's different than most other of these last person standing. So I think this is only the second time anyone's done this style. Oh, and technically this one is a little different because it's only, 1 mile every 15. So because me and Anthony went like 32 hours. I don't know.
These guys will just keep pushing at each other though. So
yeah, I mean, I think they're all just kind of going. They all want to win. I think at this point.
Like no one wants to really let up. So
yeah.
Graham wants to know. Nope. Just wants to say Jake needs a new sticker for the side of his treadmill. I think we can probably accommodate that. He's got some cool ones there. And then, what part of the world is Jake and Hector from? I believe both of them are coming to you from California.
Yeah.
it's crazy to think how deep this could go, or how long it could go for.
No more yawning.
Oh my God.
My gosh.
I need some food. I haven't eaten since that pizza last night.
Should go to the aid station.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can go grab up some snacks. I also was thinking about getting a stand-up desk down here because I think I just can't sit anymore.
Yeah, I did have to stand for quite a bit just because I was getting restless, and like the more I sat and stared at it.
I think I'm gonna get some snacks. I'm gonna get a stand-up desk moved over here and re-energize.
Yeah, Graham, everybody kind of wants to know what Hector is listening to.
That's his secret.
But he did say, like, just to let him know, and he'll bring us along on a party lap there. So maybe we can tune in here a little bit in the future on the next lap. Ooh. Yeah, shout out to Arabica Artworks. If you guys can see in Jam's window, the Lone Mountain Last Person Standing, that's the award for the last person standing. They do some tremendous things. Each one of the runners got a bottle opener that says cheers loser. But this trophy is actually really just quite beautiful. So yeah, shout out to all the folks at Arabica Artworks. Okay, everybody's got to stop yawning on this thing.
Sorry.
Oh no. Yeah, I'm glad that you guys are liking the Cheers Loser bottle openers and the gear. We had a lot of fun creating that, and thought maybe a little bit of humor was welcome on this particular event. So I'm glad that you guys like them.
I was optimistic, and I didn't order any additional DNF stuff because I was like, no, I'm going deep in this thing. I'm going to take it out. And then my body was like, no, you're not.
I think everybody's optimistic at the beginning, of course.
I think you have to be. I don't think you can go into one of these things like not believing in yourself, because I knew like I wasn't conditioned for this event because I just hadn't been training at that high volume. But you know, it's a fun format, and sometimes like your will and everything sort of pushes you like longer, but sometimes your body just overrides all that as well. So you got to sort of weigh it up and not want to do yourself any long-term damage as well. So yeah. I think you can get caught in a bit of an internal battle when you're fighting injury during a race like this, because you can go further than you really should. So yeah, sometimes it's a really brave thing for runners to actually make the call to DNF.
Yeah, I mean, it's all you know. You got to know your body, and you got to know where your limit is a little bit.
Yeah.
Randall Huff says, I'm gonna need a sleep break soon. What are you trying to say? Do you see me fading just a little bit? Am I getting delirious? Have I put chickens on the broadcast?
Are we gonna get a Jube sleep cam?
I'll just go lay down with the chickens over there.
I think the only reason I actually like my laptop actually ran out of battery, so probably would have still.
That's kind of what we were guessing a little bit.
Yeah, I didn't have it hooked up to power, so yeah. All of a sudden, Gem's gone, I guess.
I told him to go get food. It's actually a lucky thing that we have a warehouse full of aid station things, all of the sugar that just copyright.
Yeah. I've got a lot left over because I didn't go as far as I thought I would. So I've got a lot of aid station food. I bought about 20 Cliff Bars and I only ate one.
Nice. That's always the case, though. I kind of feel that every time I prepare for a race, I like over prepare and I buy all of the things. And then I'm like, I eat the aid food that's already there and I don't touch any drop bag that I ever prepare.
You just use it for another race. It's all good.
It's true. Unless the cans of cola explode.
Yeah, maybe that. But, Tailwind is like the new bag of Tailwind I bought, and like all the Cliff Bars, they're all still going to serve a purpose into next upcoming races.
Yeah.
When they happen.
All right. Checking in for 107. Jake has completed his loop. Didn't everyone else get a sleep break already? They're going to get a significant sleep break. Yeah, Chris is taking his. Jam got, I think 5-6 hours. I'm going to need more than the hour nap that I had.
Was he on the floor?
Huh?
Was he on the floor?
He was right behind the desk. We've got some
couches,
furniture that he kind of passed out. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I forgot that we upgraded to pallets, so no floor.
Yeah, it's just when Chris was saying that he was on the floor, I'm like, he's got like a couch right behind him. Like, surely that's like more comfortable, but I guess it's deep, so you can't really see it from the camera angle.
Yeah, no, they sit really low because it's
You're talking about these?
Yeah, the pallets that are on they're on casters, and so they roll, and they kind of look like fancy futons.
Yeah. We weren't sure where you were sleeping, whether it was on the floor or.
Yeah. Oh no, we have we have like 12 of these things, so I don't quite. Yeah, if I lay down, I would need like 2 to make a full bed. But I was just kind of hanging off one. But yeah, a futon's a good way to describe it.
When you're that tired, you don't need to make a bed.
Yeah, exactly.
Tyler.
Morning or
Hey, dude, how you doing?
very late night.
Yeah.
Just having my morning coffee, hanging out, watching you guys act a fool.
Yeah, I think I'm about to get a coffee on. It's like almost 4 a.m. here in Sydney. So
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
definitely, I think like black coffee. Like it's one of those streams. I think these guys are just they're all looking strong, and we're all going to be here. So yeah, it's exciting though. Like they're we were just saying like the splits are really consistent for the three of them. But we're talking about Buck. Like there's only been like I think over the whole race like a 30-second differential between all these splits.
Yep.
Yeah, so they're all looking strong.
I mean, even just like I'll pop in, it's like look at the YouTube real quick, and like their mechanics have been basically unbroken the entire time. Like they physically look incredibly strong.
Oh yeah,
Locked in, for sure.
And Hector's getting a full-on brunch on the treadmill. What's happening here?
He's got a massage gun on him, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh man, this guy and his crew, I tell you.
yeah. I mean, shout out to Hector.
Yeah.
You guys are just like, if I ever run like a 200-mile race, I need you guys, please.
MVPs, I tell you.
I mean, I think we cannot sell enough how baller it was when all of a sudden you made the jump outside because everything failed, and they like within that loop they fixed everything. That was so awesome.
He's done that twice. Like he's had to like jump off the treadmill. Things have gone wrong, like little technical difficulty. Jumps off, trusts his crew. He takes off, runs the loop. They handle it all.
He's had treadmill issues. He's had watch issues. He's had phone
internet
issues. Like
and uses and like, what's Jam doing?
Stand up there.
But they're crushing it. Yeah.
We've come a long way from the loops, 15 through 20, where it was just the button on the phone wasn't working. Now we're dealing with like complex systems of issues. Also, I'm just gonna pre-apologize if there's like background noise. Not that noise was from me, but I am.
That was from Jam.
Yeah, I'm doing the outdoor seating thing, so if you hear like cars and whatnot, I apologize.
Oh, good.
All right, 1 minute. The Tango Tony, how far is one loop? So one loop equals 1 mile, and they have 15 minutes to complete 1 mile. And so far, these guys have been knocking out 9, 9:30, and 10-minute miles consistently for 107 miles. Jam is giving us a good behind-the-scenes look at Arabica right now.
Yeah, what do we call it? The duct tape and bubble gum? Whatever Trent was calling it.
Oh, Lord.
I just can't sit any longer,
No, I don't
My
blame.
back is killing me.
Yeah.
This pallet furniture is like the worst for posture.
10 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. There we go. Going out on 108. Can we get an office chicken, Jam?
Yeah.
Yes. Why are you shaking your head, Skylar? What's wrong with an office chicken? What do you got? What do you got?
They poop.
Yes. Yeah, they poop. They have the potential to smell. I'm not sure if you guys are doing food. I'm not sure if you guys have food licensing issues because of all of the enterprises that are operating out of that warehouse that might be problematic. I'm just saying.
No, we'll create them like a little area, a chicken area.
Are you trying to make chickens quarantine? All right, that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. And office chicken height. We got Nicole says chicken diapers. I'm sure that's a thing.
That would be disgusting.
It probably would be. You were correct.
Also, the talons in the feet are just like large relative to leg size. Like, how would you get? You'd have to like collapse it down and then let it splay. The mechanics of putting on a chicken diaper.
Large talons would be an obstacle. I understand that.
Is that
we
you?
have votes for office chickens.
Since I'm here, I'm gonna provide some other feedback that I got yesterday.
Great.
If anybody was watching, probably about this time yesterday, I said that I was gonna go talk to Nate, who was an early participant and dropped after 20. And apparently, and this didn't really dawn on me at the time, that all the runners were out as we were figuring out what the tap song was going to be. So people just assumed, all the runners just assumed that I was just going to the bathroom a lot and not flushing them out. Like, we didn't really them.
Oh, that's what that was. Okay.
No, I don't think that was it. I think you were having some issues and you were just forgot to mute your phone when you went to the bathroom, which is understandable. It's totally fine. I know that your neighbors were concerned. I was a little concerned. Oh no, stop it. Come back.
Yeah, this is why we're only friends at Javelina, and for the 24 hours I'm at HUI, we don't talk the rest of the year.
True, I know. Yeah, we don't talk about these situations, mostly because we get nothing done or accomplished.
It's a lot of just memes and gifs back.
It really is, which I appreciate. I have to have those friends in my life that will only communicate to me with a meme.
I am one walking pop culture reference, so yeah, I'm supportive. And that's really what 2020 has been good for, is like really catching up on just like trash reality TV and like so many other shows with such high meme potential. So like I now have such a broader library I can pull from.
True.
Okay.
So Jim, I got a question for you, and you don't seem like the sort of person who would have knowledge on this, but I'm gonna ask just based on geographic location.
Right.
I heard Love Island Australia is like the trashiest show on the continent. Can you verify this for me, and is it worth me wasting my time delving into it?
Yeah, I think you're right in your assumption, man. I've never watched it. So, yeah.
Good, which means it must be trash because you're a high quality individual. So
yeah,
I'll be done.
I prefer running content.
Smart.
Yeah.
There comes a point where you edit enough videos of running stuff that you're like, I need to watch something else though. You can only watch yourself run for so long, so that's where I feel myself.
I think like we're just in a great age where like we can select our content, you know, like we can go on YouTube and watch what we want. We can Netflix whatever we want, and we can watch what we want when we want. So yeah, we don't, I think, I know when I was a kid, it's just like, oh, if there was something on TV, it's like, yeah, I guess I'll watch that because it's the only thing on. It's it's entertainment. But like now, you know, you can binge watch YouTube, go down rabbit holes and whatever, and entertain yourself for hours, and you can do it whenever you want. You don't need to wait till like 7:30 on a Friday to watch your favorite show.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you find yourself watching more or less content this year? Just like volume, because I know that so much new stuff has come out, but
like, are you speaking like in terms of like what quarantine has done?
Yeah. You spending more time inside and you're just watching a bunch of stuff, or do you think you've been watching the same overall amount and just adding in new stuff?
Man, to be honest, I don't think quarantine's changed me too much. Like I'm a pretty homebody kind of guy anyway. Like sort of work, like run most days of the week. So there's not a lot of time for anything else anyway. So yeah, I do spend like, I do spend a fair bit of time at home, like watching TV in my downtime. So yeah, I'm not sure whether it's deviated. Probably, maybe it's gone up a little bit, but yeah, I mean, I've been in quarantine. I was made for quarantine. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I was quarantining before it was cool.
I can support that.
Yeah.
Skylar, where are you hanging out right now?
I am on the street, hanging out at Seawolf Pub House.
Oh yeah,
the local spot in Oakland. That if you've ever seen me on IG DJing recently on the street, it's also where I DJ out here doing the whole outdoor dining thing. So just getting a morning coffee in before I get to work indoors.
Very important.
Got to support my local business, you know.
Oh, 100%, man. Especially during these times, like that. That's been like the really, really uplifting thing through all of this. Like just the way people have supported their local business and understood what that means to do that. These guys should be done in like
about a minute.
Yeah. I think Jake got his last loop done in just under 9 or just on 9.
9:04.
Yeah. He had about a 6-minute.
Do we know if any of these guys are wearing like a foot pod or something? Because I know there's some data nerds out there who are really going to want to dig into like cadence as this has changed throughout the whole event.
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Jake was wearing a heart rate strap, like just to sort of tap into like what he was. Not like he's not been wearing it the whole time, so he's not running to heart rate or anything. But just he wore it for like a couple of loops, just to see where he's at.
Do you use a foot pod, Skylar?
I do not. At this point, I'm pretty low technology. I forget my heart rate strap half the time, but I need to do a little bit more investigation. I'm not opposed to it. I think there've been some pretty big strides in the last couple of years on how well they work. But yeah, I got to find my motivation to train for something like serious, and then I think I'll start playing with all the toys again.
I think they're good for something like this, especially for the treadmill guys. Just to get like those further metrics. Like with the, I guess you'd probably get that out of your GPS watch for people running outside. So, but for Buck, but for the two guys on the treadmill, like it'll be more accurate metrics because I usually use my GPS watch for indoor running when I'm on the treadmill to get my metrics. But like just, I guess, more exact. So much rest time still. These guys are really giving themselves a lot.
And then here comes Buck. Really consistent.
10 minutes, plus or minus a couple seconds every time.
Every time.
Yeah, clockwork.
Did anyone try to put down like a full meal last night, or has it been pretty much aid station snacking the whole time?
I think aid station snacky things. I know that Jake was rocking the cake butter? No, cookie butter. Which was like super high in calories, but no. And then all I saw really was aid station snacky things. tortillas and I think goo blocks, something like that.
I'll tell you what though, I reckon a couple of the girls could have really gone deep if they wanted to in this event. Like Jax, Alyssa was looking so good. I think like, it was just a personal choice for them to drop out, but like I really saw great potential for this race for those two girls. Like and I 100% reckon like if they wanted to, like they'd still be there and push.
They would still be in. Yeah, I agree with that. They were, you know, they just had, Jax had different goals and Alyssa just said she got bored.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's all what you kind of, it's like what limits do you put on yourself? Like if you go in and you're like, oh, my goal is 50 miles or my goal is 100 miles. Like when you hit that, you're gonna bow out. But if you have the mentality of like, I'm gonna go 3 days, then it's not even an option to stop early.
Yeah.
And clearly these guys, like they have doesn't seem like they have any preconceived limits on themselves right now. They're just in it.
Trying to outlast the next, which is going to be really interesting because all of them.
When you have 3 people with that mentality and they're all feeling good, looking good and fit, that's where it gets interesting.
And every time consistently coming in with 30 seconds of each other.
The thing is, they want to win though. Like that stubbornness is going to feed into this race and make it really interesting. Because like, even if they are going for a bad patch, they're like, nah, screw this. I want to win it. So it's going to feed into the race.
For sure. 2 minutes, 2-minute warning.
I'm going to go and make that coffee.
Good call. All right, 1 minute. And 30 seconds. All right, here we go on loop 109 in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
We all just went to get refills at the same time, huh? Just left you alone. Sorry.
That's okay. After what are we at? 7 hours. It's fine.
Well, at least my prediction is still in play in terms of how long I thought the event would go. So
yeah.
Although I might have really undersold it based on how strong these guys are looking right now. I think 31 hours might have been a little
I think
might not give them credit.
I think they'll definitely maybe surpass that there. These guys are in it.
Which I love.
Yeah. I mean, it's just such a cool, to get this caliber of running brought to you in your home. It's really nice. It's really great. What are you making? You making some tea?
No, have you met me?
I don't know.
No, no, this is my second black coffee.
Oh, okay. It had a packet. There was a packet involved. I didn't know.
Yeah, no. I did drop a packet of sugar into this one.
Sugar.
Yeah, I remember yesterday when I was like, oh, I'm like starting this cleanse, and then like that went off the rails. It also meant I didn't have nearly enough calories yesterday, so I'm trying to spike my system a little bit so I feel a little less flat. I guess, I don't know. I want to run today. Like I need to do something to instill myself to go run.
What do you normally drink? Is it just like not black coffee?
Yeah, no, just straight black coffee.
Really?
Like quarantine hit hard. Yeah, like I'm a black coffee person in general, but it would be like, a cup. But there was a period there where like April through May, I was going to work with 2 like full thermoses. I was knocking out like a liter of coffee before 11 a.m. It was not great. So I'm trying to wean myself back a little bit. Coffee and Pop-Tarts. Hence why I am a broken human being. And
coffee and Pop-Tarts.
Hey, listen, your taxpayer dollars are worth.
All right.
I am also super sore from those push-ups.
Honestly, I'm surprised that you can lift a coffee cup.
Like yesterday when I was doing it, and for anybody who's watching is very confused by this conversation, I was doing 50 push-ups every loop for what ended up being an hour. But again, I'm heavier than I've ever been, so my body is not used to that. But when I was doing them, it was my arms that were like, nah, we're not doing it. But today it's like actually the chest. So at least that means my form was good as designed. But
that's good.
But yeah, I'm concerned. I got to drive here in a little bit. I'm a little stability might be a problem for me.
Okay. It's encouraging that you can hold a phone, lift.
Oh, and don't get me wrong. I basically made my own tripod. Just like trying to provide as much stability as possible.
Totally.
I've made videos before. I know how to try to stabilize as much as possible. I got enough angry texts from Mike back in the day.
Don't be pecking at my phone.
Do we have like Instagram handles, Twitter handles for the folks that are left? I see Hector's getting some live filming happening, some solid B-roll. So
I don't have a phone.
Yeah.
But yes, Hector's crew, if you want to drop his Instagram handle into the YouTube comments.
Shouldn't be hard to find anyway.
I mean, and I mean no shade in this, but there are a lot of Hector Rodriguez and Jake Jacksons in the world. So
he's the first one that comes up though, so it's good.
Seriously? Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's like H-Rod 16 something.
H-Rod 619.
There it is. H-Rod.
Yeah. I don't know if you can see that.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, you definitely want to know what these guys are doing or have done and doing. Like there's a lot of like respect built during an event like this.
Totally.
I think Jake's running faster now. Looks like it.
It looks like his cadence has picked up a little bit, but we'll see what it comes to here in I think just a couple of minutes, and we'll see.
It almost feels like Hector does this sort of like chi running type thing where he's just sort of like a meditative, like a rhythm runner. Like he's in such a rhythm. You wouldn't know whether if he's in pain or he's like he just.
I think both of them really just have a cadence of like just really ease and light, and they're just they found a flow and they're going with it.
Yeah, I feel like this one's going to be a slightly quicker loop for Jake.
Yeah, maybe. You guys are just tuning in. You were watching the live feed of our last 3 runners. We started with a group of 83 runners, 84 runners yesterday at 8 a.m. And over 27 hours, we are left with the top 3 here. Jacob Jackson, Hector Rodriguez, and Buck Blankenship. We're all very close and very strong. They're just staying very consistent with each other here. All determined, I'm sure, to be the last person standing. I have a text from my sister that says, "Have you slept?" Well,
I do feel a lot better now, having gotten like 3 or 4 hours or whatever it
got a
was.
little sleep and now a little coffee and perked up a little bit.
I'm back for the long haul now.
Nice. I don't know how, but we've switched from chicken talk to cereal talk in the chat room. So everybody's listening to their best breakfast cereal, Cinnamon Toast Crunch. That's a CTC. Little Frosted Flakes, Reese's Puffs, Cocoa Pebbles, Peanut Butter Chex. What do you guys got? Favorite cereal?
You guys get a lot of cereal that we don't get in Australia, but I've always enjoyed just like classic Cheerios, or we've got Cocoa Pops in Australia. I don't know what the alternative is, but like Cocoa Puffs or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not a massive cereal guy, to be honest.
Were you ever, like as a kid or as a college?
Oh yeah, massively. I just think I don't know. There's not like well, unless you get like the grainier stuff, but like all those Cheerios and stuff, they're not like necessarily that healthy. So
no, none of them are.
Yeah, so like I've cut a lot of that sort of stuff out, especially in the last say 2.5, 3 years since I've really taken running seriously. Like I've just really just looked at my diet as well, because I think when you start taking running seriously, you look at everything, not just your training and all that and your miles, like just what you're doing around your running to recover and look after yourself going into races and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I've just cut out a lot. Like I don't really drink anymore at all. Just the odd beer maybe after a big like marathon or something like that. But yeah, I'm healthier and I'm actually really enjoying being that way. So
right on. Well, good. Nicole wants to know, what is the weirdest food you've ever had? Jen.
Oh, me? I don't know. It'll probably be one of my own concoctions. I don't know. I off the top of my head, I got no idea. I don't eat a lot of weird stuff, I don't think. But yeah, I've got a hummus addiction. I like it. Hey?
I don't think that's weird.
Yeah. I buy like a 1 kilo tub every week and go through it weekly, like just dipping at it. And sometimes I even just grab a spoon and eat it.
All right, guys, if you're watching the live feed, we've got our top 3 runners who are just checked into lap 109, getting ready for 110 that starts in about 3.5 minutes. Joey Hales says he's digging your Man U shirt.
Yeah, thank you. We won 2-0 this morning. I've got to go back and watch the game because my body let me down and fell asleep on me. But yeah, won the last game of the season, made the Champions League. So yes, thank you.
Hey, Jim.
Hey.
You get some food?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great.
Better with the stand-up desk?
Yeah, I'm going to try and do some actual work today. That's the plan. Yeah.
This is work. You're race directing.
What's that?
This is work. You're race directing.
That's not my actual job, though. Unfortunately. $109, huh?
109. Everybody's checked in. Everybody's relaxed and just chilling. We're talking about breakfast cereals in the chat room.
Trying to catch up. Yep.
Two minutes.
Oh, the chicken feeds are sad.
Oh. I need to go put more ice, I think, in their bowl.
Someone just asked the scariest animal I've come in contact with. Well, I'm afraid of one animal and one animal only, and that's magpies. I've got a bit of a magpie phobia just from being attacked a lot as a kid. So
why would they attack people?
During nesting season, they're very protective of their nests. So yeah, if you you might not pose a threat, like you're just walking past a tree, but if they have a nest, they'll just swoop you. And
I've seen this.
Yeah, it's pretty vicious. Like they get you in the back of the head and stuff, and it hurts.
Yeah. Okay. So I've seen it. There is a series on TikTok.
Oh, really?
Don't face palm whatever, Skylar. Okay.
Oh no.
About it. I learned a lot. One of the things being that magpies attack people.
Yeah. Magpies are
30 seconds.
They're vicious, man.
You guys are rocking it. Keep it going. Here we go. 110 in 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Only animal I'm afraid of is the red-footed bum mangler.
I think we covered this earlier in the chat, but I think you guys over there in the States, or certain parts of the States, there's a lot more animals that could possibly kill you. But yeah, just bears and
large
animals. Hey?
There's a lot of large animals over.
Yeah.
I think you have all of the small, scary, poisonous ones.
Well, we've got crocodiles. I mean, they're
and sharks. You've got sharks. I mean, we've got sharks, but you've got sharks.
Yeah, great whites are pretty popular. I think the coast of South Africa is quite common for stuff like that as well. That's where was it? Yeah, that was where Mick Fanning, the surfer, got attacked in South Africa at J-Bay. And yeah, he was just coming, like, I think he was waiting for a wave. And he literally punched, I don't know if you've seen the video, but he actually punched a shark. Like he was like a shark was trying to get him, and like he literally punched it in the face. Who does that?
I mean, use what you got when you got it.
Crazy.
Right?
How many people can say they got into an actual fight with a shark?
Right? Like, yeah. Came in contact with a shark. What'd you do? I don't know. Fisticuffs.
Yeah. I mean, I've always sort of like enjoyed bodyboarding and stuff, and like I've never really like there was a period in probably about 10 years ago where there was just like I think like 6 pretty bad shark attacks around Sydney beaches in space of about 6 months, and people were just like really scared to go in the water. I'm just like, look, you're just as likely to, like, I don't know, get hit by a bus or something. Like it's not are you going to stop living your life because there's been a couple of shark attacks? Like, I mean, like the likelihood is lower than you think, but you know, you're going into the ocean, you're going into their world. So even though there's like beach patrols and everything like that,
I mean, yeah,
there's a small likelihood that it could still happen, but you're not going to stop living your life because of all those little likelihoods. I mean, are you going to stop trail running because there's like animals out there that could get you? Like, no, you love that life, so you're going to live it.
Yeah, you kind of agree to those inherent risks when you step foot into, you know, wild places, whether it be the ocean.
Yeah, there's always a risk with anything you do in life.
Skylar, thoughts?
Yeah, animals are crazy. That's why I live in an urban area. No, I mean, in terms of like open water, like I had my one adventure with like a riptide, and after that, I was like, I'm good. Like I can swim, but I'm not really trying to risk anything. So yeah, like moose, I think are probably the wildest animal I've encountered on a run when I was like up in Colorado. But yeah, again, I'm just risk averse, I guess. So on a stay flat. If you're staying on stuff that's flat, you're probably not gonna run into an animal. So that's my pitch for the run flat, stay low life. You don't maybe, like, I don't know. I got nothing.
Is that why the mascot for Run Flat is an armadillo?
No, the reason it's an armadillo is because nobody asked me. And then they're like, here it is. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess
you can change it.
Oh, no, it's the thing now.
Oh, it's a thing.
I just get when people know it's an armadillo off the jump and don't think it's a rat.
You just remind me of that Friends episode where Ross is the holiday armadillo.
Is the what?
I don't know how inversed you guys are in Friends, but there's an episode of Friends where it's like Christmas, and Ross like dresses up as an armadillo, and he's the holiday armadillo because like it's some Jewish thing.
The holiday armadillo, because Santa Claus was taken.
Yeah, because he's trying to like teach his son about like Jewish tradition over like Christmas.
Yeah. About the Maccabees.
Yeah, and all that stuff.
I know Friends.
If anyone on the stream is into Friends, you know exactly what episode I'm talking about. So yeah.
Yep.
I'm a bit of a Friends geek. I still watch it. It's like that one show where if I'm in a shitty mood or anything, I can just put on any random episode of Friends and just like, you know, just like pick one and just like, yeah.
Favorite Friends episode? Because for Friends people, they have one.
Probably the one where Joey takes Rachel on a date, and he goes on a date with someone else, and he goes, it's that famous line where he says Joey doesn't share food, and I've always sort of like I've always vibed on that because like I love food as well, and like
that's what you abide by.
Well, I do share food, but Get your own if you can. No, I share food. But like just because of my love of food, I've sort of like always sort of like really enjoyed that punchline.
Nice.
But there's so many, like, I don't know off the top of my head, like which episode I love like the most above all, but yeah, like there's 10 seasons and they're just all really good.
Right on.
I'm talking about a reunion a little while back, but I don't know what's going on with that.
I think there's some kind of reboot that's happening. I'm not really sure, but it is all over TikTok. I learn things.
I know just recently, I don't know if you guys remember the show Party of Five.
I remember it. I don't know it.
Yeah, apparently they've done like a reboot on that. But I've actually just gone back and I've got the old box sets and I've just started like Skylar, as you said, what am I like? Am I watching more stuff? Well, I've gone back in the vault actually. I went down a bit of a binge rabbit hole. I did all 6 seasons of Dawson's Creek again. Just like all those old shows, but yeah, then now I'm doing Party of Five. I might continue with the Matthew Fox theme and just go on to Lost again after that. But yeah.
That is, that's rolling it back.
I like the older shows over. I feel like these days I struggle to lock into shows.
Sure.
Like I've kind of got my old favorites and I'll just go back and watch them all. But I mean, I like a few shows that are going on at the moment. Well, I guess Brooklyn Nine-Nine, but I think they've stopped that now. But yeah, that was a good one for me. Mr. Iglesias, maybe. But yeah, there's not a lot of new shows that I watch. The chickens on your phone have gone into hiding. I can't see them at all.
I know. Well, okay, so that there's a giant bougainvillea bush flowering thing where they kind of hide under for shade right behind the camera. And they like kind of get all under there and disappear for the afternoon. So I've got to go put ice, I think, out if I want them to come out.
Hey, just quietly, Jake's dropped 8 something just then.
110, yeah. Jake is
What
done
was
at 848.
Yeah, like I told you, he's like you could just see slightly quicker.
Quicker cadence, just a little bit.
Yeah, I noticed it straight away. I was just like,
We got Hector. He's about to take his phone picture, step off, and done. And then soon enough, you'll see Buck coming down the street.
I enjoyed it last night when Buck was coming down the street and you just like you knew like you could just see his headlamp go from like
Headlamp. It was the coolest thing.
Yeah, from
Watch it go and you'd watch it come back. It was very mesmerizing. It was very like,
yeah.
You know, it's the coolest thing about just every time that they end a loop is that, you know, you kind of know their routine and their process. And
yeah. And I think on a stream like this, for us watching for such a long period of time, like there's certain things that we sort of start to appreciate about their routine as well. Mm-hmm. Like things that we see them doing during their breaks and stuff. And it's like Hector's like Hector's crew, the way they're looking after him, and like he's not really having to worry about anything. So his rest breaks are actually proper rest breaks. If he needs any fluid or anything, they'll get it for him. So I think that really caters to a stronger race in the back end, because you know you don't want to be doing that stuff after 110 miles. There's a big difference like between self-supported and having even one person sort of help you out for something like this.
Yeah, there's a huge kind of fan club that we've got in the YouTube chat room. We've got people cheering on Jake and people cheering on Hector. Thomas Becker says Hector actually has even time and energy to like comments on Instagram. So if you guys go to Instagram, I think it's HRod649, interact with him, tell him he's doing a good job. You know, find these guys on Instagram if you can, and give them some love, keep them going.
Did we ever find Jake and Buck's IG handles as well, or Twitter, whatever they use more?
Yeah, I think I can find it.
Yeah, I'll look for it now.
And while we're thinking about supporting them online, make sure you support the sponsors of this: Squirrel's Nut Butter, Gagala, Gnarly Nutrition, Run Steep, Get High. I'm here for the business. All right, sorry, Jim, go for it.
We've got Ultra Jake Jackson is Jake's IG handle, so Ultra Jake Jackson. Find him. And if you go to Uncle Buck at Uncle Buckle on IG, that's Buck Blankenship's IG handle. So go ahead and give these guys a shout out. Tell them to keep going. Tell them they're doing a great job.
I loved that movie as a kid. Uncle Buck.
The giant pancakes always got me. It's a 2-minute warning, guys.
These guys have got pretty cool Instagrams. Oh yeah, Hector's got like little clips of the race on his Instagram. He's been posting throughout the race because you know he's got a media crew as well.
1 minute. Uncle Buck and the Great Outdoors, I get confused. One was giant pancakes and one was giant steak. That's all I got. All right, coming up on 30 seconds. Here we go, guys. Loop 111, starting in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Yes, 69er. I have dreams about that steak. Josh Jackson has joined us. Thanks for the live feed. I'm watching while stocking the dairy cooler at Trader Joe's. So thanks for joining us, Josh. Where is Buck located? He is coming to us from Flagstaff, Arizona. Some more cheers and kudos to all of our runners out here. Hector's got quite the crew. Everybody's cheering.
So what's the website if folks want to track what's been accomplished over the last 26 hours?
Yeah, if you guys want to follow along the live tracking, you can go to live.arrowviperrunning.com and you will see our top 3 runners, and you can click on their names and take a look at each one of their loops. You can check out their splits. You can see how consistent and how strong these guys have been over 110 laps. It's really pretty remarkable if you like that kind of data. So go ahead and log on live.arrowviperrunning.com and take a look at the live tracking.
That last, just looking at Bucks, that last loop was his slowest of the race at 11:16.
11:16, yeah.
So, but it looks like throughout he's sort of dropped like the odd slower lap just to sort of probably rest or regroup a bit. But yeah, that's considerably slower than anything he's done. So hope he's not sort of fading.
Jubes, I guess this is a question for you. I know yesterday there was a lot of humidity going on in the northern part of the state. Same sort of forecast for today. Is that going to be something he's currently dealing with?
In Flagstaff?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, Rob was saying it was a perfect day up there earlier, but I don't know the humidity level. I mean, in Phoenix, it's, you know, it doesn't look as stormy as it was like the last couple of days. It's pretty clear. Oh yeah, and a note from Paragon Athletics. He is doing this at 7,000 feet. So. The chickens?
They're talking. My phone died.
Only one chicken can. No chickens to be seen.
I was just looking at all of Jake's splits, and there's literally only 5 over 9, and 3 of those are like 9, 901, 901. So like,
wow,
he's stayed consistently under 9 all day. And like I said, three of the 5 are like just right on or just over. So, and then he's got like a 946. Oh, sorry, 6. There's a 904 as well. Yeah, 6 miles over. He's got a 940 and 946. They're the 2 big ones that have gone over, but all the others are pretty tight. That's crazy. He's definitely set the pace and stuck to it. How you feeling, Jake?
Feeling good. I just started listening to the David Goggins book, so I'm getting a lot of inspiration right now.
Right on.
I was just saying how consistent you've been, man.
Thanks.
There's not been many miles on over 9.
I was able to get a couple like 3 or 4 minute cat naps. So
Oh, really?
I'm feeling better now.
You created the time, definitely.
Yep.
Yeah, it's amazing, like just what a couple of minutes can do.
Yeah.
Especially at this point of a race, like sometimes that's all it takes to sort of keep you going. No, you're looking good though. Like there's a really good rhythm to what you're doing.
Thanks.
Yeah, man, you've been really, really solid this last like 4 hours.
Yeah, from an analytics standpoint, it's just really like for us, like when we're watching at home, it's just good to look back on your splits and just see them like they're just so consistent over the whole day.
Yeah.
I'll probably start incorporating a little bit more walking in the beginning to loosen things up.
Google Botany says he'll never quit if he's listening to David Goggins.
Oh man,
that's the plan.
Goggins won't let you quit, man.
Yeah, man. With the little micro naps, Jake, do you feel like you've rested? Like it's really helped at all?
Yeah. I mean, there was a few times when I was just sitting there feeling like I could totally nod off. So on the next lap, I'd just sit down and set a timer and mute you guys, and I'd totally just fall asleep.
Nice.
The alarm would go off, and I'd be like, "Oh crap, I fell asleep." I think I've done that like 2 or 3 times now.
Right on. It's good to just kind of shut your brain off a little bit.
Yeah.
All right.
Guess you can fall asleep on stream like I did.
But there was no waking you up, Jim.
Oh, there never is. I'm such a deep sleeper. I could literally sleep for a hurricane.
All right, guys, we got a 2-minute warning here. Doing good. Everybody's checked in. Ninety seconds. One minute.
Someone's asking for a shoe update. Maybe on the next at the end of the next loop, we can ask the guys.
Hector, man.
He's in it, man.
And you see this guy, he's just trying to get to the chopper. He's like, he's falling down and keep on.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, Jake is listening to Little David Goggins. We know that Hector is pumped to the max. And then shoe update, I think we've learned before that Jake runs in Hoka Clifton 6. Is that right?
He was switching out with the Rincons. I know he said that.
Okay.
I think he began with the Rincons, I think he said.
Okay.
And then he switched out to the Clifton 6, but he looks like he's changed now.
And then I think Hector had Nike something. He's wearing Nikes for sure.
Yeah, right, was it?
So are any of them sleeping even a minute between? Yeah, we just talked to Jacob Jackson. He said he was taking some little micro naps here and there, collectively in a few minutes. So
he creates that buffer, so
yeah,
he can.
yeah, he gives himself like the 5-6 minutes that he needs. So
yeah, exactly.
A couple of those and shut your eyes, turn your brain off. He said, I mute you guys and just kind of.
That's been one of the most impressive things about this. Like I said, like looking at his splits, like on one side of it, it's like how solid he's running, but it's also the time that he's creating and the rest that he's giving himself by doing that. And, I think it goes hand in hand because like him running at that pace, he's falling into a really nice rhythm. I know for me, like when I run, I know like Anthony earlier in the stream, he's like, start slower and like do those 14-minute miles. But for me personally, like I struggle to run slow, like it, and certain shoes, it hurts to run slow in as well. So like he's in a really, really good rhythm and it's paying off in the back end that he gets the better rest time. So he can really do that 3-4 minute cat naps, and it's gonna help him invaluably, like going forward. Like if this thing does go like deep, which it looks like it's going to, like past 200 miles. Like, so little things like that, little 1%ers like that are really going to pay off.
Yeah.
Tango Tony, your kitty is similarly coloured to a magpie. Don't say that. Jamil, Rory Hayes is saying, when did you last have short hair?
Again?
When did you, someone in the chat's just asking, Rory Hayes, when did you last have short hair?
Oh, it's funny. We just answered that like an hour ago, like 10 years ago.
Okay.
We had a photo we were sharing. I could share it again. I guess I should probably cover up my like.
All of the important info?
Don't want to get doxxed over here, you know? Oh, man.
How you feel now, Jubes?
I don't know.
Are you in it, or are you a little like?
I'm in it, but my brain is getting a little fuzzy, to be honest.
Maybe you need another little small nap or something. Or more coffee. I don't know if it's still working on you.
I don't think the coffee's working anymore for sure.
They ain't doing anything. Nothing.
No.
Whip out some whiskey or something. Get on the hard stuff. Hello. Yes. Barely. Come with me.
Heather from the chat room, and who was also top 3 women in our last person standing, says the real question is, how is Hector's treadmill not blown a motor? And Heather, if you were not around last night, if you check the live feed before this live feed, the very first one, around 4:21, which is the time on the video, it was like 2:45 in the morning. His treadmill did have some kind of technical difficulty, and he hopped off and ran the road while his crew, like a NASCAR pit crew, rolled in a brand new treadmill and blew us all away. Like, it was amazing. If you guys have not seen that footage, please go check that out.
Is it up yet?
Oh, I don't know, actually, no.
I'm gonna go check and see if it's processed.
I think though he had like a prior problem, so they sort of preempted it happening again, because they, like he did say, they drove it an hour from where it was. So
yeah,
yeah,
it was really impressive. Like they're ready with anything that goes wrong. They have a plan for it. They're ready for it.
Yeah, he just pivoted and ran outside for a loop. It was all good.
Yeah. So.
It doesn't say it's available yet. It must still be processing.
Somebody watched it though, so it was really curious.
Recently or earlier? Because like when it was still live, you could scroll back through.
Maybe.
Like
I can't. Video. But also like the meeting, our entire meeting is at like 98% saved from the first day.
Oh, great.
That's taken this long.
Yeah.
So I'm like not surprised that the YouTube one would take that long also.
Well, it's a 24-hour feed, so yeah, it'll take some time. But when it does go up,
check it out.
Yeah, double check it, because it's.
What was it? Lap 67, I think someone said.
4:21. That's what I thought.
Okay.
Heather goes, I love it. I'm going to find that. And then she goes, mine was starting to smell like burnt rubber. I cleaned up a little tready bits that flew off all day.
Oh, wow.
That's insane when that starts happening.
All right, Hector checked in.
Time for a new belt.
Checked in 112. Yeah. Aaron Dweck says right before, after loop 76. They know exactly where it's at.
I think when you're doing like stuff like for extended periods on treadmill or running on a treadmill a lot, you really got to, especially if you have a really good treadmill, like you really got to look after the belt. And I think like every 6 months, you got to actually flip the belt over or something. And there's like some sort of like an oil or something you're supposed to put underneath it every once in a while. Yeah, because after a while, like if you don't actually maintain the belt, like that's where the calibration sort of starts to screw up between like the reading and what speed the belt's actually going. Because that's the issue I have with my belt. I got like a hand-me-down treadmill from my mum, and even though I'm running at a certain pace on the treadmill, like it registers less of a distance. So that's why if I had to stop, like if I had to hop on the treadmill for this race, like I would have had to go on my watch and not what the treadmill says.
All right, everybody's in, and we've got 3 minutes.
Is that stool like directly behind the treadmill? So he just hops off and right on the stool?
Yeah. It's just like behind.
It's beside it.
Just right beside it. So he kind of like does a little tiny side step, but it's close enough where it's just like there's no effort there. It's very efficient with every move.
On this angle, it just looks like it's like.
It does, yeah.
But then again, like the belt's like a lot longer, so that can't be possible. Oh, we have chicken action.
No, buddies. What are my buds doing?
What happened to yours? Did they eat your phone or?
No, my phone died.
Okay.
So I gotta charge it before I put the camera back out there. I know for a second I thought they like turned it or turned it over or something. I don't know. They were very curious about it, at least.
Someone saying right before or after loop 76. I think that's alluding to the
Yeah,
treadmill.
they're like they know exactly where that clip is.
Yeah.
Maybe once it's uploaded, we'll share it like forwarded there.
Randall Huff treads nut butter. Yes, sir.
All right, 1 minute. Elizabeth, what were we looking at on your phone, Jubilee? If you guys have just tuned in, so I am at a house sitting / chicken sitting for one of our race directors who ran 100K this weekend. And so that was a chicken cam, just, for extra content. And then Shane put chickens on there as well. We're doing great. World-class athletes and chickens. Here we go, guys. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right, starting loop 113. This is insane.
There doesn't seem to be a digression imminent. It just these guys are a credit to themselves for just finding and locking into a really good rhythm and pace, and I think that's why it's just such good viewing. Like, it's just, there's like this admiration and respect that we're building towards them and everyone on the stream towards them. So this is good TV.
Okay, so Julie, so the RD that I'm sitting for, she just tuned in and heard that I had a chicken cam. I did. So Julie, your chickens were famous for a good couple hours at least before my phone died.
No one can say that you're not committed to the chicken's welfare. You know,
I'm telling you, it's just been so fun.
And making sure they're okay. And exploiting them in the process. I don't know.
And what time did it start? So this race started yesterday, Saturday, at 8 a.m. and it has been going now, 28 hours now. And we started with 83 runners, and we are now down to the last 3 runners: Jacob Jackson, Hector Rodriguez, and Buck Blankenship. They are all holding tight within a minute or 2 of each other here consistently. If you guys are following along on YouTube or you're following along you want to give him a shout out on social media, go ahead and hit him up on IG. Throw him some kudos, throw him a little love. We've got Hector HRod619 is his IG. We've got Jake Jackson is Ultra Jake Jackson. And Uncle Buckle is Buck Blankenship. So check them out. Tell them that they're looking strong, they're looking good, because they are, and we do anticipate this to keep going for many, many more hours. Because these athletes are serious and they want it, and we can see that. So
they're badass. They're so good.
All right, everyone's favorite commentator, Chris is back.
Chris is back.
Well, it was I had to answer the noon bell.
The noon bell, right on.
Yeah, I got a nice little nap in, ran to get my coffee,
Nice.
stopped at the grocery store, and made myself a Bloody Mary to help wake myself up. And I see that there are still 3 remaining.
Yeah.
It's absolutely fantastic.
Really running strong, really running consistent. Jake is just crushing it. And he said that he's actually been able to get a couple of micro naps in, kind of rested up a little bit, kind of tuned us out, which was probably a better thing because we're talking about chickens. That's been our Gilligan Island discussion, Chris. So welcome to chickens. And he's listening to David Goggins. So somebody said as long as he's doing that, he's never going to quit. But he is up against 2 incredible athletes as well. So we've got Buck Blankenship running the road, looking really good in Flagstaff there, probably enjoying some nice weather. And then Hector Rodriguez with the all-star crew. This guy does not know quit. So
yeah, I picked up Hector's Instagram account last night and started following it. So
Yeah.
They've been keeping things updated. So
yeah.
And obviously, I've known Jake for a couple of years. He's doing exactly what I expected him to do. And I actually did wake up for a few minutes earlier when Rob Krar was taking us on a tour of Buck's Loop. So I know that the 3 of them, there's no quit in any of these guys. So it's going to be really interesting to see what brings this event to a close, because I really, just looking at their splits real quick, they're, I mean, they're just as consistent as can be.
Yeah.
I mean, with one exception, I'm assuming that there was a, I don't know, one other than one lap, Hector has been, like a metronome, and Jake has been the exact same way. So I see that Buck is still holding strong. But as I had mentioned before I went to bed, that Buck didn't go out nearly as quick as the other 2 did. He kind of held things back pretty substantially in the first 50 miles or so. His splits were much behind the leaders. He kind of just held back while everybody else was dropping 8s, 8:30s. He was running about a 9:45 to 10 minute mile pace early in the game. So when you looked at the standings, he was actually, towards, around the middle, or even towards the back end, because he was just kind of lying in wait and doing his thing. So, but yeah, the fact that, I went and got a nice nap in, went and grabbed my coffee, and, we still got 3 guys, throwing down, 10-minute miles, sub 10-minute miles at, 113 miles in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chris, just to add to that, just to tie in with what you said, I said it probably about half an hour ago. I was just going through Jake Jackson's splits, and I went through all of them, and there was 6 over 9 minutes, and 3 of those were like 9. So 4 of them were 9:01, 9:01, 9:04. Then there was a couple of 9:40s. 940 and 946. So like he's rarely dipped above 9 all day. So he's kept that consistent high pace, as you said. And, you know, and as you said, Buck's sort of been a little bit lower, but he's just been like consistently sort of chipping away and just found his good rhythm. So, but yeah, it's quite impressive that over 110 miles, the guy's only gone above 9 a few times. So solid pace to be keeping and holding for such a long period of time.
Already asked if I can believe these guys. No, I'm pretty in awe. And I've seen Jake in action. I've literally watched Jake run for 24 hours straight. So I mean, I know what he's capable of. But even though I've seen it, it's still something to behold. And you know, the fact that he's not the only person at this point. You know, you've got 3 guys all looking extremely strong is pretty awesome.
Well, I think you got it in this sort of format. You've got like you've got the runners' individual capabilities tied in with just that stubbornness to win, and that just sort of like creates a good duel. And you know, if you're going through a rough patch, like sometimes the stubbornness and the competitiveness will get you through, and then more times than not for guys at this elite level, you've got a mixture of the two that just creates like such a strong performance. Like there's a reason why these guys are still running, and you know the other 80 of us are not, because these guys have that sort of that level to push through the worst of spots. But I don't think any of them really have been having too tough a spot, and that's where sort of running consistent high mileage at an elite level and doing some real elite racing really pays off in an event like this one.
I was just looking up my splits from the ATY last standing. It's pretty interesting. I only had 2 laps under 10 minutes.
Oh, wow.
And most were like 11 and 12.
And these guys are throwing down sub 10.
I mean, it is a little different because I was like utilizing, I think, the course as like a break, restroom stops, things like that, where they like run and then they do all their stuff. But
yeah, you did say that.
Yeah,
you
definitely
a lot on the course.
Yeah, like I'll grab food and eat it on the run, I think. But I think I was also just like, I mean, I was walking, like my strategy was walking a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So it is interesting to see like how far these guys can go on, you know, I think, you know, they're way better prepared and taking it way more seriously than I was when I did it.
Well, looks like Buck has come in. So 113 loops in, we are still with the same field we've had for a couple hours at this point. I just, you know, I want to see it go on forever, but at the same time, it's, you know, there's also, you know, gotta get back to life sometime. I just don't know if it's going to happen, you know, over the course of Sunday. I mean, there's
I think it's gonna go, man. Like I really just, like I said, just that their elite level of running and what they're capable of physically tied in with just not wanting to give up and give in to the other 2 guys is really going to push this thing deep. 160, 170 miles for sure. Like they're going to hit that, no worries at all. Like 200, I don't think is even can be too questioned at this point, because they're just so locked in and so dialed.
Wheels can also fall off too.
They can, can, and it can happen very quickly. So it can happen very quickly and very unannounced. So to the athlete themselves. So yeah.
That was my nap. It was stellar. I slept so efficiently. I put my head down and I had the the feed on the phone, intentionally just on YouTube, not on Zoom, so I wasn't tempted to chime in or say anything. And I got a nice excellent 3.5 hours of sleep in today, so
Nice.
I feel like a champ.
I'm jealous.
Have you gotten anything in regards to a bit of rest?
I'm gonna need to actually probably lay down here pretty quick. My brain is trying to push.
You should do that.
For sure. Yeah, that's.
We need you later.
Yeah. I am.
I
also want to watch this. So maybe that's the key. Maybe I just have to put on like the YouTube in the background and make sure like I'm not missing anything.
Did you see that Randall canceled his son's birthday to watch?
Yes. Next year, buddy. All right, we got 1 minute.
Elizabeth brings up a good point. As a slow runner, she always tells her pals that ultra running involves a lot of walking. I believe, in terms of ultra running, for those of us that are not at the level of these competitors, as the rank and file, did we have a clock stoppage here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Double check the
because currently we're at 40 seconds, according to the feed.
This will be my last call, and then I'll hand it over.
Yeah, we got the clock stoppage. We're at 30 seconds remaining, so we'll get the loop clock on the feed straightened out. I'll just count it down 20 seconds. In 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go, runners.
It was really well done, Chris.
That was my bad.
I can count.
That was pro status, my dude.
One of the things I'm very proud of my ability to count.
I just read that Randall comment, and it's just really funny the way he's worded it. I cancelled my son's birthday today, told him Dad needs to watch this, and then he goes, and maybe next year.
Before the jump, Elizabeth had mentioned talking about ultra running involving a lot of walking. And for those of us that are rank and file runners, as I started to say, when people ask me, what the key is, with regard to running, as somebody who's, not an expert at this, to me, it's not about turning the, in my case, turning the, 9-minute miles into 8:30s. It's about turning the 22s into 17s, turning the 20s into 16s. That's the key to a lot of trail ultras anyways. So obviously this is a different animal, and the key is to just keep it under 15 in any way, shape, or form possible. So
I think Jamil said it earlier in the stream, and it was just the fact that in the 15-minute format, you can't sort of have those miles. Oh, no, it was you, Chris, actually, earlier in the stream. You can't sort of just dial it down to a 20-minute mile or anything like that, because you've got 15 minutes and you can't really walk too much. Yeah, clock seems to be working again.
It was the GoPro froze up. Like I was moving stuff around, and that was the problem.
Yeah.
So how long do we think this is going?
I mean, we got potential for 200 miles.
Yeah, I think 200's a possibility. 150, 160, no doubt. I don't think anyone's sort of stopping before that point. Like these three, like I said, they're just so dialed in. Like I don't see it, but Jamil, I think you're right. Like it could happen suddenly. But yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it. Like they're so dialed in, and I think like, you know, once you go so deep, like they kind of know they're doing something great here as well. Like, and you get that sort of like that euphoric feeling, like that you're doing something great, and you don't want to stop that. You want to keep pushing. So, and if Jake's listening to Goggins, like, good luck to the other two. Like, yeah.
Did you change your setup, Jamil?
Me?
You look more
small,
kicked back and relaxed.
I mean, I was sick of sitting down because it was like felt like it was bad for my posture. So I did a stand-up desk for a bit, but then now I'm just tired.
Yeah,
I think the camera might be further away or something.
Yeah, I just pulled a pillow off my bed and I'm sitting on that. I can't.
Yeah, we have all this pallet furniture that was at the Churchill. So that's what I'm sitting on.
Do we know what happened at the big races that that were happening elsewhere this weekend with Speed Goat, Never Summer?
There we go. Speed Goat. Yeah, Noam Brodigan won. He beat Hayden Hawks by like 13 minutes, and Anthony Costales was like 2 minutes behind that. So kind of not a big name. Came out on top there, but I think he runs for Solomon.
Okay.
And then I forget the women who won. I didn't know their names really. They had like 150 finishers. I didn't see results for Never Summer.
Hayden's a decent stout runner though. So like to beat him by 13, it's definitely decent.
Well, one of the Aravaipa race directors ran Never Summer 100K, if I remember correctly. Julie did, right?
Yeah, she finished. I think it was like maybe 19 something.
Nice. I've heard that. Did you run Never Summer a few years ago, or? Yeah, top female for Speed Goat. I wasn't sure if you had run Never Summer before.
I haven't.
Okay. The Speed Goat 50K women's winner, was a woman by the name of Michelle Hummel from Albuquerque. And the Never Summer results are not yet posted on Ultra Sign Up. The terrain for that one looks absolutely stunning, though. Frank is exhausted just spectating. Well, that's why I took a nap. I consider myself just spectating as well, and these runners, just keep going, and we want to be here as long as we can. RD Boy asking if these guys are chugging beers at 150. I don't know. I wouldn't imagine so, but you never know. The slightly reckless trail runner Dan Watson, I think it would be harder to sit and watch than to run. Well, I'm having a good time watching, and I know that I probably wouldn't have as much fun running. And there's some respect for Jem and his cat. Andre Lee.
earlier in the stream, like I fell asleep on stream and they were just walking all over me.
Oh, I know. I saw it.
Okay. Yeah.
Andre conked out just before Jace went down. Well, that makes two of us, Andre, because when I went to bed, Jace was still in the race.
Yeah, as was the case with me. I think I woke up and he just dropped, like literally then.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Jace's, last few splits, his last 6 miles, 9:11, 9:03, 8:44, 10:50, 9:20, 13:18, and then he was done. As has been stated elsewhere, it can, and I think you mentioned it, obviously, it can just all of a sudden, you can just be done.
Yeah, I think with him though, like, because I caught like the little clip interview at the end. His reasoning was that he felt okay and he could have gone further, but he just didn't see himself displacing the other 3 runners. Like he just could see that they were sort of like more dialed in and locked in than he was.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he's just like, look, I've made it 100 miles, over 100 miles, and that's a good day, and good luck to the other 3. Like I think that was his sort of mentality in dropping out, and like, kudos to him. Like that's still a really good day, and like top 4, like respect.
For sure. Well, Jake and Hector have finished their loops, so they have 114 miles in the books at this point. Buck Blankenship, unless things have changed, he should be coming in the next 45 to 60 seconds. As these guys, the one thing that I would assume hasn't changed is that you can set your watch to them.
It's astounding. Still so deep into the race, how much time these guys are giving themselves between loops.
Absolutely.
Just
thanks, Bill. It's my quarantine beard. It's my COVID-19 beard.
Yeah, I think that's my reason as well. It's taken on a life of its own, really.
And here comes Buck. Still a sub 11-minute mile. Looking very strong. And we've got 3 to the next loop.
I mean, at this point, like, even if they want to sort of like actively recover during a loop, they can, but they are giving themselves a fair bit of time to properly just rest during loops. But like what Jamil was saying, like when he was running across the years, like you can do those 12-minute miles and actively recover while you're doing the loop. It's another strategy, and it's a strategy that these guys can possibly maybe employ later in the race. I know it's not the way they've been doing it now, but as further fatigue starts to set in, like it could be a strategy that sort of gets you through in the later miles.
Yeah, I was watching for many hours both Jamil and Tony Tadieski at the last person standing it across the years, and very rarely were they leading the pack in. I would say I can honestly say I don't remember Jamil ever being the first one in. And I think that the only time I saw Tony the first one in was when he had to go to the bathroom, and he all of a sudden just dropped like a sub 8-minute mile out of nowhere, close to the 100-mile mark, and he basically just made a beeline for the porta potty afterwards. But yeah, their approach was different than these runners. They definitely have not given themselves a lot of quote active rest time on the course. At least, that would be my belief looking at their splits, unless to them 100 miles in, a sub 10-minute mile is active rest.
What I mean, like, more so is like, rather than refuel when you get in, just be refueling when on the go. So, when you get in, if you've got 3 minutes, then you can just use that to rest.
Oh, for sure. I'm sure that they have, in some cases, been trying to consolidate tasks. That way they don't have to do anything but relax in the on their next loop.
The 15-minute format, you definitely got to have like a nailed down strategy, and everyone's strategy is different. And like for Tony, like across the years, he spoke about it at pretty great length that he wasn't the quickest guy. He was just sort of like ticking away at like 14-minute miles, and he could do that. There's no real leader. I mean, there's no real time. It's not a time leadership sort of thing. It's just getting it done and still being there at the end of every mile. So, it's the last man standing. Like, it's not whilst we can look at these guys' splits, and I mean, like, we can look at Jake's splits and absolutely just gawk in admiration at what he's done over 110 miles. At the end of the day, like, for him to win, he's still got to be there. So
we're coming up on 40 seconds before the next loop, which will be loop 115, which means that each of these runners have covered 114 miles so far. If you're looking, you've got Buck Blankenship on the left side, Hector right smack dab in the middle of the YouTube feed, and Jake Jackson in the upper right-hand side. And about 15 seconds left until they go out on loop 115. Oh no. 3, 2, 1, and go. The day was going so well, and then all of a sudden I looked at my feed, and Aravaipa race director Noah Doherty has popped in to grace us with his presence. How are you doing, Noah?
Good, man. How are you today?
I'm doing all right. I haven't had any time to watch baseball because I've been following this so intently.
Yeah, I was watching the Yankees Nationals right now, actually. Good game. Corbin was pitching well, and then now it's tied in the 8th.
Has that just come back in the last couple of days?
Sorry?
Has the baseball just started back?
Yeah, it just started, what, Wednesday or Thursday?
Thursday night, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm a bit of a Cubs fan. I mean, I don't get right into it, but yeah, if I have a team.
Yep. That's Chris's team.
Baseball's not massive in Australia, but I mean, like, I'm just like a big sports guy, so like I do like to dabble.
For sure, yeah. No, I'm a pretty enthusiastic Cubs fan. So
I'm a big NBA guy though. Like I'm a massive Lakers fan. So I pretty much watch every game. So I've got like I've got the what do you call it, the NBA League Pass thing.
Right. Oh, yeah.
I'll pay for that.
Are they playing or what?
Yeah. So they're they've moved everything over to Orlando, and they're playing in they're not playing in stadiums. They're playing in like a specially built complex. So because obviously, like with quarantine at the moment and with coronavirus, like I think we saw with the UFC events, like they can only have so many people at the event. So you've got like the teams, and then you've got the media, and you need like the medical teams and everything there. So only who needs to be there is there.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the whole bubble thing they're talking about.
Yeah.
The NBA bubble.
And everyone gets like tested before each game. I don't know, like they get temperature tested and everything like that. And there's extensive testing to make sure that everyone on that day for that game is right.
Yeah, I think that baseball's doing that too, because every day it seems like somebody tests positive.
It's standard across the board now, I think.
It's pretty crazy, really.
Yeah, for sure.
It's, you know what, like it's crazy, and it's become like a bit of a new normal as well. But at the same token, you know, if this is the way we do it, and we can still do it, and we can still get sports, and we can still have running event at some capacity, I mean, I'll take it. You know what I mean? Like it's
absolutely,
it's not what it was. It's not what it was. It's not like, you know, I love in-person racing, and I love the entire day, like, of it, not just the actual race, like just the pre-race, and like I with my friends, we do a lot of races together, and we, you know, go out to lunch and coffee afterwards and whatever. So it's an entire day that you look forward to, and it's going to be really good when that comes back properly. But we'll take this, you know, we'll take this. This is a new thing for everybody in the world, and we're all just trying to adjust on the fly.
Yeah. What? When does basketball start actual games again? Do you know?
It has.
Or it already has.
Yeah. I think they were pretty much like in line with the MLB.
Okay. Yeah, I was watching the Cubs game yesterday, and it's really trippy because behind home it's all empty, like 0 seats are occupied, and then if it scrolls up to like say like 8 rows, it's all virtual fans. So it's like almost like a hologram of players or of fans, and they'll like be moving in the crowd, and it's like, oh, they'll stand up when there's a play, and so it's pretty trippy to watch, actually.
Yeah, they've done that in the English Premier League. They've had like these screens set up, and so like when say like a player scores a goal, like when naturally they'll go over to the fans, they still do that, and they go in front of the screen and celebrate with the fans. So I mean, like I said, everyone's sort of pivoted and found this new way to still be engaged, and
it's crazy.
I still enjoy it. I mean, like it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing as being there in person, but this is what we've got at the moment, and we'll take what we can get, because we all went 2 or 3 months without any sports really. To watch. Like, I mean, like for me personally, like I'm quite a resourceful person, you know, I still kept running, and I sort of binge watch TV shows and stuff, and I was fine because I'm quite introverted that way anyway. But I know a lot of other people, like they go stir crazy being at home for 2 days.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely a weird thing, but it is nice to have sports back. And actually, I don't mind. I mean, in baseball, they've been piping in crowd sound as well. So there's still like the chatter, if you will, in the background that you get from baseball, which is a little different. I don't know if in basketball, if they're playing. In basketball, they play music while they play. You know, there's it's just different.
Well, in Sydney, we've actually got, because it's not as bad, we've actually got fans back at like Aussie Rules and Rugby League and the soccer here in our leagues. I think it's at 25% stadium capacity, and even if you're a member of the clubs, you don't sit in your normal seat. They will like spread everyone out, and then there's like the security at the ground and stuff, sort of make sure people adhere to the social distancing during the game. So if anyone sort of like sits too close to people they don't actually know or something, like they'll get told off or whatever. But 25% capacity, like that still means, like, say the season ticket holders, which are like, you know, which bring in the money for the clubs and keep the clubs going, because like I've got like Sydney FC, the soccer team here, like I'm a member of them, and Sydney Swans, the Aussie Rules team, I'm also a member of them. And during quarantine, when they weren't playing any games at all, I was still paying membership fees, and I think a lot of loyal fans were still okay to do that, because at the end of the day, it's supporting the club and making sure the club survives. Because with a lot of these clubs, when you break it all down and the metrics and the numerics of it, they rely on like the TV revenue and the gate and like fans buying merchandise and all that sort of stuff. And so they need that to sort of tick over to stay afloat, really.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen that with some rock climbing gyms here where people are just like, just keep charging me because I want you guys to stay open. So when you when you can open, we're happy to come back, you know?
We do have a breaking news update here that the chicken cam has gone offline. Shane has taken his chickens and let them graze in peace this morning. So I don't know, maybe we can get somebody else. Does somebody else have any sort of like chicken or, you know, animal action that we can throw on the feed? I think that'd be fantastic. I mean, you know, I'm totally cool with, you know, just watching Jake and Hector duke it out and Buck come in, but a little bit more, you know, variety on the feed is always fun.
Jamil, just throw up the runs that we do for the Insomniac series.
I'll just put those on. We could watch paint dry or something.
Actually,
like the floor video the other day. That was fun watching paint dry.
Damn, that was a fast mile, Jake.
Yeah, Jake has been very steady in the you know, sub 9 minute mile realm for the entire event for
What's up, man?
150.
What's up, Noah? How you been?
Good. Nice job, dude.
Thanks.
Way too long since we've seen you, Noah.
I know.
Seriously, it's been a long time. How are you?
Good.
Still cranking miles. That's awesome to see.
You know we both are.
Is it? It's probably hot in your garage there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like 95, I think, outside, and it's muggy and just steamy in here.
That's what I figured. Yeah, it's probably not really that great in there.
Yeah.
Have you got a fan on or anything like that, Jake?
What's that?
Have you got like any kind of cooling system going, like a fan or anything like that?
My wife makes these ice bandanas, so I've been throwing that on.
Now, Jake, did you start running outside? I thought I saw you were running outside at one point.
Yeah, I did the first 3 hours till the sun really got up, and then switched to the treadmill for I think 6 hours, and then it cooled down a little bit, so I did a few laps outside. And we had a fire in the town over from us, so the smoke and the ash was starting to fall, and it was just too strong to run out there anymore. And
wow,
it's not too bad right now, but I just figured I'd just finish it off on the treadmill.
Yeah, good deal. Hector's inside in the nice AC wherever he's at.
Jealous.
He's in a garage also, just like looking towards the back wall. Yeah.
Okay. It looks like Buck's got some possibly cloudy up there in Flagstaff right now. I can't tell.
It was blue skies earlier, but yeah, it looks like it might be overcast.
Getting a little. That's the breaking news. We got clouds in Arizona. Actually, we have 0 clouds here, but maybe in Flagstaff.
Yeah, Phoenix is nothing today.
We got rain. Was it last night it rained or 2 nights ago? We got a little bit.
Yeah, 2 nights ago.
So, Jake, are you eating on the treadmill or in between or?
Just in between, yeah.
Yeah. You're trying to keep it under 10-minute miles. Is that consistent?
Yeah, I've been like starting it out with a little short walk, and then bumping it up to what is it, 7 miles per hour? Which is, I guess, 8:34 pace.
Okay.
So I feel pretty comfortable right now.
Nice. That's great. Good deal.
200 question mark, Jake?
What's that?
200 question mark?
That's awesome. Did Chris leave?
Looks like it. Two minutes.
Let's see. So what time is it there in Australia right now?
Just gonna be. It's 5:43 a.m. on Monday morning.
Right. So you've been up all night?
I had a sleep, notoriously on stream. So apparently there was a gem sleep cam. I actually asked the guys, I'm like, I wasn't snoring, was I? Because like I have been known to. So
didn't mute the. But you started the run, right?
Yeah. So basically, with me and my running, like during COVID, like, because I work at a supermarket chain warehouse, so we've been really, really busy. So I've just been trying to like keep like a base fitness. So my mileage has been down. I've probably been running about like consistently about 50 Ks a week. And so my mileage is way down. Like normally I'll probably run but anywhere between 80 and 110.
Wow.
But
30
like,
seconds.
But yeah, I'll just let the countdown happen.
Yeah.
I'll just let the countdown happen and I'll go on.
Yeah. Everybody up there? 20 seconds. All right. These guys are beasts.
10.
We
5,
go.
4, 3, 2, 1, go.
There you go, gentlemen.
Yeah,
Have at
so
it.
with my race, I like just with the last man standing format, I just thought like I knew my body wasn't sort of in tune or up for a big race, but I guess just like head and heart was very hopeful that my body would just stick it out. And I think like past the marathon, like 45, 46K, I was just like ticking off really good paces. I was hitting under nines, like 9.5 minute miles, and like really consistently coming in good time. And then my right groin started to sort of play up a little bit, and then that sort of meant I was sort of favoring my left, and then my left started to sort of play up, and yeah, it was one of those things where I could see an injury coming on if I kept going. Like I just knew it wasn't one of those things that was too smart to push through. Like if it was something that I could actually push through, and like I wouldn't like say cop an injury over, but like I think because of just the lack of mileage, the body wasn't conditioned to go too far today, and yeah, I would have just been putting myself at.
Like if you had signed up for a 50 miler, would you have kept going 50 miles?
It's still a way to go though, isn't it? Like, I mean,
yeah, it is.
It's still a bit to push through, but yeah, possibly.
You know, like
wouldn't have been pretty, but like 50 miles, like at least like if you keep pushing for it a little bit, like the end is near kind of thing. Like you can kind of see it. But like honestly speaking, and this is not like I know like it looks kind of shitty to say this now, like in hindsight, like, but I mentally was like, you're going 3 days, like you're just gonna keep going. But then my body was just like, dude, like, not today. Like
yeah, that's what I mean. The difference is like when you know you're going 50 miles, it's like, okay, I can see the end. Where this, it's like You wouldn't even have been halfway if you had gone 50 miles, you know? It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, just with like the race sort of being announced at the start of July, and just with like I said, I'm in the food service industry, so we've just been so busy. And here's the kicker. I on Monday I woke up feeling really sick, like I was really crook and ill, and I had a teleconference with my doctor, because if you have flu and cold and flu symptoms, you can't actually go and see the doctor. So I had a teleconference with my doctor, and he's like, look, it's probably just a really bad virus, but just you need to go and get a COVID check. And when you go and get a COVID check, you got to let your work know. And so basically I was waiting on the results, and you got to self-isolate. I wasn't running at all. I didn't run at all this week until this race. So I was sort of went into a bit cold, and yeah, I just probably it's like Thursday, Friday, I was sort of starting to come out of it. But by that stage, like I felt really zapped from just being sick for 5 days.
Yeah.
So it wasn't ideal, but like I think in this kind of race, like you just like effort, like you just like, I'm just going to give it a go anyway, like, you know. And
yeah, I
the,
mean, might as
the
well.
format lends itself to possibly having a good day. Like you could push through something like just with like the format of like 1 mile every 15 minutes, you just sort of like coach your brain to go through it. But then there are times where you know, your body just doesn't
body
sort of hold
wins.
up with what your ideals are for going through mentally and with your heart. Like you might have the heart and the brain, but your body's not there that day, and definitely wasn't for me. So
And were you outdoors or on a treadmill?
Yeah, I was outdoors and running through pretty like at times hard rain. I had the option to switch to a treadmill, and before dropping, I actually was like, obviously the treadmill's a slightly abbreviated action, so it could have helped continue, and definitely less pounding than pavement. So like maybe I could have continued. I just feel I was just having one of those days where once the injury sort of starts to set in, and I think like every other little thing that was happening was sort of growing in my mind. I was just making bigger negatives out of really small things. So you start to quit in your minds, you know what I mean? And but yeah, I think I sort of like quit like maybe 3 miles before I actually did.
So what time of day did you quit? Was it like the afternoon?
So I started 1 a.m.
That's what I thought,
It was 1 a.m. over here when I started, and I think it was about 9 a.m. ish. It was about 8 hours or 7-8 hours, something like that.
Oh, that's right, because you're 4 miles an hour. Yeah, so about
Yeah.
Chris, did you
54K?
Can you hear me, Chris? Did you consider doing this?
Hell no.
Well, you put a ton of miles in, and if you can do a 12-minute mile hiking / running.
Yeah, I thought about it. I mean, I've done, my mileage this year is put to shame everything I've ever done previously. But I mean, a lot of my mileage is, especially since the Cocodona announcement, I've been actually trying to keep things between the 15 to 17 minute range, because I feel that for a 250 mile race, I'm probably going to be spending, well over half the race in that range in terms of my movement speed. So
yeah, true.
I mean, I occasionally go out and quote step it up to a 11-12 minute mile pace, but I've really put no effort into my speed at by any stretch of the imagination.
Right. I mean,
I don't have any Wednesday night trail runs to lead, so I don't have to keep my speed honest right now.
I know, that's a bummer not having that. That was at least a guarantee run every week for me.
Absolutely. Yeah, Jem, for since you're not in the area, Noah and Jamil and I conduct a weekly trail run here when we're not locked down under quarantine, and we would have anywhere from 40 to 100 people on a typical week.
Geez,
We would
that's
have
a good run.
Yeah, it was a huge success. I mean, obviously when things get back to normal, we'll resume them, but we would have, multiple groups, 2, sometimes 3 groups, and we would hit a lot of the trails in the Phoenix area. We're very fortunate to have a lot of great trail running here in the Phoenix Valley. So
yeah, I've seen a lot of the video footage of events you guys put on, and oh man, there's some spectacular. Like, I'm really looking forward to anything you guys sort of put up media wise over like Cocodona. Like that, I think that's going to be as Jamil's put out, like the with the promo video, like there's just, it showcases a bunch of great trails, not just one. So I think that event's got so much potential, because there's some pretty crazy people out there that want to do such events, and there's I think maybe like 3 or 4 years ago there wasn't such a big push for events that big, but I think that's the way it's going now. Like, I think it's becoming like 100 mile has become quite normal now, and I think these 200 mile events are starting to become a little bit normal as well, or 200 plus I should say, and it's great. It's great because it's also like, it's not just a race when you're racing 200 miles. It's like this transcending like kind of experience, I'd say it would. I mean, I'm not having done one, but I can only imagine, like with the beautiful scenery and everything you come across, and the people that you're running with, and the towns that you're crossing through as well, and the communities that are out there supporting and cheering on runners. Like, it all makes for those events, like there's so many things that moving pieces that come together to put together such an awesome feeling for an event, and people wanting to do events and come back year after year. And I think Cocodona not having run an event yet, and just the hype around it is it's like a little bit, was it like 10 months out now, something like that? So,
probably, yeah. Next May.
There's so much hype, and like for an event that has never been run and almost a year out, so like it's incredible. Like, and you can only imagine what the hype's going to be after one year like that, and like people wanting to come back the following year. And yeah, it's going to be great. I'm really looking forward to it, just from someone. I was actually considering it, but there's a lot of uncertainty over international travel, and when we can actually make things like that possible. So for someone like me from across the world, planning such an event would be, there's a few more hurdles involved. So at the moment.
All right,
so far away.
We just had Buck hit the counter at loop 116. So all 3 runners remaining have made it in. Jake Jackson, Hector Rodriguez, and Buck Blankenship. Still throwing down impressive miles at this point. Jake Jackson ran an 8:53 last loop, Hector Rodriguez a 10:04, and Buck Blankenship an 11:10, 116 miles into the race. Let's see. Yeah, Elizabeth was asking a question regarding logistics on this. Are the runners, quote, clicking something to show they completed the mile? Yeah, I have not actually seen that side of the platform, but perhaps Jamil can speak to that.
Yes. I'm just kidding. Yeah, we have It's live.airviberunning.com. You can see the results there. There's like a participant login, and they basically come back. They hit one button that says they're in, and that gives us their lap time. So yeah, as long as the first thing they do when they finish their mile is hit that lap completed, then we have an accurate lap time for them. And that's how we're keeping track. So yeah, it's a bit on the honor system for that part. But yeah, we are asking for proof of the runs as well. So
yeah, Hector has been actually taking a quick photo of all of his loops on the all of his laps on the treadmill, and plus we're literally watching him do it. So
I mean, all of Jake's is on Strava. Even his treadmill runs, he's doing them in like several hour blocks, so you can see his stuff right there. And then Buck, I think, is doing his on. He must be doing it on a continuous one because his isn't up yet. But you can see his 1 mile loop is on his Strava. He ran it like a few days ago or a week ago or something.
Hector only started doing that though because after about mile 70, when his watch sort of started to quote unquote like just shit itself, it just yeah, wasn't working for some reason.
Gotcha.
It was trying to update, and if it's a Garmin, it's not going to. So
yeah,
it's still down. I checked about like 10 minutes ago.
What about bathroom breaks? Well, those have to be done within the 15 minutes. So you have to kind of plan that out. And for these guys, most of them have 5 minutes, 6 minutes to get those kind of things done.
As Jax knows, Jax was the last female competitor standing. You have to fit them in that 15 minutes. Oh, she had a porta potty close by. See, that's how you've got to prepare for an event like this. Some of the runners are running from home, obviously, and they just got to make a beeline for the bathroom because all you've got is 15 minutes.
What she ran through was impressive, though. Conditions-wise.
We're down to about 15 seconds.
10.
Three, 2, 1, go. And they're all heading out. Buck actually down the road, and Hector and Jake, as you can see, just starting their treadmills. We did have a couple of questions. Somebody had asked Jamil about do you have any food recommendations for Chamonix? And actually, I think that Noah would be equally qualified to answer that as well, because you just ran UTMB last year too. So
it's a great Indian food place. You'll find it.
How about you, Noah? What were your food experiences in Chamonix like last year when you ran UTMB?
Good. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember. We went to a couple Italian places, actually, I think. We got pizza, and we did go to that Indian place the night before, I think, my race, and I was afraid to try half the stuff because I was like, that's the last thing I need is having issues going into that. But that was really good, and that's right on the main drag place he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm excited to eventually run one of the events at UTMB. I did register for OCC last year, did not get picked in the lottery. I plan on continually trying to jump into that one until I actually get in. Let's see, Andrew Pavey, missing the Monday and Wednesday group runs. The return of these will be a highlight of getting back to some sort of normal. Andrew, I am in 100% agreement. And as I organize the Wednesday night runs here in Phoenix for the Aravipa group trail run group. You can find us on Facebook under Aravipa group trail run if you're not a member. I can't wait to get back to the normalcy of actually having group runs. And every week or so, somebody will ask me if there's any sort of changes in policy or rules or law. People will ask, okay, when are we starting group runs again? And trust me, the only thing I can say is as soon as we feel comfortable as a group to start them. And you know, when people ask me, you know, I try and encourage them, hey, we're not telling people not to go and run trails. And if you want to go and run trails with a friend or a few friends, that's your business. I've not run trails exclusively by myself the entire time. I've actually run with friends on a few occasions. It's been on a very socially distanced, you know, attempting to be as responsible as possible kind of setup, but don't let this situation be what keeps you from the trails. I mean, get out and enjoy them. If anything, get out and enjoy them more, because in most cases, when you're doing the trails, you're actually serving to be socially distanced. At least that's been my experience when I head out in the middle of nowhere. So. Let's see. Thomas asked, Buck was walking this one in. Any thoughts? I don't really. I until they're out, I consider everybody to be going pretty strong, and partially because there's a bit of a, you know, poker face and gamesmanship, as Jamil and Tony had mentioned when they went head to head across the years. They mentioned that yesterday. I actually got a message that Tony might actually hop on a little bit later if they're still going in quite a few hours. I expect them to still be going, but maybe he and Jamil can kind of go over what, you know, was going through their minds as the first last person standing event that Aravaipa conducted drew to a close. Looks like we might have lost Buck's feed here. Maybe we'll hear from, or maybe they'll get that reset. Oh, there it is. They got back on the feed. Andrew Pavey, potty breaks include a tennis ball tube. Long story. Yes, one of our competitors was repurposing tennis ball tubes to make sure that he did not miss his deadlines to get back to the starting corral. Sam says, hi, Jax. Congratulations on a nice run. I see Jax has dialed in to hang out. How are you doing, Jax?
Good, doing really good.
Good. For those that were not, for those that were not tuned in yesterday, Jax was the last female competitor standing and finished, I want to say, in like 6th or 7th place overall. Did an excellent job fighting the elements, and hopefully you got yourself a good night's sleep, a little bit cleaned up, and are feeling a little bit better this morning.
Yeah, a little bit better. I threw up twice.
One more time,
including in the but finally got food just now. We had burger and tater tots. I always want like burger and fries after, so feeling a lot better.
Nice. How many hours of sleep did you get? Did you get a full night's sleep, or
sleep until like a long way after?
Yeah. We'll finally pass around like 3, and then but now we
Jax, you're breaking up there. Didn't catch exactly what you said.
Oh, we went to bed around like 2:30 or 3. And then I guess Bossett was saying I made a bunch of old lady noises while I was sleeping. And woke up around like 10 and feeling good now, walking around.
Good.
Yeah.
So you didn't have
These
any
guys
issues?
are crushing it.
Yeah, they're doing a fantastic job. They're all still coming in the case of Jake and Hector, they tend to be coming in the, well, actually, you know, Jake is running at about a 9-minute clip. Hector is at about a 10, and Buck is at about an 11.
That's
and
awesome.
like clockwork, they're still going.
Going strong. I saw all
Absolutely.
four got through, like, was it like 72 miles to 105 or something?
Yeah. The last competitor to call it a night before 100 was Nathan Wren from Flagstaff, and he got I want to say 69 or 70 miles in, and then everybody else stuck around until the 100 mark. And
Wow.
after 101, Jace Hensley out of Ashland, Oregon, decided to tap out at that point. And ever since mile 101, we've had Jake, Hector, and Buck throwing down
Well,
mile after mile.
oh my gosh.
Yeah,
So solid.
Yeah, they're looking fantastic. So what's on your slate for the recovery day after having, covered, 66, 67 miles yourself?
I think eating a lot, drinking some beer, trying to go for some walks to just shake everything out. So hopefully I can start running again tomorrow.
For sure. And you've got some exploration ahead of you. You're in Breckenridge right now, Breckenridge,
Yep.
Colorado?
Yeah. The rain, I think it's supposed to rain again today, so it's a good rest day. And then
And then what? I'm sorry?
and then start pushing peaks again.
Well, as we mentioned last night, you've definitely got a lot of peaks to choose from in that area. So you're going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah, super fun.
And we've reached that point in the 15-minute rotation where Jake has finished his loop, and Hector tends to run and then kind of walk it in. I don't know exactly what percentage of it he walks it in, but looking as comfortable as he does every loop. And that means that sometime in the next 20 to 30 seconds, we'll start to see Buck appear in the background of his feed as well. So Matthias noted that Buck is running against a storm. I did not realize that there was inclement weather heading into Flagstaff, but take a look at my phone here.
Yeah, it does look like they just put up like a rain thing there. It was like a clear wall getting ready.
If you look at the tree behind, it's starting to move a bit, so there's a bit of wind picking up.
Yeah. Looks like there's about a 50% chance of rain in Flag today. So, and of course, that's something that tends to happen there fairly regularly, is in mid-afternoon rain or storm. So,
judging by the wind, it's going to be like that sideways rain that's really annoying to
totally
run through.
Yeah, I wonder if Buck's got a contingency plan in terms of a treadmill or something like that. If he were to have to switch over, if not, he'd be at the mercy of the elements, throwing down, miles in the midst of a storm. I do see Buck actually coming into the view. He actually just stopped running and decided to walk it in the rest of the way. He's obviously got plenty of time. We are at the 11-minute mark, or just past the 11-minute mark, here on loop 117 of Aravaipa's Lone Mountain event.
They're all so consistent. It's crazy.
Very, yeah. Anybody that wants to check out how consistent they are actually can check it live.aravaiparunning.com. The results, the lap by lap results, are available for everybody to review, and you can see exactly what we mean when we say that all three of these runners have been amazingly consistent through the entirety of this race. Andrew says the contingency plan DNF. It's entirely possible, although I don't think that these guys have the letters DNF in their vocabulary at this point. I don't think that they can even fathom. AZ Park Ranger, aka Ranger Amy, asked how many people started this event. We had 83 to start with yesterday at 8 a.m. and it steadily winnowed down to about 4 between 8 a.m. and just after midnight, and then we were holding strong on 4 for several hours. And then once we got to the 100-mile mark, 101-mile mark, one of the four, Jace Hensley, stepped away, and now we are left with 3 people that have been going now, the 3 of them, for an additional 17 miles, which puts them ready to start loop 118 in just over 2 minutes. And you can see Hector hanging out with his crew. Hector, for those that missed it, Hector actually underwent an equipment change, a pit stop, as it were, where his crew came in and brought another treadmill in at 2:30 in the morning. So impressive.
What?
Yeah. Oh, you didn't catch that.
It was like a Formula One pit crew.
Wild.
Yeah. We'll talk about that after the jump here, but yeah, we're just hanging out watching at 2:30 a.m. We didn't expect to see anything of note, and then all of a sudden, Hector walks over to the camera, which he's been kind of doing his own thing and just letting us observe, and he tells the camera, he goes, "I've got treadmill issues. I'm going to go run." And we're like, "Okay, yeah, go out and go and do your loop out and have fun." And while he's gone, all of a sudden, his brother, I believe, just wheels in a whole new treadmill.
That's awesome.
It was pretty great. 50 seconds.
Here's a live photo of his pit crew.
A ton of people. Yeah, it did look like something out of a Formula One or a NASCAR race.
Yeah. It's what it looked like, honestly, because they were just like, it was so preempted and just like bang, ready to go.
Yeah, this is definitely a group effort on everybody's part to some degree. 20 seconds.
Everybody ready?
About 10 seconds to go here. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Loop 118 starting now.
So cool.
So Noah, you've been heading out all over the country this summer. For those that aren't familiar, Noah is one of the race directors for AeroViper Running and the co-creator of the Mogollon Monster 100, one of the big 100 milers here in Arizona, and a Hard Rock 100 qualifier. So obviously you went across the country this summer and did some exploring. You want to expand upon that?
Yeah, we went. My brother lives in Maine. He lives in Acadia, Bar Harbor, Maine. So once we kind of realized our June races weren't going to happen, and we kind of saw that as a chance, like, hey, we can go stay with my brother. So we went and drove rather quickly across the country since everything's closed, and we didn't really want to be bombing around out in different cities and stuff. So we went pretty much straight to Maine. I stopped in Vermont for a couple of days where I'm from and spent a couple of days with family, but and then we spent about 3 weeks in Maine. So we were just running in Acadia National Park, and we did some ton of miles there, and yeah, it was pretty awesome. Then we drove straight back to Silverton after that and worked the races there.
So you covered a lot. I'm sure you covered ample miles out on the East Coast there, up in Maine, and you've covered countless miles here out in the western part of the United States. For those that might not be familiar with running across the country, what are the main differences, do you think, when it comes to trail running, out east versus west here, at least, your first impressions?
So it's kind of funny because in 2017, my brother, he was living out in Arizona too. That's how I ended up here. And he took a job in Maine because he's in the hotel industry. So he's the GM of the Bar Harbor Inn. But at that time in the winter, we had decided we were going to run the Mogollon Monster together. Since we started, we're like, hey, AeroViper is running it. I think I just started working for AeroViper. And we're like, hey, it'd be cool if we can run it together, So when he moved, we were like, oh, you're screwed. There's no elevation. Like, how are you going to you know, climb when you're living at sea level and blah, blah, blah. And then we went there, and it's kind of unbelievable. The terrain there is super rugged, like the most technical terrain around, really. I mean, it's just, if it's not so rooty that you don't even think there's a trail there, you're just climbing on limestone rock slabs or steps that they built into there because there's so much erosion because the mountains are so steep. So like the highest peak is only 1,500 feet on the whole island. But it's like you climb and climb and climb. Like we did that long run across the whole island. It was like, I don't know, ended up being like 68 miles, but it was almost 17,000 feet of vert. Like you climb a ton. So I was surprised how rugged it is. And it's incredibly pretty because it's all pine trees, and the pine trees go right to the ocean. So it's rocky and there's islands. And I mean, it was really pretty. There's, and then there's some areas that aren't super technical, but even there, you still like, you can't look up much because roots. It's like our rocks here are similar to their roots there, you know? So you don't get a lot of breaks. The nice thing there with the roots is the ground is like, you know, almost like a mattress in ways, because it's like there's so many pine needles and leaves that you sink in. Where here it's like you have the rocks and then you don't sink in because the ground's hard as hell. So it's like, I think that's the big difference between there and here, at least in Maine, where we were.
Yeah, when you take a fall here in Arizona, when you're running on the trails, because they are so rocky, when you fall, you tend to leave a little bit of yourself behind on the trail. So
yeah,
but
yeah, it was cool
yeah.
though.
No, it was great to, you know, I hadn't seen you in several months when we caught up in Silverton during the Silverton Alpine and Kendall Mountain Run events that Aravaipa puts on. So it's
yeah,
good
that was great to go. Yeah.
Yeah, you were just wrapping up your cross country adventure, the Griswold style, taking the family and kids to all the way literally across country. How many miles did you cover over the course of your road trip?
Yeah, when we got home, it was 71, almost. It was like 7,150 miles.
Jeez, that's a lot.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. Yeah, pretty lucky to be able to do that. It was cool.
Yeah, for sure. And as I mentioned when we were having breakfast, it's something that your kids are gonna remember for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
Ranger Amy mentioning the humidity in New England versus Arizona. How humid was it out there when you were running?
That's true. I didn't even mention that, Amy. That's crazy. Yeah, when we were going into that really long run on the end of June, I was like, well, it was supposed to be like 75 for them in Bar Harbor. Is like everybody's complaining because it's hot there, which is funny because, it's just different here where 75, everybody's outside, But anyway, the humidity was real bad. I was sweating. I couldn't get my heart rate down, and it was kind of crazy. So it took hours until the sun, because we started at noon so that we could finish at noon. And so it was, the heat of the day, super humid, and we just sweat all day long. So it was good. It was definitely different considering it was only 65, 70 degrees.
And your brother's been out there about 3-4 years, so he's actually had a chance to acclimate although he's originally from the East Coast and came out here and then headed back. So he reacclimated, as it were.
Yeah, definitely. He's more used to the humidity. And they, it's cool. Because there's so much water in the park, and because it's a national park, there's, bathrooms and water fountains and stuff. So they never run with a pack. Whenever they have to run with a pack, they complain because it's like, this stinks. Like you can run anywhere with just a water bottle and fill up. So, that makes a difference too when you don't have a pack on your back, kind of blocking the sweat from coming out and stuff. So, but it was cool. Yeah, it was. Really. Go ahead.
That's a foreign concept to me because, having run here in the Valley, I don't like to go more than, 5 or 6 miles during the summer, without having a pack with me. I mean, there's just, you know, especially if I'm trail running. If I'm running on the road, yeah, I might go without a pack. I might run with a small handheld, but you know, if I'm doing some trail running out here in the valley, and you know, it's going to be 105, 110, even if I'm only doing 3 to 5 miles, I still want to have that pack with me.
Yeah, and they definitely don't. They 1 or 2 water bottles maybe, and which is also great because then when you run with your dog, when we took our dogs a few times, it's like there's water creeks everywhere where they could jump in the ocean if you get down there, because there's even trails that run across one of their beaches, which is really cool. So it's just different. Yeah, it's like you forget what it's like running where there's water everywhere.
Yeah, there's not a lot of water to jump into here in Arizona. And even in the races and events where there is water, we kind of will dunk our heads in streams in those few occasions. And then some people will be like, really?
Yeah, and you can't rely on it for like drinking water. Like we would drink out of the little creeks in Maine, which I know people say you shouldn't, but we would fill up when we needed to and stuff. But it's an amazing place. It really is. Like I never would have probably ever taken the time to go all the way to Acadia had he not gone there. And it's pretty incredible terrain. It's a beautiful, beautiful place.
Well, I'm glad you had a great time. And as I mentioned, it's the kind of thing that your family is going to cherish for their entire lives. We're just past the 8.5-minute mark, which means I would expect that Jake Jackson is going to be finishing his loop here fairly quickly. Hector's still moving along fairly well. Buck Blankenship it tends to come in about 45 seconds or so behind the other two. Yeah, Jake just stepped off, having completed loop 118.
Yeah, there goes Hector starting to walk.
Yeah, Hector.
Nice job, Jake.
Hector kind of, chills and walks it in over the last portion of his miles. So, and everybody seems to have a different approach. Like, from the looks of things, Jake is willing to, push right through to the, to the 1 mile mark, and then, pretty much stops it right there. Yeah. Whereas Hector and Buck seem to be angling towards, kind of downshifting, so to speak, at the very end of their runs.
It's sort of like they're working their recovery in before they end.
For sure. Checking the feed really quick.
Yeah, I thought I saw him, but maybe not.
Andre said the East Coast, in reference to East versus West Coast trail running, East Coast bruises and punctures, West scrapes and breaks. I think that's a fair assessment. Although you fall in a cactus, you get plenty of punctures here too. So
I'd love to go running in the Pacific Northwest one time as well. Like I feel like they've got some really good sort of trails up in like Seattle and Portland and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
You've run out there, Noah?
I have, yeah. I've run. I did the last 48 miles of the Cascade Crest 100, Jeremy's first 100 up there. So we ran in Eastern up there, and I've done some hiking in the Olympia National Park, and that is a pretty incredible place. Yeah.
Nice. Let's see.
You back?
Jax is back. Seems to be recovering nicely, kicking back. It's actually good to see her without a poncho on and sitting down in a more relaxed area.
Yeah.
How are your legs feeling?
Legs are good. Yeah,
good.
they feel a lot better than I thought they were going to.
Good.
Now, Jax.
Go ahead, Noah.
I was going to say, I missed it, but did you run the entire time outside, Jax?
I did. Yeah, I picked like 4 different loops from the Frisco Kayak overnight parking lot, just so that it could be away from Main Street and Breckenridge. And yeah, it was just awful rainstorms all day. And one rainstorm went from like probably 5 p.m. until 11:30.
Really?
So it was hard. Like around 50 laps, I just was really like mentally it was getting to me because it was just like so much rain on the ground and my feet were gnarly when I took my socks off. They were disgusting.
Were you like, did your rain jacket hold up? Were you able to, or did you have to like switch out rain jackets?
I had mine on and it was doing fine, but my hands were freezing. So I actually took my fiance's and put so that I could have the sleeves over my hands. And then that way gloves would just get wet. So that helped out a lot to just stay warmer.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Great job crewing in a car, by the way. Like,
we were crewing it basically because our camp setup went away. I would just jump in the front seat, heaters on, go again.
well, you look a lot better now, like just, having slept and showered and stuff. Like, you look so refreshed. You can see it in your face.
Fresh.
Yeah,
It's
I think
all noon to finally shower. I was like,
yeah.
"Oh."
I think it would have taken a bit of a toll just mentally and physically, like just being exhausted from pushing through probably the worst conditions that anyone had to face out of the runners running outside. And like I was a bit fortunate because when I DNF'd, weather got even worse, so I didn't actually have to push through that. I would have been doing what you were doing. And I remember coming in and then I think it was like 45 minutes later, the rain really started to rip down and I was just like, am I glad I'm done?
Best is when you get back from a run and then the sky rips. You're just like, woo!
Yeah. It's like, I got it in. I got the run in. It's like, it's oftentimes it's happened like with a Sunday long run for me. I come in and, the heavens open and it's like, good thing I got that done early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I DNF'd at the perfect time.
We've got about 45 seconds here before loop 119 starts. So sorry, just wanted to.
And Jack, what's the elevation in Breckenridge?
Almost 10,000 feet.
Oh my.
That's a factor.
Yeah. And because of that, I just right from the get-go, I was like, I'm staying in zone 1 heart rate. So what big strategy I had was just try to run effortless miles where you're not even breathing, so because I knew that if I went out too hard, I'd be toast. And so it was a huge thing
10
was
seconds.
My cardiovascular system, to just know if I
5,
goal
4,
I could sustain.
3, 2, 1. Loop 119 is underway. Sorry about that.
You actually managed to stay in zone 1, looking back at you.
Yeah, it was actually interesting. My heart rate, through lap 5 through 8, started to go up into 140, and then it just went back to 128 to 130 the whole time. And so then that way I knew I was I can go for, I knew my body could just hang at that, effort.
Hey, look, so, elevation and weather and everything you push through, that's so impressive.
Yeah.
It made it hard for laps where I had to go to the bathroom. I was 5 So when I was drinking a lot to start, I was peeing a lot. So it was every 4 laps, it was running to the toilet. And I'm and then you have 3 minutes, And so it was hard to get it all in.
You're running one.
Oh, it's hailing right now.
Hailing.
Glad I'm not out there.
Yeah. Let's see. Heading over to the feed. Let's take a look. Okay. B Night Wolves. What would you guys say is the biggest factor to running performance when it comes to weather conditions? I don't know if
good rain jacket.
Oh, absolutely. The right equipment is definitely key.
Huge difference.
Yeah, if you've
weight
got
starts to become an issue.
What, Ken?
Weight starts to become an issue. I found that today. I started with a fairly light shoe in the Asics Nova Blast, and by the time I ran about 30 miles in it, they were really, really heavy. And it's
rain wall are really good.
My socks were soaked and my shoes were soaked. My shirt was soaked, so I had to change shirts. And then, but it was it didn't really matter because like 10 minutes later, the new singlet I put on was soaked as well. So it was just like, yeah, weight becomes an issue. So if you can run in, I think Noah just touched on it, a good rain jacket. Obviously keeping the elements out and sort of keeping that weight down, because weight really starts to become an issue as you fatigue, and it actually becomes a factor in the fatigue process. So if you can sort of, yeah, it's just 1%ers really. Like you know, like those little things do play a part in such a long event, and they play a part as much physically in fatigue as they do sort of mentally playing on your mind as well.
Yeah, Arc'teryx makes a really, really good, super lightweight jacket. That's what I was using out there, and it never went through.
They make some good stuff.
All
Makes
right.
such a difference.
Elizabeth, humidity, but I am no way in the class with the rest of the gang on here, but I live in Florida, and today's 10 miler at 5:30 a.m. was 89 degrees with 89 degrees real feel, 81 degrees, 95% humidity. Yeah, you know, that's not something we tend to have to deal with out here in Arizona. We do have to deal with the raw heat and the heat index, but the humidity generally doesn't factor in.
Yeah, here in Sydney, it's only just dipped below 90 for the first time in like 24 hours. So, generally, when it tends to rain, we get a lot of, like, we are in winter, but when it rains, it gets quite sort of sticky and humid. So it's at 85 right now, but like when I was running, it did not dip below 90, and at one point it was 100. So whilst I didn't have heat to run through, I had humidity, but I don't think the humidity affected me. Like I would have pushed through that. It was like I said, I just wasn't conditioned to run what I wanted to today, and that was the factor. But yeah, humidity, I actually got quite used to it. It wasn't that uncomfortable because of just the temperature being low. I feel like if it was a high temp, high humidity, like that combination would really suck. And I think that's what some of the Arizona runners in this field were sort of battling earlier on in the stream in the race. But yeah, I sort of had my own elements, and as Jax was saying as well, she had to sort of fight through the rain as I did, and that was just a different beast on its own. But yeah, it's one of the interesting things though. Like, you know, different people are running different routes, different parts of the world and terrain and weather and elements, and it all makes for a really, really interesting race when you sort of put it all in the blender. So it's coming out good, and these three left definitely push through the worst and the best of it. So kudos.
Looks like they're preparing for inclement weather up at Buck Blankenship headquarters. As you can see, his coach Rob Carr is preparing for something, throwing up some sidewalls to their canopy, moving things around. So looks like things might be getting a little bit trickier for Buck here at this point in the race. Not sure exactly if it's going to be a long factor, but it's definitely going to have some effect in what he's doing for the time being, if it does get to be rainy up in Flagstaff. Let's see. Tefore says, I came back to say these people still going are beasts. Keep it up. Yeah, they are. That's Tyler. Absolutely. They're all beasts. All three of them are looking fantastic. Sean Cullen, any advice on hydration during long runs? Always seem to mess mine up and don't drink enough. Any hints, tips to help a novice? Hopefully first time ultra runner in October. Sean from Wales. You know, everybody is going to have what works for them, and everybody is going to have some formula for how they succeed. My belief is trial and error. Figure out what works for you. I mean, I carry an unbelievably excess amount of water most runs. I generally have more than half of my water remaining when I'm done with a shorter run. I walk into aid stations with over 50%. Now I'm a larger, heavier runner, so I try and err on the side of caution. But it's one of those things, Sean, that I mean, just experiment in a safe manner, with what works for you in your area. If you're able to go out and, maybe do some loops and push a little bit further as you go, maybe you can find your sweet spot when it comes to how much water you need to carry, how much you need to intake. And if you keep it, on a closed, smaller loop or format for yourself, you won't find yourself in a pinch, because the worst situation would be that you enter a difficult race and you find yourself with not enough supplies in that regard. So definitely try different things. Try carrying less, try carrying more, kind of track your intake, maybe push it a little bit, but just see what works for you. And that's one of the things that I, whenever anybody asks, for advice, not necessarily of me specifically, but when somebody will post something on a forum asking for advice, whether it be anything from equipment to paces to styles, I always tell everybody, do what works for you, because there'll be times, you look at some of the greatest runners in the world, and one of the things that people look at is form and composure. And you look at Hector and you look at Jake, and they're both having what I would consider to be an amazing day, both of them, and looking fantastic. They look so under control, and so in line. There looks to be very little wasted motion. Now, there are also runners that are of a world-class level that when you watch them run, they definitely don't look as, I guess, compact or composed as these two do, and they're setting world records. So it really comes down to what works for you in terms of trying to find the fix. I noticed that Rob is Rob putting up that other wall. We won't actually be able to see Buck come in until he's in. That would be unfortunate. I kind of like watching him run down the street heading towards the camera.
I think just to tie into that, the nutrition debate, like I've been a victim of this in the past as well. A lot of people don't train their nutrition side of things. So like they obviously have a nutrition plan for races, but they don't actually put that into practice in training. And I think, yeah, like as you said, like it's good to sort of like find the formula that works in training to then sort of like be able to perfect it before race day and not have that question mark of, is this gel going to feel good after such and such miles, and is my stomach going to hold up, or and that's like just the same way you train your body to sort of like get fitter and handle the miles and the pounding and whatever else. Like I think you got to train your stomach and everything to be able to deal with it as well. Like it's as much a factor as anything. Like it can be something that can bring about your downfall in a race when physically you might be feeling okay, but your stomach might be just sort of playing up, and it can ruin your race.
Absolutely. Let's see. A couple of runners. Jax mentioned drip drop hydration. B Night Wolves. I am planning on doing my first 10-mile run walk tomorrow evening. Still new at this. Well, keep it up. Depending on what your goals are, just keep working, keep plugging at it, and glad to see you're getting out and getting after it. Elizabeth mentions that she uses Noon with a small amount of powdered Gatorade in a 20-ounce squeeze bottle that she freezes and takes a good gulp every 15 minutes. Where's Bill Dittman at? I know he was in the chat a little bit ago. Bill is a rep for Noon. I'm sure he would be glad to hear that Elizabeth is using Noon. Billy Oliver down in Tucson, 60 to 70% humidity during monsoon season. Yeah, we do get more humid most of the time here, but other than one big sweeping storm that we had late last week, we haven't really seen much of the monsoon rain here in town. I see Buck is settled into his chair, just pulled an 1140 mile here for loop 119 rather. Jake Jackson came in at 854 and Hector Rodriguez came in at 958. Jose Delgado likes to take electrolytes, salt tablets for long runs with water, also uses a hydration pack and puts ice in that, keeping his back cool. One thing I do use is I actually use an ice buff. I actually took what meager sewing skills I have and sewed a little pocket into a diagonally folded bandana. So whenever I'm running something longer or if it's ridiculously hot outside, I have a bandana dedicated entirely to wrapping around my neck with ice. AZ Park Ranger, somebody bring Buck a treadmill stat. Well, if Buck had the same crew as Hector, as we saw, somebody would bring him a treadmill.
He'll get one. He'll get one.
About 90 seconds to go before loop 120 starts. Trail Gangstas, hearing lots of thunder in Flag. I know that Rory is headquartered up in Flagstaff, the Trail Gangstas. Hearing lots of thunder, which means there's lightning. Hopefully that doesn't become an issue for Buck. It would really stink for it to waylay his run. I see that they've got him some pizza. Is that some pizzacletta action? Looks like pizzacletta action. Yes, yes. For those that are not familiar with Flagstaff, pizzacletta is a rite of passage for trail runners that pass through town. Their food is excellent, and it's a great place to eat. They've got a couple locations in Flagstaff, so shameless free plug for pizzacletta there.
35 seconds.
Let's see.
Pizza Clutta is doing a really neat thing for Poozy or Tommy Rivers.
Yep.
They're donating like 100% of their purchases on Monday, or like all their profits and everything to his GoFundMe. So it's pretty cool.
Really cool.
Yeah, they've there's a couple of things. We'll try and touch upon another thing here as well. Maybe if we've got a chance. We're down to 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Loop 120 starting here. As Pat Regan mentioned, there is going to be an online fundraiser for Tommy Rivers Poozy. For those that are not familiar, Tommy has been diagnosed with an aggressive form of cancer. Was it leukemia? I can't remember specifically. I saw social media. Lymphoma, yes. And Tommy, for those that are not familiar, is a world-class athlete, has been a mainstay of the Flagstaff scene for many years, has participated in the Olympic trials. Actually, didn't he participate in them this year, or was it the last cycle? He's an amazing athlete. And every bit the great person from what I've heard. I've only met him once or twice, but just as much a great person as he is a great athlete. Very inspiring, and one of the fittest looking athletes you've ever seen if you follow his Instagram.
Absolute beast.
Yeah.
Not having met him, like I've taken so much inspiration of just the way Tommy approaches running, and just the guy has so much sort of like character and a will to push through anything. And like, you know, you don't have to meet Tommy to know him well. Like it just comes out in him, it oozes out of him. So I think the entire trail running and ultra running community is feeling what's happening to Tommy at the moment, and we're like, we're all upset by it, and we're all he's in our thoughts. He does not leave our thoughts on a daily basis. And like when I came on stream, and I think it was either before my run or a few miles in, and I said I'd be running my miles for Tommy, and you know, like I wish I could have run more for him, but yeah, he's definitely in our thoughts, and you know, we rally around our own, and it's just a beautiful thing to see the response that's been happening around the community at the moment.
Yeah, I know that the most recent news that I heard was that he was transferred to an ECMO unit right here in Scottsdale, where I'm located, Scottsdale, Arizona. But
that just happened a couple of days ago, right?
Yeah, but Pat Regan had jumped on with us yesterday to share that there is going to be an online auction of items, some race used gear. Pat is actually donating one of his Javelin 100 winning, or one of the kits that he wore when he won Javelin 100. I believe that Camille Herron is going to be donating some gear that she wore when she was when she broke the world record for women's 24-hour run. Maybe I'll see if we can borrow Camille for a few minutes a little bit later. And she can tell us specifically what she's bringing to the table. I know that several coaches are going to be donating some coaching expertise. I believe Ian Sharman was one name that came up. I don't know if Patrick is as well. Of course, Patrick is Jake Jackson's coach, and I guess if there's any sort of thing you can use as a testimony to your coaching skills, you can look in the upper right-hand corner of your YouTube feed. So Pat said, not that Jake wouldn't be potentially here on his own, but the advice and expertise from Pat Regan definitely didn't hurt.
He was definitely an early favorite, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's no doubt that I don't think that anybody is surprised that Jake is one of the final three competitors here, especially those of us that have seen him race. And we're very lucky to have him come to the Arizona trail running scene on a regular basis.
Yeah, you guys have known and seen more of him and know his background, and there's, as you said, there was zero doubt in a lot of your guys' minds. And despite the somewhat small field, it was still quite stacked.
Yeah, there's a lot of great runners. Let's see. John Marishak likes to mix in a beer every 10 to 15 minutes. Hashtag Team Takade. Yeah, John is for those that are not familiar, he's a local runner here. He's a marvel. He'll throw down 120 miles in 24 hours while powering nearly exclusively on chicken McNuggets and
oh, he's the Nuggets guy. Okay.
Yeah, he's the Nuggets and Takade guy. He's
that is solid.
Yeah, John is he's pretty amazing. And you know, for a guy who didn't take up ultra running until he was 48, you know,
wow, yeah, crazy.
Yeah, to put up the numbers he does with the nutrition he does. And he also, the one of the funniest things about John, and Noah can attest to this because he does work with Aravaipa, is that John will go out and he'll run 30, 50, 100 plus miles, 200 at or more across the years. And then he'll go to work.
Yeah, I couldn't do that. There's no way.
He is, what is his official title? He's the warehouse director for Aravaipa?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so if there's a race to be broken down after and across the years, it's a 10-day event. So what is John doing? John is he goes out and he runs his 300-400 miles over the course of an event, and then he helps to break things down. He's truly an amazing
he should have run this event. This is right up his alley.
I was quite surprised he did not, because
it's good when you love what you do, though. Like if you have a job where you loving what you do, like it's less of a job and more of just enjoying what you're doing. So I'm sure he's sort of in that school of thought and feeling in regards to it.
Yeah, John is a truly a great guy when it comes to somebody. When you see him at a race, it definitely brightens my day at least. So Elizabeth is in agreement. Had beer for breakfast after her 10 miler this morning at 9 a.m. and now has Amazon or auto delivery for noon. So again, hat tip Bill Dittman.
Yeah, they got good recovery stuff. I haven't tried it, but I've heard really good things. The recovery mix.
Joey Hale's asking what kind of beer, looking for a good breakfast beer. We've reached the what do you drink when you wake up portion of the broadcast. Personally, when I'm drinking a quote breakfast beer, it's usually it's usually going to be something as light as possible. So actually, John and I did kind of make the hashtag Team Tecate our own when it comes to some of our local fixed time events. We would bring a 6-pack of Tecate and occasionally take a beer lap at across the years to kind of downshift a little bit. So I'm a big fan of Tecate, Modelo for a morning beer. I would say those two are the first ones that come to mind. I tend to try and keep it a little bit lighter. I'm normally a big, heavy, high alcohol content porter and stout guy, but when you wake up, you gotta ease into it. You can't just start off with your 10% porters.
How is Modelo? Like,
Modelo?
How does it taste? Like, what would you like compare it to?
It's a little. I mean, if you're familiar with a lot of the quote cheaper, not necessarily in terms of quality, but in terms of price, the cheaper Mexican lagers such as Dos Equis, Tecate, yeah, Sol. I mean, it's along that same flavor profile. I mean, everybody's going to have their own particular preferences when it comes to beers. I mean, Noah's got absolutely terrible taste in beer, so I would not follow his expertise when it comes to what he likes. But
I like Stella Artois.
Yeah,
Corona, like for like the known beers, but I also like going to say like German brew houses and trying like their craftier stuff. Like
sure.
I like, you can get like these beer, like these German beers with like infused mango, like they're really like you can drink a lot of that stuff without even really noticing. Like they just go down so well.
So good.
Yeah, you get it. Like it's just like that hint of like fruitiness, but it's got to be done right, because I feel like some companies try and do it and it's like they don't sort of infuse well, so like you've still got that bitterness taste, but like a lot of these German beers I've tried, like it's just smooth, like it's fruity, and you like it's kind of like beer and it's like a beer juice. I don't know.
Yeah, I love like wheats, hefts, wits. Miller Lite and Coors Light.
Yeah, I think Coors Light's like a go-to for you Americans.
Just cold as the Rockies.
Mm.
I think water tastes better.
We have beers in Australia. We have beers in Australia like that, and like there's an Australian saying, I don't know if it transfers over, but like there's a beer called VB in Australia, and it's like a lot of Australians like say it tastes like piss. Like that's literally it.
Oh, it does.
Oh, that's definitely a universal phrase when it comes to bad beer.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure, but like yeah, in Australia, that's like there's a few beers that sort of cover that taste, and like for some reason, like a lot of people have this like vision that we drink Fosters. We freaking hate Fosters, mate. Like,
that was going to be my next question.
It's shit. It's shit. No, like honestly, you will get kicked if you order a Fosters in a pub in Australia. I reckon management will reserve the right to kick you out. Like it's like it's no one orders Fosters. People will turn around and look at you for ordering Fosters. Like you'll get weird looks.
You mean you guys don't eat shrimp on the Barbie, and you don't have Outback Steakhouse there? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
We have Outback Steakhouse, but honestly, I've never known people like, some people do put shrimp on a barbie, but it's not like the phrase has far outgrown how popular that thing actually is. Like people don't actually.
This is America. That's what Americans think Australia is. Outback Steakhouse.
I bet you guys think we just got kangaroos like hopping everywhere.
Yes, absolutely. That's the thought.
And well, look, kangaroos piss Fosters, and that's what you can't.
5 in my living room right now. Like,
yeah, they keep Fosters in their little pouches, right? Is that what the?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I see that Buck has made his way in from his most recent loop.
2.5 minutes for the next one. So.
Yeah, everybody's still plugging along. Taking a peek, it looks like Clint Green is chiming in. Oh, actually, let's go back up. Erin Dial. Erin is a heck of a runner. She finished second at Mogollon Monster last year for females, I believe, from the 100 miler.
Yep.
She's with John and by association me, hashtag Team Takate all the way. Clint Green is a fan of Kilt Lifter with any meal. Four Peaks is the brewer of Kilt Lifter, obviously here in Arizona. Mr. Andy Klink, who is the one who is Andy Klink is the one who is responsible for the timing mechanism here, which is pretty awesome. Well. Yeah, he created it and was an early participant. I assume probably just hanging out to log his miles and keep tabs on the mechanism. Founders Breakfast Stout, Grand Rapids represent. I like Founders Breakfast Stout. I just don't like it for breakfast. I like it for dessert. It's a very heavy beer. Elizabeth chiming in with Leinenkugel's grapefruit, the perfect breakfast beer, the pride of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, for those unfamiliar with Leinenkugel's. I haven't had their grapefruit. I've had Leinie's red, and I want to say they had a Berry Weiss that was very popular. We're down to about 50 seconds before loop 121 begins. Andre Lee is a Noon ambassador, and he's just started using Prime Recovery, I guess in response to what Elizabeth was saying earlier. 30 seconds here before loop 121 starts. Looks like everybody is starting to take their positions. Hector is bobbing his head as he has been doing for the last 100 and 1,920 miles. Jake is set up at his treadmill, and Buck is stood up and is heading out into the elements with 7 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Loop 121 is underway. Flashing back to the feed, Modelo is good. That's from John and Sean. See, I know good beer. There's a misconception that I don't know good beer just because I appreciate more frugal beer types as well. John giving love to Huss's Arizona Light, which is brewed right here in the Phoenix Tempe area.
I'm a sponsor, right?
Yeah, Huss is
so good. So good.
Huss is for those that are unfamiliar, Huss provides beer for the beer gardens at the Aravaipa racing events, and they've been doing so for several years. They actually brew a beer in tandem with Aravaipa, and if you purchase the beer, you can actually see the Aravaipa logo on the can. Cool. That is the well, they call it the Hoppy Javelina IPA when it's at Javelina 100, but it's there in stores. It's the Papago Desert Sage IPA, which is it's a pretty mild IPA with a hint of orange to it.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Randall Huff talking about Radlers from Bitburger Pills. I'm not familiar with that one. Usage Foster's is like blanking in a canoe. Let's see. Bitburger Pills. Some more love from John Marishak, who was stationed near their brewery in Germany when he was in the service.
Someone said I like Japanese ones, Asahi and Sapporo. Yeah, Asahi's not bad.
Clint Green, what ultra runners talk about when not talking about running? What is beer, Alex? Correct. I'll take that for 500. Tango Tony, I love Founder's Mosaic, the one that comes in the purple can. I haven't been able to find it for a year. I don't know if I'm familiar with Founder's Mosaic. Wait a minute, is that it's a purple and black can? Follow up with me here, Tony. I want to say it's a purple and black can with kind of like a yellowish logo. I was finding it at King's Tap Room here in Phoenix for, I want to say it was like $5 a six pack. They had it on clearance. Yeah, Tango 20, yeah, purple and black can. I picked some of it up. They don't have it anymore, but there was a stretch where they actually had it on. You could buy a case for $20. Let's see. Trail Gangsters, Rory, Chris, you need to be a guest on quote runners rate the bars. Well, I mean, I just know what I like and know what I don't like. I've been to quite a few bars here in Arizona, for better or worse, across the entirety of the state. Google likes the Japanese beers, Asahi and Sapporo. I have some Kirin in my fridge right now, but I do like Asahi Light when I'm having sushi. Christina mentioning she's a fan of Danish beer. You'll need to give me an example. I'm not familiar with Danish beers necessarily. I mean, maybe I've had them, but I'm not familiar. Andre mentioning Pink Vapor Stew. I don't know if I'm familiar with that one either. Yeah, Tango Tony, confirming that the Founder's Mosaic was a purple and black can. So yeah, we cover everything along the way here, don't we? It's what happens when you have runners running for, at this point, they've just started hour 31. Yeah, hour 31. So we're looking pretty strong here. Hector and Jake just make it look easy at this point. They look like they're, 20 miles in as opposed to 120 miles in. So
you could easily just go away from the stream and come back to the exact same thing, and think you're watching the exact same thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like it's they're that in sync with it all, and they're that dialed in. Like you can, there's mile to mile. There's no digression. There's no they're not losing a step. Their rhythm is the same every single mile, and that's like after 120 miles to not digress at all, which it doesn't look like they have. Their rhythm is so strong. That just like you really bow down to that, because that's why it's really good viewing. You really appreciate that.
Aaron Swank stepping in. How many runners left? We are down to 3. We started with 83, but are down to 3. They are Jake Jackson and Hector Rodriguez from California and Buck Blankenship from Arizona. And all 3 of them are still looking pretty strong, basically running at the same pace as they've been running for close to 100 miles. So, at this point, it is still anybody's game. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at this point, no matter who comes away winning this event. Elizabeth mentioning, hate to change the subject from beer. That's okay. We're not in a rush to cover any specific subjects. Let's make that abundantly clear. Did you miss our chicken talk? Hate to change the subject from beer, but it was looking for clothing advice for ATY. 4th go at it this year, if it is held. 2 years ago, cool, damp, sweating and wet, got so chilled. Having run ATY the last 3 years myself, the thing about ATY is that it's always colder than you're going to expect it to be. at night at ATY. The ground does kind of harden up on you, and it does get frosty, which for Arizona is a big deal. We get down to 30, 35 degrees, and that's cause for panic here in Arizona, at least down in the Phoenix area. The days get up to the 70s ish. I mean, the conditions are, and there's typically a day or two of rain. I mean, I try and just I go with light long sleeve it across the years. I've done several hundred miles there over the course of my time. As Clint responded, prepare for anything at ATY. I'm inclined to agree. I tend to do most of my miles though with a light long sleeve top and shorts. Where did Noah go? Did Noah drop off?
Yeah, I think he was trying to reconnect, but
was he having connectivity issues?
Possibly. I think you were saying earlier with the across the years that the you were saying the camping was like because of those conditions and the ground hardening, like the camping was quite uncomfortable, or
it gets cold to tent camp out there for sure. A lot of people actually do RV camping at HUI. I would say it's probably split 50-50. Basically, the way it's set up on the area closest to the start-finish line is tent camping. And then halfway around the track on the other side of the complex, you have RV camping that is all along a straight stretch of road, of gravel road, crushed gravel that you're running on. Some of the tents will have vendors. Some of them will, have, things set up for, their runners. They basically, everybody has their own aid station. Now the main aid station across the years is a huge setup. I mean, it's a portable kitchen that everything is brought in on rollers. Yeah, I mean, Aravaipa has like a stove, a huge sink setup, like all setup that they can just wheel in, that they bring in from Aravaipa headquarters. So
I remember in Australia, like in Sydney last year, the 24-hour track event I did. The company that does it is I don't know if you would have heard of them, Sri Chinmoy.
Which one?
Sri Chinmoy.
I don't know if I have or not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're worldwide, but yeah, they were great. They're like a vegan, like plant-based sort of like philosophy running company, and they put on events, and they put on the 24-hour track event, and they were cooking like the most amazing soups and like some like sort of like minestrone type stuff, and like they'd put it in like little cups so you could just sort of like take a little walk break on like for 400 meters and just sort of take on soup, and there was mashed potato, and they'd give everything in like little like coffee styrofoam cups so you could just sort of like take it on the run and just and consume it, like as well as your own nutrition at your aid station. Like we had like our tent set, you obviously know that with your setup at Desert Solstice and how a lot of athletes have their tents and everything like that. But yeah, the event itself actually put on like really, really great food that I was quite surprised with. I was just like, this is above and beyond. So no, it was definitely a pleasant experience from the standpoint of being an athlete, and having the company that's putting the event on look after you so well. Like it leaves a really good taste in your mouth about that company and moving forward doing more of their events.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I do. I will hang my hat on when talking about Aravaipa is that they're very conscious of and considerate of runners and their dietary wants and needs. Jamil is actually a plant-based runner, vegan, runner, so they definitely have that in mind when preparing aid stations and trying to accommodate runners. With 3 minutes to go, I can see that Buck Blankenship is walking his way into the completion of his 121st loop. And Hector is kicking back. Looks like he might be getting a little bit of a leg massage. I saw Jake's head kind of bobbing. I assume he's probably, I don't know, he might be eating, he might be stretching. And Buck is sat down. We've got about 2.5 minutes left before they take off on loop 122. Aaron Swank asking if they're like 30 or so hours in. We are at, we're actually, hour 31 is underway. So yeah, we started at 8 a.m. yesterday local time. And so that has been 30 hours and about 13 minutes at this point. Daniel Lander asking if 240 miles is the goal. The goal is to go until nobody else is going. I don't really know what we're going to see as far as an ultimate goal or a final tally. I had assumed it would have probably gone 36 to 40 hours, which would have been, maybe topping out at 160. But I don't even know to say anymore. There's no telling what these runners are capable of, or how much they're willing to put on the line here. So
I feel like the last 20 miles we've just sort of been like in like an idle chat, and we just expect these guys to keep rolling on and coming in, and it's just it for us it's just been clockwork. It's like as you said, Chris, like within a minute and a half window you've got just like clockwork. Like it's Jake, then it's Hector, and then it's Buck, and it's just you can
villain.
Hey,
what are you saying?
Be like just cruising.
Dude, they're doing it. Like even like Buck in the last probably 5 loops has sort of slowed it down a little bit, but I think that's more of a strategy for him going deeper into this, and like it can't be sort of like looked as a weakness, because you're getting it done. You're doing whatever it takes to get it done, and as long as you're doing that, you're in the race. So
Andy's quite consistent with that,
Yeah, for sure.
We're at about 15 seconds left before they have to take off on loop 122. Jake is on his feet. Hector's on his feet. Buck is ready to go at 3, 2, 1, and go. Let's see. Elizabeth had actually previously been out at ATY and doing RV camping. Yeah, if you've got the means to do it, I would consider that to be a pretty good plan. Bradley Johnson mentioned Hector Jake running form still so fluid and smooth. I'm more concerned about the Nordic track treadmills holding up at this point. These guys aren't stopping anytime soon. Again, funny that you mentioned that, Bradley, because at about 2:30 this morning, Hector had to do a quote street loop where he ran his loop out in his neighborhood because he had a treadmill issue, and his crew brought in another treadmill. They didn't replace the treadmill, at least it didn't look like it. It looked like they had, yeah, I don't know if they were just kind of using parts or something, but they fixed whatever issue it was. So after his one loop out on the road, he went right back to the treadmill. But number one, it was a testimony to how amazing his crew is. At 2:30 in the morning, they're doing, treadmill troubleshooting. And number two, to have a second treadmill ready was somewhat of a surprise. So
that was a shocking moment. Like I was just like, what the hell?
So Jonathan Rodriguez, Hector's brother, said that the outlet was actually what gave out on the treadmill. I think that's even funnier than the treadmill giving out. He basically, wore out the power source.
Okay.
That's impressive. That shows you how far these guys are going. They're actually wearing out their wall outlets before they're wearing themselves out. Daniel Lander, I heard Buck say 2:39 or more after the first mile. Don't know if he was joking. I don't know if he was joking or not either. I don't think he knew whether or not he was joking. I guess we're going to find out. We're a little bit over halfway to what would be 240 miles. And I have to concede that if that's where we're at, I'm probably not going to be on the feed anymore because I got to get to work tomorrow morning. I actually was expecting to do some work this weekend, but best laid plans don't always happen.
I just can't leave the stream. I'm loving this. I'm just like, there's some sort of an addiction to just seeing these guys stick it out. And like I said, there's a built up admiration for them over 122 miles of what they've been able to accomplish. And like, our sport doesn't get the same coverage as, some of these bigger sports and organizations like the NBA and MLB. But like, these athletes are by far the most courageous, strongest athletes like on the planet, like, and what they're able to accomplish. Like, I'm not just saying like these three running today, just the mold of the elite ultra runner is and some of the feats that we've seen over especially say the last 5 years, and some of the records that have gone down, like with say Camille and whatnot. Like, these are efforts that you really got to look back and say, like, this, there's not many humans on planet Earth that put their body through such carnage to come out with those results, and to be able to do so. And it shows just like strength in character, strength of will, mental, heart, physical ability. Like, there's so many things. And like, I'd put these athletes against the best basketballers in the world and the best like hockey players and whatever. Like, these guys deserve that kind of a pedestal, like, you know what I mean?
Well, I do believe that if I remember correctly, that Jim Walmsley and I think Courtney DeWalter as well, both were on the Sports Illustrated Fit 50 in terms of the fittest athletes in the world. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure that the internet will do so. But it was kind of nice to see some ultra runners get recognition for their physical talents by a mainstream media. Let's see. Frank asking if there's a tiebreaker rule. I don't think so. I did not. This is something actually that maybe Jax or Jem can better answer. I did not read or view the runner's manual, so to speak. And did they say what would happen in the event of a tie where, maybe both runners, if there were two runners remaining and neither was able to answer the bell at the same time?
So repeat that. Like, what was it?
Somebody asked if there was a tiebreaker rule, and I was going to ask if you or Jax would be able to clarify on that one.
In terms of if they weren't able, if they just kept going and no one was giving up.
I'm sorry, what were you saying, Jax?
I think he's asking if tiebreaker and if they both want to drop at the same time. I'm not sure. I didn't. I feel like, because I think that's one last lap. Is that correct?
Yeah. Tony Tadieski had to do one more loop when Jamil tapped out at the previous version of this at across the years. So I would assume that would still hold true here. I mean, if one is willing as one is not, the one that is willing still needs to go and finish that next loop.
Yeah, so I don't think so, to answer the question. Like, I think there's got to be a winner.
Yeah, I would assume that if they both bail, that there's no winner.
Yeah.
That'll have to be like I guess a mutual agreement upon them. I don't think it's anything that's really. didn't read anything of the sort in the rules. So I'm guessing like that would just be like a mutual agreement between two athletes, like and I guess yeah.
One of them will get hung. Go for it, even if they have to shuffle.
Yeah, when Jamil or Jubilee comes back, maybe they'll be able to clarify that one. We'll see if I can remember.
It's an interesting. It's a really good question though. Like I mean,
yeah.
You know, when you see like these three where like there's no noticeable digression in what they're doing, and there's such a good rhythm. How long can they go on for? And you know, are they okay just to strike an agreement at some point? But I don't think we're anywhere close to that now. Like I think they'll like that'll be much later in the piece, but like I can still see this easily going to 170 at least. I think the longer you go and the longer you see these guys just holding this rhythm, that's just incredible. 200 becomes less of a doubt. So who knows? Who knows? I'm doubting it less and less. Let's put it that way.
See, hashtag King Hector, you got this. You have people you don't know cheering for you. I'm your friend Javier's sister. There's been a lot of love for Hector on the feed here since yesterday. So, I mean, you know, a lot of runners. Jax had plenty of people cheering for her. Alyssa Dunlap as well. And Buck and Jake have had people throw up props to them. You know, quite a few runners did, but Hector's fan base has definitely been the most vocal over the course of the 30 plus hours. Looks like Jake has finished his loop and is checked in at an 8:49 loop for 8:49 mile for loop 121. It looks like Hector is finishing his 122nd loop as well. And we'll see if we can get a time on that. Mike Reef mentions the treadmill came from his brother about an hour away. That's impressive. That's a team effort.
Yeah, they put it on the back of a truck and just drove it over.
That's pretty amazing. Bradley Johnson, oh, wow, I missed that for Hector. Yeah, I remember Gary Robbins and Zach Bitter having some treadmills in their 100-mile treadmill runs. Both were Nordic Track X22, I believe. That's a Jamil question. Jamil is definitely more of a more familiar with high-end treadmills than I am. So maybe when Jamil peeks his head back out, we can talk to him about the you know, the treadmills. I mean, for those of you following Jamil's Run Steep channel, he bought himself a beast that goes up to 40% incline and has been occasionally torturing himself by running some legit mileage at that 40% clip. Tango Tony, they should try a 24-hour football or basketball game. I'll take a hard pass on that.
Yeah.
Of course, as we covered, Hector did run outside for the mile while his crew was troubleshooting the issues with their treadmill.
I think with Gary, much with like a lot of treadmills, he had one issue where, well, it wasn't really an issue, but it was just like every once in a while he had to reset the treadmill because you can only run so long on it. So like, I think it's like the free run setting is like on mine, it's 100 minutes. On other treadmills, it's like 2.5 hours or something. And you can only run that long before like the treadmill will actually stop and you need to reset it. So you need to just hop off and like, it'll maybe take like a 10-second reset. So you got to let that happen. But yeah, I watched a lot of that stream. So that was I think Gary was saying the longest he spent on a treadmill before he did that was 2 hours. Or yeah, he rarely done any treadmill running. For
I have the same treadmill that Zach and Jamil have. It's 3 hours before it cuts out.
yeah.
We're about 3 minutes and 20 seconds out. Jake and Hector have finished their loops. Keeping an eye out for Buck. Blankenship on his loop. See if he comes in under the time.
Just touching on that that media thing that you were saying about the Sports Illustrated, like I think another thing that's sort of like gotten the sport out into the public eye a lot more is like the couple of Joe Rogan interviews that Courtney and Zach did.
Joe Rogan is definitely I admittedly am not a Joe Rogan fan, not that anybody cares, but at the same time I do applaud what he's done for this sport and bringing a high profile trail and ultra runners into a greater spotlight. When it was because of Joe Rogan that during Zach Bitter's 100-miler on Treadmill earlier this summer, that Bert Kreischer was hanging out during the feed and gave a verbal to run heavily to 100. And
I was just about to bring that up. Like, I'm like, didn't he promise to do Javelina? So that's going to be awesome.
And Jamil did mention that that wasn't the last time that Bert mentioned it. Apparently, he's mentioned it once or twice in other places as well. That
signed up?
I don't think he's signed up, but he's definitely taking it seriously. So
he's definitely getting fitter. Like he's never been a fit person, but he like just following his Instagram and stuff. Like he's taking his health more seriously.
We've got 90 seconds or just over 90 seconds to go, and Buck Blankenship has come in to finish loop number 122.
Yeah, he provided that stream with a lot of entertainment. That was so good.
Oh, it was fantastic. It was
amazing.
It was great to follow, and actually, the number of people that were on that it was basically a who's who of A-list runners.
Oh yeah, like the guest people on the Zoom call were like just incredible, and yeah, just like stories and entertainment, and like it wasn't just Zach running. Like it was there was a lot more to it. Yeah, the dynamics were just great viewing.
About 30 seconds to go. Did have a couple people notice that Buck seemed to be coming in a little bit gingerly. He did come in a little bit more passive than previous laps, but looks like he's standing up and ready to go at 10 seconds. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and Jake and Hector are starting off their treadmills, and Buck is starting off his loop. We are on loop 123 miles, and we have just passed the 30-hour, 30-minute mark of Aravaipa Lone Mountain. We are in day 2. Heading back to the feed. Let's see, Tango Tony, anyone here do any distance longboarding? Can't say that I do. I do not put my feet on a board of any kind because I am not physically capable of keeping my balance on anything. Let's see. Mike Reef mentions Hector's crew is his wife, Linda, sister Jessica, and brother Jonathan. A shout out to them. Absolutely. All the runners have great support people, so they deserve a shout out. Jake's wife, Missy, has been here and there on the feed, and I know that she supports Jake at his events when she's not running herself. I saw Jax's fiance deserves a medal for hanging out in the parking lot and keeping us engaged, as well as keeping Jax on the straight and narrow. So
He was
Yeah,
good in the chat too. He was really good. It was really nice to chat to as well. When you were running, Jax, like, and also when you're in the car, like, you just really good insight on what you were going through. And yeah, we had some good chats in the live stream, like when he was on. It's good.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, he's a really amazing crew for sure.
Yeah.
I think
Hold on.
that's part of it. I mean, the only reason that I could have dealt with the weather and food and all sorts of things was because of him. Such a key part of strategy.
All right. We're getting reports, and I can't tell because I can't see the feed, but there are a couple of people saying that Buck stopped at the corner. I don't see him.
I think Rob's about
but
to
there's
check.
Rob. We'll have to see if there's any further information.
He was getting a bit slower and slower in the last couple of loops, so I think he's starting to struggle a little bit. Didn't he come in like less than 2 minutes in the last loop?
He ran a 13:36 last loop, so yeah, it was definitely a slower loop for him. He'd been pretty consistent up until this point. He had been, staying in the 10-minute realm up until about mile 107, and then from mile 107 or mile 108 to 117 generally was in the 10:30 to 11:15 range.
Yeah, he was coming in with about 4.5 minutes quite consistently.
And then his most recent 4 splits have been progressively lagging behind. 118 he ran an 11:40, 119 and 11:44, 120 he ran a 12:19, and 121 he ran a 13:35. But then again, at this point, it's, even if somebody's not looking like they're moving great, there's an entire, it's entirely possible that they're just kind of, downshifting. It's hard for me to say. Like we said with Jamil and Tony the last time, neither one of those guys was the first one to finish their loops for the first 100 miles ever,
totally.
except when Tony had to go to the bathroom. Let's see. Mark asking, has Buck been doing the same loop, or has he been doing different loops out and backs? I believe that they covered this. I was actually on the bench at this point. I believe that they were doing on out and back of a fairly well-trafficked loop. At least that was what Rob Carr, Buck's coach, had seemed to share. So,
well, I actually had a similar when they went through on the ride through, and Rob was explaining why they're doing the out and back, and he was saying like it ends up going like 0.01 or something, and you'd have to walk in 100 meters or something, and that would take like a minute. Well, that was actually part of my problem that I had, because that's actually what I was doing. I didn't do an out and back. I just accepted that the loop was a little bit long, and I'd pull up maybe 100 meters, 150 meters before the driveway and just walk it in. And like, that's fine, but it does take a little bit of time off the clock. And if you want to spend more time in your aid station, that definitely, like, 15 minutes, you haven't got a lot of time, and even 45 seconds to a minute is time that could be put to use elsewhere. So I can see why they did an out and back instead of going along with the slightly longer loop.
Clint Green mentions it was epic watching in person at A2Y, referring to the first Aravaipa last person standing event that took place at Across the Years back in January. And I agree, it was a lot of fun. It was, quote, as intense as an ultra event can be, with people basically, all in one confined area doing a mad dash to get everything done that they needed to. The running was kind of secondary to the aid station action for a lot of the runners. So
So was that the first time that Aeroviper's ever done a last person standing event?
Yeah, that was the first time. And it was a little bit of a tweaked format versus the traditional big backyard format where they do, 4.166. ATY is actually on a 1.05 mile loop. And so it's ever so slightly longer than the big backyard would be, at least 4 loops of.
As we've seen, though, it's not necessarily easier. It's got its own challenges.
The ATY course is actually it's pretty flat except for one, we joke, hill on the backside, which is literally maybe a 3-foot incline over the course of over 100 meters. That kind of is a little bit windy, and the course itself, 75% gravel, 20% asphalt, and 5% concrete. So
pretty pleasant to run on.
Yeah, it's other than the fact that there is the elevation or lack of elevation change kind of causes some repeat stress.
I find even the aesthetics of crushed gravel to run on is nice as well.
We're at the about 8-minute mark. It's like Jake will be finishing up here fairly soon. Hector getting some Gatorade from his crew. Nicole Ostrom looking good. Yeah, all of the runners are looking good. Nicole, is Tony around to maybe hop on and chat again? Let us know. Actually, I think that I need to get her the link. And Jake is in
good time again.
8:51 on loop 122.
That is so solid.
It's insane.
It's like clockwork every single time.
It's so admirable. It's insane. To be going at this stage regardless is one thing, but to be pushing through at that pace and consistently, I might add, is just is another thing that you just sort of step back and really admire. I hope Buck's okay though. I hope he's managed to push through.
Keeping an eye to see if he comes back down the street here.
Yeah.
Coming up on the 10-minute mark, so 5 minutes remaining, or just over 5 minutes remaining before the next loop.
Maybe the pizza didn't go down so well.
You never know. I mean, when you're talking about distances of this magnitude, it's you never know what's gonna potentially be what undoes you. Yeah.
Mm. What's great about like an event like this, even though it's there is a winner still, like for these guys especially, but anyone competing, like beating their PRs and that, but these three especially, I mean, you can really look back at your performance and just go, look, I put it out there today, and like I achieved something, win or
Absolutely.
lose, win or lose, like just to be able to have really pushed your body and measure yourself against yourself, and that, like, I really it's why I'm still on the stream. Like, honestly, it's really good to watch, and it's really inspiring.
And Hector has completed his loop. We're just under 4 minutes to go. Let's see.
Here we go.
Still no sign of buck as of yet, but keeping a close eye out.
Julian, how you going?
Hey guys.
Hey, welcome back, Julian.
Thought I'd dial in 24 hours after I finished.
Yeah.
What time is it over there?
Getting on for 11 p.m.
11 p.m.
So
Wow.
I'm feeling quite knackered, but compared to what these guys are doing, it's nuts.
Oh yeah, 10:42.
Yeah, in the time zone where the runners are, it's it's the 2 o'clock p.m. hour, so 2:41 is what I've got. About 2.5 minutes to have Buck Blankenship return and check in on his loop. We'll see if he can make it back. There was some concern that he had been slowing down, but you know, like I said, at this stage of the game, you know, I wouldn't put it past anybody being able to rally themselves and pick up the pace all over again. I cannot actually full screen Buck. One of the things I didn't realize Jamil was going to bounce for a bit. I don't have host privileges on this call. When Jamil comes back, I'll have him install me with host privileges if he's gonna take off again. We're down to 90 seconds, looking for Buck Blankenship to make his way back.
Yeah, this is a crucial minute and a bit here for Buck.
Absolutely.
I think.
Well, and then the hardest part will be turning and burning.
Yeah, that's that's probably the worst part, is that
Yeah, just to go and
coming in and finishing this loop. That you know, to know that in order to continue, he's got to turn right around.
go right back out.
Yeah. He's got under a minute left, and we don't see him as of yet. I can see the neighbors actually coming outside to kind of keep track. Got about 45 seconds.
We see clapping, so they must see him.
Yeah, they're definitely cheering someone on. Got about 35 seconds.
Come on, Buck. I think the concern was that, like the reports we heard was like he sort of went down quite early in the loop.
Got about 20 seconds left for Buck to make it back.
Come on.
Go, Buck, go.
This is tight now.
About 10 seconds.
Dude, come on.
And Hector and Jake have to be ready in about 3, 2, 1.
Oh no.
Hector and Jake we're down to 2.
Oh, good job, Buck.
Buck Blankenship comes
done,
in
Buck.
at third place with a still staggering total of 122 miles. Yeah, as Frank says on the YouTube feed, I agree. You know, so impressive and absolutely a great job.
Man,
like Bassett just said, he went down with the fight.
Oh,
Crushed
yeah,
it.
he definitely. Hopefully,
I think that's him there. I think that's him there back. Like you can see him.
Yeah, I'd love to. If
just past that tree there, you can just see he's walking it.
Yeah.
I hope if he's got his wits about him, or after he feels a little bit more composed, he'd be able to come on and chat with us. Or if Rob, if you hear us, you know, if you can kind of give us a heads up on what happened, we'd love to follow up. Oh, hey, Jam. Yeah, I saw that Jamil just came back. Buck missed.
I was here for it.
Oh, I didn't see you.
What a crusher.
Still fantastic.
Yeah, you can't knock that. That's incredible.
When Buck is ready to chat with us, if Buck or Rob is ready to chat with us, we'd love to have a moment whenever you guys are ready and feeling up to it.
Didn't Rob say he's not been running for that long?
It sounds like he's been doing ultras for a few years, but not a super long time. So
He's probably started to take it a little bit more seriously in the last few.
I mean, he's put together some impressive results. That's for sure. So,
including this one.
Absolutely. And the last two remaining runners are treadmill runners, Jake Jackson and Hector Rodriguez, both of California.
Now it's the duel.
Yeah, you could kind of see Buck's laps just trending up like on that timing, just the graph. It was like ever so slightly increasing, just going up in time.
Yeah, and then like over the last 4 or 5, it kind of just went vertical.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was coming in, I think, like the loop before the one he gave up on, like was like a minute and a half rest he had, like 13 and a half minutes. Man, look at these two. It's just it's crazy. Jake's running fast again. He's sort of up the like his cadence is sort of higher now.
Let the mind games begin.
This is going to be good. I'd be interested to see if there'd be any like moving forward, any dialogue between the two on the breaks.
A little competitive banter.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
Open up the mic channels and have them start.
Yeah. How you feeling, man? Oh, I'm good. How you feeling?
He's like, shoot.
Yeah, the mind games, man. It's gonna be interesting, mental warfare. It changes the dynamic a lot more when it's only 2 left, though, because it's head to head now.
Yeah, I think we should just keep them on open mics to each other and let them just kind of
juke it, just
jaw jack at each other.
Yeah. They should just have each other on screens, like looking at each other run.
Yeah, just put headsets on the two of them
Yeah.
and just verbally joust.
Yeah.
Green Gypsy Bird. Meanwhile, Jake and Hector are just running a casual 124th mile. That's amazing, isn't it? I don't often see people fight so hard they miss the time limit. Usually people seem to say they're done after a loop. Yeah, Buck did look like he was, he went out for that last loop, and he had been getting progressively slower, but yeah, once it got to be down to the wire, it was and the closer it got, then it looked like he might not make the threshold. I'm sure that if he felt like he had anything left to give, he would have gone for it. I mean, he wouldn't have made it this far if he didn't.
Oh, well, Buck can relax now. Hopefully we can get him on soon. Jake's done. And Hector's slowing down to come in. Jake, it's 1-on-1 now, mate.
Buck dropped out? Oh, he did. Damn.
Yeah, Buck did not make it back in time from his previous loop, so it is now you and Hector.
Great job, Buck.
Yeah, we're hoping to have Buck join us when he's feeling up to it. Obviously, probably just needs to relax and take his time, but we'll see if he can give us a bit of a report on how things went. And
I think he's going to now.
oh, nice. Yeah, no, I mean, obviously a fantastic job out there, and covering 120, 223 miles on asphalt pavement is has got to be absolutely brutal.
An achievement in itself.
Frank asks how you're feeling, Jake.
I feel good.
Good.
About 8 more hours for my Goggins book, so we're good.
So you've got plenty of something to keep you going.
Yep.
Hector just finished his loop as well.
Hector.
Let's see. I'm going to take a quick peek and see.
Got Rob coming in, I think. Yep.
Yeah, Hector came in at 10:41.
Jake, we're a competitive banter will start.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were saying, Jake, that maybe we'll need to give you and Hector just an open mic channel to each other, and you two can start smack talking each other.
Oh, we should ask the tie question now.
Oh yeah, Jamil. Somebody had asked, "What's the tiebreaker? What happens if both runners are, if this case, say neither one is able to return back in the allotted 15 minutes? What would happen?"
I mean, I think the official rule is that no one wins.
See, that was what I thought.
But yeah, you just have to go that one more mile. So that would be a pretty freak thing to happen.
You guys hear me? This is Rob.
Hey, Rob, how you doing?
Doing good, doing good. I got Mr. Blankenship here if you want to pick his brain.
How you doing, Buck?
I'm doing great. I'm really glad that's done.
Yeah. Kind of heartbreaking seeing you miss that last one there.
Yeah, I think the last like 15 miles, probably. I don't know what we ended up with, but the last 15 were really a struggle, like mentally. And like everybody here was like trying to trick me and keep me going. I was seeing through their plans though. But so yeah, like I'd have a good lap, and then like I'd even have a good lap that would turn into a bad lap, and then my foot just started to bother me. We changed shoes. That seemed to work, and then I just took a weird step at the bottom of my street, and it didn't like twist my ankle, but it was just a weird step, and so that definitely bothered me the last 3 laps or so, and I was unable to like generate a running motion, even like you know what I mean, like not even enough power to like keep a stride going. So I was, it was kind of fruitless, frustrating. I'm super tired. So that was like more than I expected myself to do. Although I kind of expected it, but I don't think I wrapped my brain around it. It was super fun though. Probably won't do anything like that again.
one minute. Yeah, well, you made it. You timed out on the 123rd mile, so that's pretty awesome, I think, in everyone's book. But yeah, it's interesting because we kind of noticed, it was maybe around 10 or 15 miles ago that your lap times, which had been incredibly consistent, right around that 10-minute mark, started to creep up slightly, and we're like, uh-oh, something might be brewing here.
Yeah, and we had an ice bucket, and they pulled off my sock. I dunked my foot for like 4 minutes, and then they threw a sock on real quick, and then I got back in there. And that seemed to work for a few
15.
laps. But it was
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
I think I was
so what were you saying?
Like, back in my head, like the A goal was like 140 miles, and which is just insane to me right now. So if those guys get there, that's awesome, and I hope they keep going. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think we're going to be here for a while, Buck. I mean, these guys have been actually coming in. Jake has been coming in at 9 minutes or under 9 minutes for the entire time, with a couple of very rare exceptions. Hector has been in the 10 to 11 minute range over the past, I want to say 15 or 20 miles. But yeah, there's still a lot of fight out there, and your effort is absolutely fantastic as well. So if 140 is absolutely insane, trust me, 123 to most of us is still pretty darn insane as well. So you did a fantastic job. You were the final survivor to actually be out on the roads. And we were a little bit concerned that you might be facing the elements, because I noticed that Rob had actually put up a tent wall on your canopy. Did the elements play any sort of factor for you over the course of the race that maybe that might have been a benefit or a hindrance?
No, not really. I mean, it was it's monsoon, so we never really got nailed with it. It was like north, east. It kind of moved all around us, like the cells did, and so that was good. Yesterday, we just kind of got sprinkled on, and then it was just kind of humid, which is totally fine. It was actually really mild and nice last night, so I think that was great. I mean, I couldn't have asked for better weather. It's Flagstaff.
Well, good, yeah, because Flagstaff weather, it can change on a dime. I mean, obviously, you know that. What was the longest that you would ever run on concrete or asphalt surface, paved surface before this? Had you done any sort of, super long mileage on on asphalt or pavement?
Yeah, so a half marathon. I did like TF things in like 2005 or something like that. And so I did that one. And then, my training for the past 3 weeks was, I think I got up to a 20-mile run on the pavement. But, that was like last week. I mean, I kind of decided to do this on a whim like a couple of weeks ago. So, there wasn't a ton of preparation for it, but I don't know if it was a disadvantage. It's just something maybe that I'm not used to. It's not my favorite thing to do, especially with everything that's around here. But it was super fun to see all my neighbors. I got the craziest looks. I got some like really dirty looks at like 3 a.m, from some people. And for the most part, people were out cheering. It was really cool. So I'm glad I did it in my neighborhood too.
Well, what kind of shoes were you wearing, and did they hold up?
Yeah, totally. I wore these like Adidas Solar Boost or something. They were marathon shoes, or I don't know. I got them on Runner's World like 2 weeks ago, so they seem to work pretty good. And then we changed those out like I said, like 15 miles ago for just some North Face like trail running shoes, and those are comfortable, but it didn't mitigate my foot issue. So.
Do you think you would have approached anything differently had was there anything that you know now that you didn't know 33 hours ago?
I mean, yeah, of course. It was all very much a learning experience. I didn't really have a nutrition plan because I didn't know what to expect at all. I just had a ton of nutrition, and it was just kind of like, okay, maybe I should eat in between every time. So that's kind of what I went with. And it was great because I was eating solid foods the entire time, which I never do in any kind of ultra. I'm always liquid and gel. So, it seemed to work out, for longevity. I had no stomach issues at all. I had some pizzicletta. Alex Barkley, who just set the Flagstaff Fearsome 4 FKT on Wednesday of last week. He shaved off like 35 minutes.
Wait, somebody did it again?
Yeah, last Wednesday, Alex Barkley did.
I can't even keep up.
Yeah, I know. I can't either. He's so fast. But he's the chef, head chef over, I think, at the Pizzicletta Dark Sky. And he showed up at like maybe 11 o'clock last night with two Pizzicletta pizzas, which was super clutch. Because I ate those all night,
So I was going to ask you, what's the best thing you ate during the experience? Was that it?
We ate some pita jungle yesterday, which was great, and it's got to be the pizzicletta because that crust is like really easy on my stomach, so I could just munch on that,
Yeah, you
Nice.
seem to have had a nice selection of food, eating pita jungle and pizza clutta over the course of your run. You seem to have it set up very nicely for you.
Yeah, well, you know, Rob has he just like kept going back to his house and bringing new stuff over, and like the tent moved from like it just kept expanding and expanding and expanding and expanding. So it was pretty fun to every time I would come back, it was like a makeover in my tent. You know what I mean? So I can't complain.
I guess, you know, one final question from me. So what's next in your running or racing schedule? Is there anything that you were expecting to do down the line still, or was this kind of like, okay, well, let's see what happens?
Yeah, totally. You know, this whole like since March, it's just been kind of like don't want to plan, don't want to commit too far out, can't really plan too far out. And so it's just been like kind of these couple week out like adventures that are realistic, feasible around town that I can like tackle and that are fun, you know? So that's kind of what I've been into lately. And I'm actually taking my comprehensive exams for my dissertation in about 2 weeks, which will consume most of my life for about 2 months. And then I'm on to my dissertation, which I'm assuming I'm going to be digging into that until May. So that's my main priority. But, you know, I'm always down to do something fun. If you guys are ever in town, let me know.
Oh yeah,
Awesome.
that's one of our favorite things to do coming from the valley is to get up and escape the heat and hang out in Flag. I've done that multiple times this summer myself and actually headed over to Pizza Clutta each time. So
there you go.
Yeah, big fan. That's all I've got. I don't know if did anybody else have anything?
Yeah, did we see that? Did we hear that the paper came and interviewed you yesterday?
Yeah, we were actually just kind of talking trash, and we sent that text to Rob, and then he shot it over to you guys. We were totally joking, and I hope they know.
Okay.
I'm kind of a private guy, so you know.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, but maybe they will. Who knows? They might show up. It was my neighbor. I just met him. You know, he came over and he was like, "Oh, the paper needs to know about this. This is amazing." So.
Sure. Nice. That's cool.
Yeah, I really appreciate these kind of events, though. You know, I mean, you guys do a great job. Super fun. Very like community, even though we're totally separate. You know, and so all night I kind of strategically just kind of stayed away from Zoom, you know, it was totally by choice, but I was listening the whole time, eavesdropping, and so I really appreciate what you guys have done. It's a great effort, and I thought it was a blast. A lot of people came over, like an incredible amount of running community people came over, including Helen Galarakis, Austin Horn, Alex Barkley, Trueheart, Brown, this guy named Rob Carr. Brian Tinder was over here too. So it's just like a really good, fun thing that you guys kind of, you know, drew to my house. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's
great
awesome.
job out there.
You guys have such a great community up there. That's awesome to see all the support come out.
Totally.
Insane effort, man.
Well, congratulations. Great job.
Sign up for Leona?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Bug, did you sign up for Leona Divide again?
Oh, no, I did not. Yeah, I can't. I have commitment issues.
Okay.
Oh, Jake. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you had a great race, man. That was a fun one. That back little climb was perfect for the sunburn.
Oh yeah. That last back was just ridiculous, though.
Totally exposed.
Yeah.
Right on. Good job today, man. Consistent.
Thanks,
strong.
buddy.
Appreciate it. All right,
I
guys.
see that Hector has finished.
Thanks for your time, Buck. Rest up.
A nice full setup there outside.
Tent and everything.
Hector has finished his loop, so the two of them remaining are going to be going on to loop 126. As you saw, we just heard from Jake Jackson. congratulating Buck Blankenship on a job well done today. Jake's day continues on, as does Hector's. They've got about 3.5 minutes before they head out for their 126th loop. Love seeing in the chat about how complimentary and inspired everyone is in regards to Buck and his efforts. Yeah, it seems like he had an outstanding day. Clint Green, LPS is the most fan-friendly and exciting form of racing, so intense. And the cool part about watching live at ATY was seeing the athletes support and cheer for each other. And I agree, Clint. I love this format because you get to see a lot more of the athletes, and you know, the external non-running preparation and handling of situations is open for viewing as well. And in some cases, that's actually as much fun or more fun than the actual loops. So looks like Jamil has posted Buck Blankenship's Instagram account. Hopefully we can
blow it up. Follow him.
Encourage people to follow him and his adventures. I know that I actually started following Hector's and Buck's Instagram last night, and on Hector's they've actually been posting videos during the race itself. So so I've been very appreciative of Hector and his family and crew. They've been doing a fantastic job supporting their runner. As Elizabeth said, Buck was so amazingly articulate for someone post 122 miles. I'm inclined to agree. Buck seemed to really have his wits about him, and excuse me, seemed very composed despite being at that point in a run. We're about 90 seconds out from loop 126. This is Aravaipa Lone Mountain last person standing event. This is day 2. We are currently doing my math here on the back of a napkin, 31 hours and 15 minutes or so, give or take, into the event. We are down to 2 runners. We are in a heads up game after starting with 83 runners at 8 a.m. local time yesterday. They are Hector Rodriguez and Jake Jackson, both of California, and both still looking very strong. Most recent loops, for those that aren't familiar, they have to complete their loops in a 15-minute time limit and get back out on to their treadmills. Jake's last loop was an 8:53 and Hector's was a 10:24. They've been holding very strong for a long time. They've been coming back in with plenty of time to spare.
30 seconds.
You know, they've both looked absolutely fantastic. You know, they've each done at least 1 loop outdoors over the course of the event as well. We got 10 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
And loop 126 is underway at Lone Mountain.
All right, guys, I gotta jump off, but I'll check in later.
We'll probably still be here, Jax. Thanks for checking in.
Yeah, you bet.
Keep resting up.
I will. Bye.
Bye.
I like that we've still got the little shot of Buck's crew there hanging out on the front yard.
They're probably just as exhausted.
Yeah.
It's been a long day for them.
I know I am.
Yeah, I got a little bit of a nap and I'm feeling somewhat recharged. So let's see. Someone asked how hot it is in Jake's garage. It's 90 plus out in Redlands, running 120 plus miles in a sauna. Yeah, I know that things got warm on Jake out there, so I'm not exactly sure how hot it is, but I'm gonna check to see what the weather is in his neck of the woods, according to the internet. According to the current, it's 99 degrees where Jake is running with a heat index, feels like 97,
probably why he's not wearing a shirt.
21% humidity.
99 problems, but nothing is not one.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Hector is running indoors.
He's still in a garage also. I think they
Oh,
might
is
even
he?
have it. Oh yeah. If you look on his Instagram,
He had a
you
big
could
truck
see
tire. There was a big truck
you can
tire.
see what it looks like.
Right in front of the treadmill, there's like a fan sitting on a big like tractor tire.
Yeah, they just look so smooth. Their cadence is very steady. And they've approached every lap pretty much the same way. Jake runs it right into the end, and Hector seems to walk in the very last portion of each mile. So
I think Hector's picked up the pace slightly as well. Looks like it.
well, these guys are going to be going at it, and we're going to be hanging out until there is only one person left. I don't know who's going to win, but we're going to find out eventually. So yeah, 81 other competitors had participated in this event, and we're down to the final two.
Hey Jamil, what sort of shape do you reckon you were in if you did compete today?
Oh, bad shape.
Can you throw out a ballpark figure of what you think you might have been up for?
Oh man, I don't even know. Honestly, haven't been putting in very many miles, but that doesn't mean that I wouldn't have been able to go far.
Well, you didn't necessarily train specifically for this event back in December or January.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think probably on most any given day, if I at least had a little more rest leading into it, I could probably do 100, I think. I don't know if I'd be good for any more than that right now, though.
Clockwork watching these guys.
Absolutely.
I mean, like, sound like a broken record saying it every couple of loops, but it's just like it is.
Brooke Smith asking if Buck is still in. Unfortunately, no. Buck Buck did not finish his 122nd or 123rd loop. So we are in a heads-up matchup between Jake Jackson and Hector Rodriguez at this point. So, but Buck did an amazing job and was quite, amazingly lucid for having run as far as he did. He was game for an excellent conversation with us after his run was done for the day. So, but a job well done by Buck and his crew. So the crews and the support structures are so very important, for the runners when they get to this point. It has been a obviously with Jake, his wife has been helping Missy, and then in the case of Hector, his wife Linda, sister Jessica, and brother Jonathan have all been contributing, and Jonathan has been fantastic. I have to actually thank Jonathan Rodriguez for providing as much information and everything along the way, kind of keeping us aware of what's going on with Hector. Hector making sure he sweats clean, throwing on some deodorant.
Nice little mid-lap deodorant. I was kind of curious. I mean, I don't have stats on all the backyard races out there. There's so many of them.
It was actually anti-chafing.
Yeah, I thought, yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I thought that's what it was. I thought that's what it was.
That makes a lot more sense.
You wouldn't care about deodorant after 126 miles, like, surely. Yeah. Chafing.
I think it'd kind of be a flex to just be like, doing your deodorant while you're racing against somebody 125 miles in.
Hey, some people brush their teeth in between loops just to sort of like, have that.
Oh yeah, I saw that at Across the Years. Absolutely. During the last person standing event, there were several people that were
just refresh,
Absolutely. It's something I didn't even think about, kind of a refresher on a, physical basis.
My plan was to have it if I went that far today in this race, I was going to have a shower at like 24 hours, but obviously didn't make it that far. But I was going to duck in and have a real quick shower.
So yeah, I was looking up the results of the quarantine backyard ultras to see, like, when it went down to 2 runners, how much further did they go?
And
and it looks like like when the 3rd runner dropped out in that first one, they went
personal peak one.
Yeah, the one where Michael Wardian won.
Yeah.
The 3rd place runner dropped out at 45 hours, and then the winner went to 63.
Oh goodness.
Good God, man. And the way
just
that
like
the way
just
that
like to give you an idea, like how many hours it could go with just 2 people. It could be quite some time. And then this more recent one from 2 weeks ago, the 3rd place person dropped out at 42 hours. So that was a little bit before, and then they went to 51 hours was the winner.
I completely missed
that
one.
So it could be like, another 8 hours on that one. So we'll see.
How many miles did you and Tony go heads up at Across the Years?
Oh, when it was just the 2 of us?
Yeah.
I don't think it was that many.
Let's not get that sort of end though with the way the personal peak one ended. That was heartbreaking.
Let's hope not.
Oh, the first one?
Yeah, we were yelling at him. It's like, obviously he couldn't hear us, but people on the Zoom chat, I remember Laz was like, why isn't he moving? You need to start moving. And I think someone ended up calling him. The dude that was race directing.
Somebody was asking what their ages were. Jake is 43. And I believe Hector, if I'm looking at the right ultra sign up, it looks like Hector is 37. So And that is the verification. I love, he's not talking to us, but he's definitely paying attention. And I appreciate that so much. and like I said, I'm appreciative of your brother providing us whenever we ask a question on the feed, and you know, he lets us know fairly quickly what's going on. So you know, your crew has been absolutely awesome.
The constant updates on Instagram are pretty cool too. The videos.
Yeah, I've enjoyed following. I found Hector on Instagram and started following him. So I'd be curious to see, you know, how, you know, if runners in this kind of event, when you get down to the, you know, nitty gritty, the final few, if you know, their social media followings, you know, swell in this kind of situation.
I'd imagine they would.
So Maya dropped out at mile 130 when me and Anthony were battling, and then I went to 134, and then he did 135. So 4 more miles. I did 1 more hour after she dropped, and then I was like, this needs to end. Because I was done. Like, but by the time I hit 120 miles, it was like my foot is messed up, and like I didn't want. The only reason I kept going is because other people kept dropping whenever I was supposed to drop. I was like, well, if they're out, I got to go at least another hour. So
yeah,
that's how that ended up happening.
Got 2.5 minutes left before Jake and Hector have to take off.
Yeah, the Radek and Mike duel was simply epic. It was insane because I remember like I was watching as much of the stream as I could, and then I think there was even one day where I went to work, came back home, and they're still like dueling it out. 2 minutes.
Sean Cullen, this is getting ridiculous. I need to sleep. I have to work in the morning, but cannot not watch. Tell me about it, Sean. This is the dilemma that I'm dealing with right now.
We got 1 minute.
I mean, I want to see this through to its conclusion, and I want to see it have a definitive winner, but I also really love seeing them test each other and themselves to see how far they can go. You know, so you know, while I do want to see it, you know, end eventually, I'm not there yet. And I know that these two definitely aren't there yet. So this is
30 seconds.
This has been a fantastic follow for sure.
$15, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
And loop 127 is underway.
So I was just looking up the all-time backyard ultra stats, and Johan has the record. Has 68 hours of 4.16 mile loops, and then Courtney is the one who was second that year. He got 67.
Yeah, that was an epic year, that one.
So we're on mile 127. Did you know that 127 is the sum of the sums of the divisors of the first 12 positive integers?
Whoa, what? Where'd you get? What happened?
127 is the sum of the sums of the divisors of the first 12 positive integers.
Is this in the chat or are you making this up?
I'm not making it up. I just Wikipedia 127.
Oh, I was like, that was such a random fact to throw out. I was like,
According to the Book of Esther 1:1, the Persian Empire under Ahasuerus contained 127 provinces.
Oh my gosh. So we're going the significance of each number? Good talking.
Don't know.
We could learn something here.
Oh.
Let's see. California State Route 127 is in honor of these two, is a state highway that connects Interstate 15 in Baker to Nevada State Route 373 at the Nevada state line, passing near the eastern boundary of Death Valley National Park. The entire length of the highway closely follows the central portion of the former Tonopah and Tidewater Railroad and loosely follows the Amargosa River.
I thought you were going to say it connects Jacob and Hector's house.
That would be so cool. Makes me wonder if they, with it, being, near Death Valley, if it's part of the Badwater course.
Could be.
This is where we're at.
Uh-oh, Skylar just gave us a bra. Uh-oh. We had a question, do Jake and Hector only run or do they have day jobs? Well, Jake drives for UPS, I think, right?
Yeah, he's a truck driver for UPS. I do remember that. Chris starting to lose it. No, we lost it about 18 hours, 19 hours ago at this point. Your packages are going to be late tomorrow.
They might not arrive tomorrow at all.
Yeah, Skylar, why don't you go do some push-ups or something?
Give us 50, Skylar.
Drop them, give us 50.
Oh, man.
Wait, Hector works for Amazon and Jake works for UPS? We've got some... These guys...
He could be delivering...
We're going to be gumming up the works for the supply chain for the entire West Coast if this race goes on any longer.
They're already held up for Corona, so.
There we go. I had my lights like at half brightness. Much better.
So yeah, the longer this goes on, the more likely that your package fulfillment on the West Coast is going to be held up.
People are hashtagging Team Hector. We've got like, the audience has to divide themselves now. Team Amazon. All right.
We're going with the corporate.
I am an Amazon Prime member myself.
Everyone's waiting for their Coros or Polar watches. Man, the chat is spicy right now.
I still haven't uploaded my run. Garmin's still down. It's not down though, right? They got hacked. Like that.
I don't know exactly how it works.
I think they got hacked.
What's that?
I think Garmin actually got hacked.
Oh yeah, it's ransomware. They're they're trying to get money for
Oh,
what they did. It was like they're asking for like $10 million.
Wow.
Yeah.
Been about 4 or 5 days. Easy. Just as well, I was sick for most of the week, so I wasn't running anyway. So there was no runs to upload.
And someone said Buck works for FedEx.
Imagine that. Imagine that. That'd be crazy.
It'd be a great PR stunt.
Adam says, Hector is one of a kind. He played a huge part in helping me complete my first 100-mile run this past June. I'm pretty sure he ran a 50K with me during the night. Big heart of gold and awesome friend. I'm glad to hear that. It's great to hear that Hector is a great guy. You know, I don't know Hector, but the outpouring of support for him would lead me to believe that he is indeed a great guy. I do know Jake, and I have known Jake for a couple of years now, and I am a huge fan of him as a person as well. He's always been accessible and you know, supportive. You know, when talking about running, and he's obviously an extremely talented runner, but an extremely great person as well. So. Jem, what's your cat's name?
Yeah, I'm just replying to that right now. So the one that was just in picture is Oliver, and then I've got another cat, a ginger cat named Simba.
Team Jackson Rodriguez, both amazing performances. Yeah, I'm kind of in that camp myself. I won't be disappointed no matter how this turns out. You know, both of them have been fantastic, and it's been a great thing to follow. So.
Jake, done.
And Hector is in the downshift mode.
Hey, Jake, have you got that thing on a grade?
No, I should say 0 now.
Okay.
Brooke asking on the lap counter shows that Buck is a DNF. Is that right? Yeah, that is right. Buck was unable to complete, I want to say, lap 123 in the time required. So that has left us with two fantastic runners in Jake and Hector. And right now it's, like I've said time and again, it wouldn't surprise me no matter who comes out as the winner in this event, because both have been looking fantastic the entire time. Both have been very steady in terms of their splits, and you know, and both of them seem to know exactly what they're doing. Plus, Buck had gotten, I don't know exactly what everybody else is eating, but Buck seemed to have the best best food to choose from. He did have pizza Clutta and pita jungle up in Flagstaff that were brought to him. So anytime I can be rewarded with pizza Clutta is a good time. So for those of you that have not eaten at Pizza Clutta in Flagstaff, the next time you're in town, I would highly recommend it. There, as Jax mentioned, they're doing a fundraiser. I believe 100% of all proceeds, I want to say it's Monday of this week, are going to be going to the Tommy Rivers Puzzi family to help with his medical expenses. And you know, that's a cause I think that we as runners can all get behind. Hey, Jake, what's the temp in your garage if you had to spit a figure out? Or can you do have a thermometer in there?
Well, it says 99 outside, so.
Yeah, I checked the temp, so it's probably a couple degrees cooler, give or take, if you're not in the sun. So
A little bit of a breeze, but it's mostly warm air.
Okay, Chapman, when I'm feeling tired on the last 1K of my daily run, I will think about these two and just stop whining. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. We're at about just over 2.5 minutes to go before they head out for loop 128. That's an interesting question, Nicole. We'll see if we can talk about that after the jump here. I think that might actually take a little bit more time than we have before the takeoff on the next loop.
Someone's written hashtag Team 200 miles, fortune and glory. Hey, who knows? That would be some epic head-to-head, as Jamil was saying, like just the distance from the last drop to the very end. That'd be a real long haul for two guys to pick it up.
It's entirely possible. We're coming up on 1 minute until the start of loop 128 as Aravipa Lone Mountain last person standing event has winnowed down to 2 individuals. For those just tuning in, Jake Jackson of California and Hector Rodriguez of California are both, have completed 127 miles over the course of the past nearly 32 hours. And they're going to take off for loop 128 in about 30 seconds here. I see Jamil getting ready to show off the swag. And we're off in 10. 3, 2, 1, and go.
I didn't realize I was muted. That's funny.
I didn't realize you were either until I saw you at the very last second. What are you drinking?
Oh, just the other beer that I bought last night from Greenwood Brewing. It's like a woman-owned, new women-owned brewery that's here in Phoenix. It's on Roosevelt Row.
And I see that you had used a piece of the race swag to open it up.
Yeah, this is, this is the medal, quote unquote medal that everyone got. So it's bottle opener / medal. It says I DNF'd Lone Mountain, which will be true for everyone except one person. And it says cheers loser on the back.
So does the,
and of course the winner can feel free to throw this away.
I was going to say, do they have to mail it back to you?
They get this.
I like what
I
you
mean,
said.
they
In sleeping, you can just destroy it.
Yeah.
Or send it back.
Just like Office Space, go out back with the sledgehammer and
Yeah.
show it what's up.
and then post it on the Aero Viper Instagram page.
I guess we'll have to make we'll have to send them a alternative one that says like I finished Lone Mountain or I won Lone Mountain.
Yeah.
We'll have to send it along with the award here.
Enrique mentions to the commentators, you guys rock. We appreciate the dialogue and the savagery occurring with Hector and Jake. Thanks for tuning in. I'm actually enjoying myself. A little bit of sleep deprivation never hurt anybody. At least that's what I was told. And it's kind of hard to really consider us working too hard when we're watching two guys that have actually logged 127 miles over the course of the past 32 or so hours. What they're doing is amazing, and I'm just here to witness and enjoy it. Before the break, we had gotten a question from Nicole, and Nicole was asking, how do we feel about the local legends on Strava? I don't care either way. I don't really, I don't have any business chasing crowns on Strava, and if I were to start chasing them, I would definitely fall under the definition of quote Strava wanker. For those of you familiar with that that account on Twitter that basically calls out people who go sniping for Strava segments just to simply grab crowns along the way. And there's Skylar.
Yeah, I think the typical Strava wanker thing is like when, they go, like they take crowns on segments, and they'll go for a cycle, but they'll log it at they'll go for a cycle, but they'll log it as a run, and the problem with that is like, they're a Strava wanker, and everyone can see it because no one can who runs like 1 minute 45 kilometers or anything like that. So but you can't, at this stage, Strava doesn't have a platform where you can actually, like, if you see it, like, dispute it and bring it up with Strava so they can take it off. So
you can flag it.
Can you?
Yeah, you can flag if you use the desktop version. You can flag segments.
Oh, you can.
And I think that I wasn't really alluding to people taking and biking segments on Strava in terms of what constitutes a, Strava wanker to talk about the Twitter account. It's more so like, for instance, if I were to go out and run a trail run at a 12-minute mile pace for the entirety of the run, and I run a 5-mile run and average a 12-minute mile, but then there's a Strava segment that's on there that I just basically go balls to the wall and try and sprint out to just try and grab the crown. That's kind of what my interpretation, where you're just basically like, okay, I'm going to run a 12-minute mile pace, except for this, third of a mile that or half K segment that, that I think I can, nab the crown on and sprint all out. That to me was kind of the definition of Strava wanker when I first saw it popping up.
Yeah, there was an English footballer, Ross Barkley, he played for Chelsea, and there was a 5K run he did, and like he's like, I did it in like 12:40 something or whatever it was, and it was like short intervals, so he was stopping his watch every time, and I think that's why like Strava's now brought in the elapsed time, so that sort of like people can now see that. So you've got your run time and your elapsed time. So like if you're going to do shit like that now, like people will call you out on it and can see it to call you out on it.
I do remember Jamil did cover the Ross Barkley 5K situation on an episode of
yes
Mountain Outpost.
Yeah,
that was legit. How you doing, Skylar?
Good. I'm good. I'm hoping you can hear me now. Just having mic issues, so.
We can
do we need to do a toilet flush? Do we need to do a toilet flush for Buck?
Yeah, I think that's a minimal. Yeah.
Nice.
Thanks for that. It's official now. How do you think it's going to play out between these last two?
You know, I have no idea. Like from yesterday, I was like 31, 32 hours is probably where this whole thing's going to end. And that was only where we got to the last two. So I could definitely see this grinding out for quite some time. Both of them look super relaxed. I mean, it's physically strong on both accounts. This really could be going on for at least another day. So hope you didn't think you were going to get to Tushers on time, because we're going to be here for a while.
I mean, I was thinking I was going to have my son tonight, but yeah, that's not going to happen. I mean, Tushers is until Saturday, so we got a little bit of time here.
I don't know, man. Even at this point, even Saturday might be a little out of the question, but
yeah,
we'll see what's good. I mean, both these guys are just rocking now.
Absolutely. They both look so composed and so steady. You know, if you look at their splits on the website, live.airviperrunning.com, you can see that, you know, Jake is still, you know, in the 9-minute mile wheelhouse, and Hector's in the, you know, 10-minute mile wheelhouse, give or take. So, you know, it's hard to see either one of them just, you know, completely falling off. I mean, it could happen, but at the same time, there's just been such a steady pace run by both of them. So
yeah, it's been the one thing that's sort of been consistently commended for them. Like, they're just dialed in, and the consistency of the pace, and just their, like, you can just see it by looking on screen, and the cadence as well. They've not really digressed at all, and that's been like incredible to watch.
I mean, Hector's having a full-on conversation, or singing, could be either one, but he's like legit just being a person while running his 129th mile. And every time Jake hops off, he's just like automatically like back in the chat, like, hey, like, how's it going, Jake? Like, he's just right back. So
yeah, right there.
These guys are mentally there, physically there.
Yeah. Jake is listening to David Goggins' audiobook, and he said that he's still got about 8 hours worth of audiobook ahead of him. So, you know, that might be how long he hangs out at the bare minimum. So, and Jake has just finished his 128th loop, and it looks like Hector is winding his down as well.
Yeah, he looks pumped up.
That's what's making it exciting. Both these guys they're really in this, so it's going to be a duel. We're not seeing a lot of struggle out of either of them.
I don't know if you heard, Skylar, but last night about 2:30 in the morning, Hector was having some treadmill issues, and they had to go out and run for a loop. And they brought in another treadmill at 2:30 in the morning. It sounded like there were some issues in regards to the wall outlet giving out, which is kind of crazy. The fact that that Hector is basically taxing the available electricity in his home.
I mean, SoCal Edison, not known for being the most reliable, but yes, completely understand. No, I missed the first one, but I saw the second time that happened early this morning. And so I'm just like start popping out and like live stream from his phone while they were fixing the one inside. It's, yeah, commend the crew wholeheartedly for stepping up and troubleshooting tech issues on top of, you know, just trying to be a normal personal support.
Absolutely. Vincent asking, are the splits self-reported? Just curious to know if there's a way to automatically upload treadmill workouts now. For treadmill workouts for me, I upload a manual activity to Strava. Let's talk to the guy with the most technical treadmill on the, well, I guess he's got the same one that Jake does, but Jamil, are they automatically uploading now?
So no, not as far as I know. Like the Nordic tracks, they get uploaded automatically to iFit, which is their fitness tracking website. And so you can download a .tcx file, just like a fitness format, and then you can upload that to Strava. So that's what I do. And that's what Jake's been doing, by the way. You can go to his Strava right now. You can see every single one of his runs. He's doing them in like 4-hour blocks.
Yep.
They are on there. He'll do like 12 miles at a time. You can see like when he's running and then when he's resting, when he's running, when he's resting, he'll upload that. You can check those out. But yeah, they're self-reporting their laps when they come in on our timing website. So they just click it and that gives them their lap time. Maybe someday they'll make it more automated. That would be nice.
Is he Jake or Jacob on Strava?
I believe it's Jake. Let me double check.
Jake Jackson.
We're down to just under 2 minutes left before they take off on their next loop.
So many Jake Jacksons.
He's the one with the USA singlet on.
Oh yeah, just found it now.
Looks like Hector's getting a massage gun over there in between laps.
Yeah, his crew's been taking good care of him.
I just want to know what he's listening to because he's just like rocking. So I don't know if it's to the pulse of the gun or what he's just like kicking it to. I'm gonna need that soundtrack.
Skylar's putting together his Heavily 100 playlist, so he's got.
Party music the entire time.
I like it. Skylar's digging it.
I might just run out of here and go DJ, just leave you guys behind. Come back in like 8 hours while they're still going.
40 seconds.
Yeah, he's consistently burning about 1,400 calories as well, Jake. Per 4-hour block.
15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
And loop 129 is underway. They have completed 32 hours of running at this point.
Have you guys ever seen those events where they do this actually with with people all there, like on the treadmills, like at an event?
In person on treadmill doing this?
Next to each other, yeah.
I don't think that's ever happened, but I was thinking, we were talking about that at some point. That would be really cool.
I saw this guy in Australia attempted, like, there was like 5 or 6 treadmills at this like running expo type event, and this Australian guy was his name's Luca Torini, and he used to hold the 24-hour world record on a treadmill. I think it got broken again this year, but yeah, so he did it in front of a crowd at like an expo type event, and there was like 4 or 5 other people that were going for. There was a 4-person female team that was going for like a relay record, and there was another person going for like a female record, and I think someone was going for like a 12-hour record, but they were all going for different records, but they were running next to each other. It was pretty cool. It'd be good, yeah, but it'd be good to have like an event where like, I don't know, maybe 20 or 30 people are like doing the exact same thing on a treadmill, and like have like some sort of a crowd.
Yeah, have spectators that could
DJ.
hang out, and then everyone's got their own treadmill, their own little table and chair, cot if they want it. There's like, yeah, that would be
DJs and like just like a real like sort of atmosphere to it as well. It'd be really interesting. Full aid as well, yeah.
Yeah, like invite a bunch of the people that have done well at these types of events and get them all together and see if they could see if they can break 300 miles
and world records as well.
I mean, it would kind of be like the speed project. I don't even know if that's a thing in Australia or like that's even known, but I can see that being like the treadmill version of that. It would be pretty wild to see, because it would just be like, we always sort of see this like escalation happening in person, but when you actually see it like in the speed, or like even when people are in the gym, they're like next to the person, like, oh, that person's running like 7.8, I got to run 8.0. You would just sort of see that gamesmanship happening. To be real entertaining.
Yeah.
Someone said BYOT, bring your own treadmill.
You just got to make sure you got the power thing under wraps, because that many treadmills, like at one
I think
place.
you would, like, if I envisioned something like that, it would be like you would have it at like the University of Phoenix Stadium or something, like some big indoor arena where you could have them like spread out over the whole floor.
Yeah,
and, pack out the arena, with all these ultra running fans, all 100 and however many we have in the chat room here.
You could have them in a row and facing each other as well.
I mean, they used to do this like 100, whatever, in the 1800s. They would pack out Madison Square Garden, except they wouldn't be on treadmills. They would just be on.
What? Didn't they do like a 6-day biking event at Madison Square Garden?
Well, they have foot races too. I mean,
I think it started.
I don't know about biking. They for sure would have foot races.
Yeah, at Madison Square Garden, because back in those days, like there was no.
Well, there was no other sports. That was the sports. That was the spectator sports. There was no There was no cars yet. There was no.
Yeah.
That was the
entertainment
of the day
of any kind.
Bring it back.
It was Netflix and sports and everything all rolled up into one.
And then there's betting and gambling going on too.
Yeah.
We had a question. Both of them have a road loop planned. Should there be more treadmill malfunctions, right? Oh yeah. They both run outdoors at this point. So, yep. Did you see the comment that you could check out Hector's Instagram? You can hear the music.
Oh, and in those videos.
Yeah, he's HRod. HRod 619.
Sweet. There you go. Make sure you go follow. no real copyright flag issues on Instagram, whereas this live feed is
Yeah,
problematic.
unfortunately, we can't be playing that.
If we were to play it over the waves, it'll strike. Apparently, you can't even sing on YouTube.
Yeah, like if you just sing the lyrics, they'll flag you.
Or even hum, like a melody. Like you can't even hum it.
Awesome.
They're pretty freaking strict, eh? I mean, who really cares? Like, it's like no one's trying to like make money off this stuff. Like, it's like if you're singing, you're just singing because you're happy. It's like you're not. What are you really doing? I don't really get it. I don't see the problem. Like the amount of times personal pick got pulled off when that quarantine backyard ultra was going on. They're just silly things like music being on in the background. It's like who are they hurting? Who are we hurting by having that stuff air?
Yeah, it's a problem.
No, you just got to.
I almost wonder if there's like a team at YouTube that you'd be like, hey, like we're gonna do this live event. Clearly, this isn't like a DJ set where I'm playing a bunch of other people's music, but you may hear intermittent stuff. Like if there's like a bypass of the computer AI.
I just don't see who it's bothering. Like I don't understand it. I mean, unless there's just people out there at YouTube with just stupid agendas, really, just to ruin people's fun. Like it's no one that does that stuff that gets flagged, or for the majority like of the people that do that stuff that gets flagged, they're not doing any harm to anybody. They're not trying to make money off anything. It's just like if you're running on a treadmill and you got music in the background, it's basically just to get yourself through the run and entertain yourself. It's not I think like when Gary did his run on the treadmill, he for Aeroviper, for the Aeroviper Strong event, like he was watching a lot of Netflix, and he had to have it on mute because they got pulled off a couple of times off the stream. So it was a bit annoying for them.
Who needs the NBA when we have this?
Exactly right. Although I'm a Lakers fan and I'm glad it's back because we're having a good year. So.
Get out.
What? What? You're not a Clippers fan, are you?
No, nobody's really a Clippers fan.
Yeah,
so I'm a Warriors fan because I grew up in the Bay Area. So.
Right. Right. Well, you're welcome for Andrew Bogut.
I mean, with the bubble, I have nothing to cheer for because like we're one of the 8 teams out there. But on principle, I can't really get behind the Lakers. But this is going to be such a wild end of a regular season. I have no idea what's going to happen.
What has happened to you guys this year? Wow. It's been a fall from grace. Massively.
Injuries.
Massively.
Just injuries, I think. Yeah. It's okay. It depressed the ticket prices enough for some real fans to actually be able to go to the Chase Center. So
when you got Clay and Curry both out at the same time, I think that just floored you guys. Like Clay Thompson and Steph Curry, like that's a lot of points. That's a lot of points. And I don't know, was Green injured at one point? You still got him? Is he still there?
Yeah, I mean he would be back now, but he was hobbled for a little bit. And then we had
just give them all time to
I mean, let's be real though. We weren't making a run no matter what.
No.
Heal everybody. There's no Olympic basketball season. We don't have to worry about that component. So we'll rebound in December and do what we got to do.
It's good to see USA basketball sort of caring more about international basketball again. I know, like with Australia, we've always been like really into, and we've like, I reckon like the next few World Championships and Olympics, like we've got a lot of quality players now to actually go for gold. Whereas before, like you'd always sort of, you know, it was always like USA, Spain, Argentina, like that were right up there. And like now, like we've got a lot of players playing in the NBA, and yeah, we can definitely do something in the next Olympics for sure. It'll be interesting when the Olympics happen, actually, because like the level of international talent in the NBA at the moment is probably the highest and best it's ever been. So yeah, I mean, you've got your pioneers like Dirk, and that really led the way for such a long time for European players and international players. But right now, like you've just got players from all over the globe that are just lighting up in the NBA. So it's a really good mix of great American talent and great international talent.
How did the Suns end up in this bubble?
Hey,
just curious.
I mean, of the 8 teams that got left out, was it like 5 or 6 of them were from the Eastern Conference? Just because
the Suns are like 13th out of 15th in the Western Conference.
That's how bad the Eastern Conference is. So,
well, yeah, that's true.
They
There's
just like power ranked who had a chance of making it into the playoffs, and there was a lot more parity between like 7 and
the Suns
12
would
or
have
13
been
in the West.
The Suns would have been 9th in the Eastern Conference. So yeah,
they've got some good players though. Like there's a bit of a team, a bit of a build going on there.
We got 2 minutes left before start of loop 130.
Now we're getting somewhere. I feel like that 135 is kind of a barrier. It's like the bad water number.
Yeah. There's all these little
yeah, I guess we surpassed 200K with little fanfare, but that was right around when Buck dropped out. So.
I mean, once we get through 135, we're going straight to 240. You know, we're just going straight to Moab, and then after that.
Yeah, we're just checking off like the events, the major events.
I guess 500K is a milestone. Bull state.
Just keep upping the number. $40 seconds.
$30 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Skylar, you're getting called out to join the virtual Dipsy.
Hold on, I gotta flip tabs. It's just in the YouTube, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Clinton Green's written, "No one cares about kilometers, America." In Australia, we do. We don't go by miles. So this was the first event where I actually had to go into the settings of my watch, and I debated it, but I thought it would make sense for me to do so. So I went into the settings of my watch and I changed the total distance display to miles, but I kept the lap distance at kilometers, because that's, as a pace, that's what I'm used to using as a barometer of how I'm doing, like in respect to just like heart rate and stuff like that, just at what I'm operating at. So, but yeah, I was going on miles, so it was a little bit weird at the start. It's kind of easy.
The mile is like it's a weird unit. It's a weird unit. It's like 1609. It makes sense.
What I found kind of good about it for me, like, because like a kilometer like is obviously like, and then you got like a mile is 1.6 kilometers. So for me, what I found with that was like, I'm still going on the numerical value of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm just still ticking off numbers. So, and to have run further whilst ticking off those numbers was a plus. Like it sort of like, it was a bit of a mental win. Like I'm just going 1, 2, 3. Like you just run till you hit that 1, and your watch ticks over. So no, it was good.
So if this format were to be a 1K instead of a 1 mile, what would be the appropriate time limit? Would it be like 10 minutes? Like what do you think would be a fair level of competition for a 1K loop?
I mean, most people's, let's say, easy kilometers would be like anywhere from like 4:45 to 6 minutes. So if you, because you're looking at sort of incorporating runners, you know, fueling and resting and stuff. Yeah, I reckon 10 minutes would be about a good mark, because, you know, if you run like a 5-minute K, you've got 5 minutes to rest. But, you know, as we've seen in this format as well, as that race goes on, well, not for these two guys, but for a lot of us, you know, as it goes on, we're finding that countdown is one, the time goes quicker, and then we're not also getting as much time as the race goes on, because we're obviously coming in a bit later through fatigue and whatnot. So yeah, but yeah, I reckon 10 minutes for a kilometer format would be decent. But to be honest, I think I prefer the 1 mile. I think it's long enough where it's sort of really like testing people, and in just that loop, in that particular in that individual loop. And you've also, like, you know, as it goes on, the fatigue factor is does come into effect, and you've got to manage that time a lot better. So no, I really enjoy this format. I haven't done the 4.16 like the.
So if you did right around 9 minutes per kilometer, you would be right around 100 miles in 24 hours.
Yeah. That'll work all right.
It's like 8.947. 1 kilometer in 8.947 minutes would be.
It'd be interesting. It'd be like, there's a lot less time there to play with. It'll be very fast paced. Like you'll bang out some quick kilometers too.
Well, we were doing a real dumb calculation, the little loop in my backyard. We were trying to figure out if you did that in the same format, and it was like you'd have to do a lap every 2 minutes.
You measured it once, didn't you? Was it 175 or something like that, or?
I forget what it was. 240. No. Wasn't that long? Yeah, maybe 240 meters, something like that, possibly.
Yeah, I think I remember you posting some sort of run through on YouTube at one point. You did flirt with the idea of doing a marathon, didn't you, on that loop, on that backyard?
Well, we've done a couple races on it before, and I think we've had people go run like 40 miles on it. We did 2 different backyard races on it so far.
That's crazy.
Probably,
man.
we'll do more, I'm sure, at some point when we can all when I can have a group of people at my house again, you know.
In your backyard?
Yeah.
I was at both of those.
Yeah. I think the furthest was like 40 some odd miles. Because we did 8 hours each time, I think.
Yeah. I believe Scott Bonke from November Project, and I think that he came close, or did John? I know the first one. I'm pretty sure John Marishak won, powered by Nuggets and Tecate. And then the second one, John got caught up with the aid station fireball and was not quite as good of a race for him. But I think that I did a half marathon at one and then a 10K at the other. It's about happy hour o'clock, so cheers.
I haven't got anything to cheers, but
this is a Dogfish Head fruit ale called Fruitful Fort.
Nice colourful cover on the front.
Checks in at 18%.
Damn.
Yeah, it's a one and done.
That's Jesus. Yeah, it's not gonna take too many of those.
Dickerson's asks if I'm a rat. Yeah, I am participating.
What was that beer brand again?
This is Dogfish Head.
Dogfish Head. Okay, I'll remember that. I'll write that down actually. What's the flavor? It's like got a color to it.
It's got a bit of I want to say it's strawberry, raspberry, blueberry, boysenberry. So
nice.
Is it fruity? It's
with all that in it, it's got to be.
It almost drinks though more like a almost like a wine.
Oh, okay. I don't mind my ciders as well. I like cider.
On occasion, I'll do a cider,
yeah,
something of that nature.
Looks like Jake is wrapped up. Hector is finishing up this mile. Just cruising, both of them.
Yeah, Jake at taking 100 and his loop 130 was an 8:46.
Throwing down. Absolutely throwing down. So good. He's still coming in with so much time. It's incredible. Hey, Jake. Who's going to carry the boats?
You need to get Goggins on the front.
Man, imagine him jumping on the stream. It'd be unreal.
He's talking about his first ultra at SD100 where he blew up.
Yeah. Isn't that that was when he brought like literally a chair and 2 packets of crackers or something. And
yeah, he ran it to get into Badwater, and Chris told him it was a 24-hour race. Why'd you fucking stop at 100 miles?
Yeah. Didn't he shit himself?
I think so. I know he had some shin problems during the race too.
Yeah.
I ran against Goggins at my first 100 miler, Angeles Crest in 2007.
Oh yeah.
He ran the race with a broken toe. Like he started it with a broken toe and he beat me.
That's crazy.
A couple hours, yeah.
That's crazy. And he's come from being a bigger guy too, which is like his engine is insane.
Oh, Dre, the chain loop wasn't that bad in Jamil's backyard. Chain loop was the only way I could keep up with anybody.
That was just an organic thing that happened. Can't blame me for that.
Walmsley's just posted something really nice about Tommy.
Really?
Yeah. They're doing like a fundraiser. Or is that the one that or is, oh no, that yeah. Wait. I think that is the option as well. Maybe.
Yeah, the Pizzicoletta fundraiser.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's a different one. That was a different one too. I was thinking for a second the one that Patrick Reagan was on about. Yeah. Gets me down a bit, to be honest. A lot. I really hope he's going to be okay.
It's a crazy world. I don't know. Not much to add to that. It's just, it is what it is. It's just, yeah.
1 minute.
None of us are invincible. As much as these two still competing make it look like we might be invincible, but
yeah. You just sort of, I know, like, you sometimes sort of just say, you know, why, but why him? Why, you know, someone that's just always giving to other people? But I guess that's the way this world works. Life's not always fair.
20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Chris, if you're talking to us, you're super muted.
Yeah, you are, man.
I am no longer muted now. Ray asks when we are going to get another Will It Goo episode.
Next time Goo flies me to Oakland so I can get some vegan mob. I'm just kidding. Yeah, what can we, I mean, where do we go from here with the goo stuff? We've done a lot of goo stuff. We've done the chili goo. We've done we did Will It Ramen. We did Will It Goo. Did we do Will It, right? Will It Goo?
Yeah.
I forget what we've done. We did How Do You Goo? What else is there, man?
Yep.
Why do you goo?
Dude, I don't.
To goo or not to goo?
Yeah, here's the thing though. Will It Goo and like Drop Bag and all of those were 4 years ago. Like it's insane to think that much time has passed.
That is a while ago.
Yeah, I have no idea what the next iteration would be.
When did you leave me?
2016. Like literally this past week was my 4th anniversary of moving back to the Bay Area starting.
That's crazy. Because like we were like, I mean, once we got started, we were hammering out episodes. Like it was crazy.
There was the week that we filmed. I will never forget this week. It might have been one of the worst weeks of my life. Was the week that we filmed Chili Pepper Goo on like a Wednesday or Thursday, and then we filmed Treasure Chest that Saturday.
Was it?
So like we barely had recovered, and then we went up to Flagstaff and did that damn Treasure Chest challenge. Hated everything, and then I slept in the car, or DJ'd that night, slept in the car, then drove to Vegas the next morning. Like that was the worst week.
Yeah, sounds about right. That one should have got like better feedback, I feel like, or I don't know. That was pretty funny, I thought. You never know.
I remember when the first time I saw some of those videos, the drop bag challenge, I still show that to people that are curious about it. The drop bag challenge, the chili pepper goo challenge, the Chipotle challenge. Those are all just some of my favorite things to look at when I need a smile.
Well, I'm happy that somebody smiles when they think about those, because those hurt. All of those ones you listed very much hurt.
I was surprised. I want to say that I had asked Jamila a couple of years ago which one was the worst. And I want to say that the Chipotle one was more. One of you had mentioned, I want to say the Chipotle one was more difficult than the rest of them, than the rest of the challenges, and I was kind of surprised by that.
I mean, chili goo for me was the worst.
Yeah, as we were filming that, we knew it was going to be the worst for you. There was like a 40-minute period where you disappeared, and we had to send Mike to go find you to make sure you hadn't actually died.
I did like a 45-minute lap, I think, or an hour lap. I don't know what it was. And it was only the lap was what, like a quarter mile or less?
Yeah.
I think it was it was something, maybe it was like half or 3/4 of a mile, but where you were was very close to the finish, and like you were on the downhill stretch.
Oh no, Robert Comstock says the Chipotle challenge is going down in Colorado Springs October 3rd.
No. So don't get me wrong, like I enjoy running around the springs. I'm gonna keep that recreational when I'm there. But good on you. Send us a link to whatever route that is. I don't know if it's like a Strava route or whatever folks are mapping routes on, but let me know, because I have a better sense of Colorado Springs now than I did 4 years ago. I'd be interested to see how that plays out. But I know for me personally, Chipotle was the worst. So good luck with that.
JW Boren says Santa Jim was the best. I did get a kick out of that one. That was fun. And I actually had people ask me, and I meant to ask how you got that filmed. Did you have people like tagging off?
The Walmsley, the Santa FKT?
Yes.
Just me and Michael.
That's impressive that you two were able to keep up with him like that.
Well, and then we put he wore a GoPro also, but yeah, it was like, I went like halfway up the mountain, and then Michael started at the bottom, and I think he got dropped so quick.
Oh,
it was crazy.
Yeah, and Michael's, you know, a fantastic runner too. So. Oh, they don't do a margarita. They do taco burrito.
12 miles. Yeah, we always bite off more than we can chew. That's kind of the theme. It's like, oh, this doesn't sound so bad. Let's like add a couple more things in there. And then the next thing you know, it's like, oh, this is a bad idea.
And by we mean you, just so we're clear.
Yeah.
Very rarely am I like, yes, this is a good idea. This doesn't sound that bad. Most of the time it's you.
Yeah.
Which is fine. Whatever. Like, I'm still alive.
As long as you
that's
say
cool.
it's fine, then we're good.
Yeah. They're some of the ones we've done far apart, like Unicorn Frap, I think people bring up often as well. So there's hey kitty, bye kitty. There's a chance for us to still put out some good stuff. And I know we have some in the chamber for release too. So there will be more stupidity coming.
Yeah, we definitely. Yeah, we need to come up with a game plan on some new stuff. Because yeah, we can definitely do remote stuff. I think there's no excuse there.
A little over halfway through this loop 132. Yeah, somebody in the chat brought up the when we went and just like straight out sniped Jim's Strava segments.
Oh yeah.
That was a day. That was a day.
I think, did I hear someone might have broke the one downhill that we beat Jim on? Either they broke it or they were trying to break it. I forget.
I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. That of the two, and given that was the one that we actually took, spoiler alert, yeah, that was probably the softer of the ones that folks can go after on their own accord. Somewhere in the back of drop my cap. Somewhere in the back of my head, I still have the Chasing Mako Redux planned. Just gonna go after some of his like old Bay Area segments.
Oh, Chasing Mako.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he just posted recently, huh? He did like a little update video, maybe a month ago.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Where is he in San Diego? Is that right?
Like Greater LA.
Oh, LA. Okay, that's right. Yeah.
I mean, Hector has an affinity for San Diego, but Mako's not there. So Hector can be the king of San Diego for a little bit. We can do a Greater SoCal battle.
That's not there, boy. Yeah.
All right. After that power pose by Hector, that means that both of them are done with the loop. With a little over 4:30 left until we start the next one.
I think that it's amazing that they're still allowing themselves this much rest time in between segments. The fact that they're still able to go out and knock out a 10-minute mile at this stage in the game, and then rest for 5 and handle what they got to handle, and come back and repeat it all over again.
Yeah, that's definitely been one of the impressive factors that you got to factor in, and when you're looking at how well they've done.
I mean, if I'm being honest, there's just so few towels that they're using. And I just know if I was running on a treadmill for this long, it would just be a pool. Like, it would legit be underwater at this point. So shout out to them. I mean, Jake's been shirtless for a while. Hector, I don't even know what that's either the greatest microfiber ever, or dude's just immune to cotton. I don't know.
It can't be the same shirt the whole time. Surely not.
Well, it looks like using Body Glide with regularity as he goes. So.
Yeah, I love that stuff. I did a marathon time trial with a few friends, like around the 5K loop locally, probably about a couple of months ago. And one of my friends, he was shooting for his PB, his personal best was like 259 something, and he was shooting to better that. And he got like a 253, I think it was. And he had bloody nipples. Like, both nipples were like, I think the last 5K or so, like, both nipples were just shot. And like, I remember him finishing, and like, he had a white singlet and just like these 2 red dots. He had no idea. He had no idea. And then he just sort of like looked down and was like, oh crap.
I've been there.
I've never had it happen. My nipples don't chafe really, or so bad that they're going to bleed. Like,
mine do. I actually use I use moleskin to protect them, and if the and it's very rare that it happens, but if the moleskin comes off anytime during an event, I am screwed.
That's like that particular Band-Aid for chafing, right?
It's Dr. Scholl's moleskin typically, wasn't originally intended for foot care, but I just cut it and just attach it right to my nipples. So for those that care about my nipple care,
it's a real issue for some people.
And as far as for anti-chafing for me, I am definitely going to do a shameless squirrel's nut butter plug. I am an ambassador for the company, so, and they are one of the co-sponsors of this event.
45 seconds. I know they're a co-sponsor. So
based out of Flagstaff, home of third place finisher Buck Blankenship.
Yeah.
And fifth place finisher Nathan Wren. 20 seconds. And 10,
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lap 132. Here we come.
I mean, when you got Rob Cry as your coach, you're going to do okay, aren't you? Like, you think.
Jubilee's back. Hello.
Hello. Refreshed.
Hey, Jubes.
Hello. I see we're still here.
We're here and we're down to 2.
Jubes 2.0.
Okay.
Did you get a nice little rest in?
I did.
Good.
I hit the couch. I'm like, oops. Huh?
You definitely deserved it.
All right. So what's going on? What's the chatter?
Well, Buck missed
nipple chafing was the last thing.
Nipple chafing.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Well, that was quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pretty mellow, I guess. Yeah, Buck timed out at mile 123.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Just didn't make it back, but he kind of had a slow decline. And then, yeah, these guys are still going.
He was close though. Like I think he came back a minute after he timed out.
Yeah, we could actually see him in. I think he'd actually come into view by the time he by the time the clock had run out on him. So
yeah, he was close, but I think he I think he made peace with it. Possibly, you might have stopped trying to get back.
Was that the furthest he had ever gone?
Yeah, I believe so.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah, he said his A goal was 140, but he was pretty happy with where he got. So
awesome. Really cool. Yeah, I don't think you can be disappointed with 123, whatever that is.
Not at all.
Yeah.
So these guys will be running into another night soon. Looks like it. That's just nuts.
Yeah, this loop will bring us to 5 p.m. So for those of you on the Margaritaville grind, get your drink ready.
I just checked the.
Is there any indication that this is slowing down? That these guys are tiring out? Is it?
No.
Like not at all.
They're getting back. They're getting back in the exact same time, like rest time slot that they were doing before. They're not digressing in their strides. They're so locked in and dialed. So. Yeah.
I mean, Hector's definitely throwing in a more like 10 plus minute laps than he was for a really long time. Like he didn't have any 10 minutes. He's trending up slightly.
I think it's more strategy though.
The last loop was literally Jake's slowest, maybe the slowest in a long time, and it was still only a 9:29.
Yeah, he was.
He does seem, if you look at his chart, he does seem to be like it looks like he's using like the same speed for really long chunks, and they kind of step up every once in a while. But he's been on the same speed for quite a while, except that last lap. Yeah.
Yeah, he likes to put in the odd quick mile every once in a while.
Yeah, he has yet to actually be on the other side of 10 minutes for a mile at this point.
At all, yeah. I think 9:46 was his slowest mile all race.
So everybody drinking right now? Are we prepared?
I'm drinking something from
Water.
Dogfish Head called Fruitful Fort. It is a berry ale that checks in at 18%.
Yeah, you're
18%?
Yeah, 18%.
That's
All right,
nuts.
we're gonna say goodbye to Chris here in about 20 minutes.
I want some.
Yeah, that's a one and done. I'm not having more.
It should be.
What you
Correct.
got?
That's a barley wine. That's not even legally a beer.
I don't think they they sell anything that high in the liquor stores in Australia. You might be able to get. I think things like that you'd have to get it direct from wholesale. You guys have got a lot of like. I find like in the States there's a lot of independent local breweries.
Tons now.
Yeah.
Hey, like I think there's a real market for it, but also like locals really get behind the local breweries, so they do survive and thrive.
Yeah, there's a very robust community of microbreweries here in the Phoenix area, and that's one of the things that we tried to do during our Aravaipa group runs is that we try and support a lot of the locally owned businesses, especially the breweries on our Wednesday nights, and we'll go to some of the local haunts, and we have a good time with it. And I scheduling them, I like to explore new places. Some are hits, some are misses. More hits than misses, though. We've got a lot of great locally owned breweries and businesses here. Obviously, Huss is a partner of Aravaipa's. We've gone to another. To plug another local joint, Helio Basin, has taken good care of us. We had our Christmas party there last year and brought about 100 people there.
At least. Yeah, it was fun. It
was a lot of fun. They, everything was great. And we've got a lot of great little a lot of great little places here in town. Occasionally the Shop Beer Company, Fate, whatever they're called this week. Mike Reef mentioned Santan Brewery. Yeah, we've hit the Santan Brewery at 16th Street and Bethany Home before for our group runs. So, we've got a fair amount. I mean, I wouldn't even venture a guess as to how many locally positioned craft beer makers we have here in town, but there's quite a few.
Yeah, I know. In Australia, I don't think it's like as big a thing, but like I definitely know like in the States and even in even north in Canada as well, there's a lot that put out some really good IPAs and stuff. So,
all you drink in Australia is Foster's, right?
Fun. I almost swore there, but it almost came. And then I'm like, oh, this is, we don't want to get started. No. So. Pure piss. I'd rather drink my tennis ball canister.
Oh God.
Oh yikes.
Literal piss. Just kidding.
It's just like it's beer. Like it's like bitter. It's like the flavor's shit. It's not. It doesn't like go down well. It's one of those beers you drink when like you're really drunk and you can't taste anything anyway. So
so it's the Natty Light of Australia, basically, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Bastards. Yeah.
Or the PBR of Australia, as it were.
No, because hipsters don't drink Foster's, so it can't be the PBR.
Right, what's your guys' stance on like Budweiser? Do we like it or hate it?
I don't tend to drink it. I don't really drink a lot of the Budweiser or Miller products.
I think the only reason I would drink Budweiser is for a beer mile.
Right.
Could see that.
It does fit the 5%. It is the beer I use for the beer half marathon. Yep.
Yeah. Goes down really well.
I tried it when I was in Chicago a few years back, and I was like,
it's not great.
Not great, but it's beer, I guess. It's one of those beers. It's like, it's beer. If you go to a party,
the rules of beer. You start with stuff that's flavorful, and then you work your way back to water. And so that's sort of like Budweiser, Miller, Coors, like that whole bucket. That's like I no longer care about taste. I'm just doing this to maintain sociability or
like
the pretense of
one of those beers like in your 20s when you go to a party and you just want to get really drunk. So you just like, it's that kind of beer. Like, whereas like when you get older and you just like, you acquire a taste and like, you're not drinking beer to get drunk. You're actually after something that tastes really nice and you can just sort of relax too.
I try and
But
go
drink
after both.
responsibly at home.
Hey? Yeah, type in the comments below favorite beers.
I mean, I would reach for most of the Mexican beers before I would reach for Budweiser or Coors, you know?
Oh,
Like
100%.
I would put the the Dos Equis, Tecate, Modelo, Soul type ahead
All
of
of them.
Bud and Miller. I would put Corona below Bud and Miller though. Not a big fan.
Below.
No one is.
Nah, Corona in Australia is really popular. It's a really popular summer beer. Like you could just wash so many back. Like they're just so easy to drink. I do like Miller though. So I'm not against it, but yeah, Corona's a great summer beer. It's like that sort of like if you're having a barbecue or something, it's a really good beer for something like that.
Andre asked Corona versus Bud Light. I'm Bud Light in that duel.
No, I'm Corona all the way.
Corona.
I would be
not Corona, like Corona
like
the
not
beer.
the virus.
Yeah.
Let's be specific.
Oh, by the way,
Beer.
fun fact. Apparently, they actually stopped distributing it for a small. I don't know if that's still the case right now, but they stopped distributing for a small period of time recently because of it associating to something that's so shit at the moment. So
We
I
don't
don't. Hey.
capitalize on it.
Yeah. How do you capitalize on something that's killing everyone? Mm. 2 minutes.
Chris.
Almost at that 1:35.
And it's 5 o'clock at the start of this loop. So if you're celebrating these runners in their home time zone, you can have a drink of choice, be it water beer, kombucha,
Chris's face just then.
beer,
Wherever
barley wine, wine.
may fall on the spectrum of beer.
I think I've only got a cider in the fridge. I think so.
Nicole asking where the chickens are at. The chickens were taken away from us. We do need
The chickens are enjoying the shade where they can at the moment. They,
yeah, you have chickens over there too.
They spilled over their water. Yes, they do.
Yeah, make no mistake, I'm no big Bud Light fan, but I'll take it over Corona anytime
No
given the
way.
choice.
No way. No.
And I love my cheap beers. Trust me. I mean, I've been known to show up at Haviland 100 or to a Ragnar with a case of hams or old style, and to show people what's up. But
I don't think Budweiser holds a candle to Corona, to be honest.
No. 20 seconds.
Great, Skylar. I'm glad someone's paying attention.
What?
Does that mean a new conversation starts in 20 seconds also?
No, we can revisit
this meant go to commercial when I was in the...
Did I get a nerve or something?
3, 2, 1.
Let's go.
Lap 133 is underway.
I don't know. What?
I was saying to Skylar, he's got something to say.
Oh, we can get back to the beer conversation if that's what people are into. I'm still holding out hope that I will go for a run today. So I'm currently not drinking, but I've also been known to drink then run, so I don't think that it's exclusionary.
I mean, where are you going to prioritize drinking, running, and sleeping?
Well, it also depends if I want to drive to where I'm going to run at. So I got to be a little bit smart about that.
Yeah. We don't promote drinking and driving here.
Absolutely not.
No.
My grief just said both are good with some Clamato, and I will say no, sir.
Get that clam juice.
Now, a Bloody Mary in general, I can get behind.
Great. Yes.
That I'll support.
Yep.
Yes.
I've also been known to bring a Bloody Mary bar to certain races, such as Across the Years to Ragnar's.
I'm famous for like being very generous on like the spirits when I do such cocktails. just a dab. Yeah. Half the bottle.
Let me tell you guys the story of after filming one of our videos where I took Jamil to bottomless mimosas. So, no.
What video was that after? I can't even remember. I'm just kidding.
That was after, we know, the infamous beer tin case is no longer on YouTube. Yeah.
Oh, that one.
So funny story about that. I had this big meeting with the Maricopa County Parks people, and yeah, they totally dropped that in on the meeting.
They did what?
That was great.
Like recently?
Yeah, like I just had this like a couple days ago. They were like, I was like, yeah, I'd love to make some, great promo videos for the parks. And they're like, as long as you're not drinking in it. I was like, oh dang. But I'm glad we have this relationship. We can kind of talk. Here we go. This is good. It's a good thing. I think. We corrected that. We did a 180 on that one pretty quick.
Yeah.
It was like,
good data.
Yeah, not a good look.
That whole video was kind of crazy. It sounded like you had a situation where you run into somebody out there that was kind of, not where they should have been or something like that, or was it what was the issue? Okay, because the video was taken down, correct?
Yeah, we took it down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in general, you shouldn't drink in public parks.
It's a good rule of thumb.
I think that was kind of the lesson. Yeah. But in our minds and our hearts, we know what happened. And it was a demolition of one of us, both in the race and in their liver. It was great.
In their cognitive state.
Listen, some people end up in ditches playing Pokemon Go. Life happens.
These are the choices we live with.
At some point, we'll do this cask race, in a place that is legal, and it'll all be good.
I've been training all quarantine for it. Not on the running side, but I will carry the load otherwise.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to up my drinking game a little bit, a lot of it. It's been pretty bad.
If by been you mean for the entire time I've known you, at least, yes, it's been pretty bad.
Yeah. Peer pressure.
Nicole asks if we prefer running in the snow or super hot summer conditions. Usually the super hot summer.
Hot summer.
No.
What is snow? What's snow?
Hilarious because I live in Arizona, but I do prefer snow.
We just don't get an opportunity to run in it too often. I'm trying to think of the number of times I've actually run in snow in the state. The only time I can think of was at Old Pueblo a couple of years ago. The loop that I did on the 25 miler there was there was plenty of snow on the ground, and I was actually a little bit nervous on some of the higher passes that were overlooking some steep drop-offs. Then I know that a couple years ago, I remember my son and I were volunteering at Flagstaff Sky Peaks, and we left, and no more than 10 minutes after we left, it sounds like the race got kind of dumped on pretty heavy with snow up in Flagstaff.
Oh yeah.
Like at the very end of the race.
It was
thunder snow.
It was the thunder snow. It was the coolest thing until the next morning when we realized that it completely wrecked our tents.
All of our tents, and then you had to like sled everything out on tables.
Yeah, so then we flipped over 6-foot tables and we packed them full of stuff and then put ratchet straps on them and sled them down the hill because we couldn't drive a truck up there because it was too dangerous. So we sled all of our equipment and all of our gear from the race down on 6-foot tables. It was very innovative.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, no,
because there was going to be there was even more storms coming, so there was like a short break, a short window where we got to get everything out.
Yeah, we had a very tight window, and we were just trying to bust as much as we could and sled it down before we got smacked with another major storm. So,
wow.
Which again dumped and then buried kind of the rest of whatever equipment we left, which wasn't a lot, but.
Oh yeah, we did. There was some stuff left that had to go back for later.
Yeah, so Scout and I went back later and picked up another truck full, and it was just him and I, and we used the same method. We kind of we used tools and sled down the mountain. It was very nice.
Yeah, because the parking area versus where the race actually has the start-finish line is pretty brutal. You have to go up a short but very steep hill.
Yeah.
To actually get up to the yurt where the start-finish line takes place.
Driving it is a little tricky, even if there's no snow on the ground.
I believe it.
It was a really cool experience, though, because we were worried about the last runners and then like lightning and then snow and blizzard. And Jamil and I are just standing going, what? And then as that started dumping down, the last runner came across and we're like, this is incredible. So, it's cool. It was a cool moment.
Done.
I would say within the next 30 seconds to a minute here, we're going to see these guys wrap up their 133rd loop.
Yeah, he's slowed down by about, I think, 30 seconds or so. The last couple. Still just looking strong, both of them.
And Jake has finished, and looks like Hector's about to finish as well.
That was almost simultaneous.
Yeah, 8 seconds apart.
Mm. God, they had just, like, so much time still, like the rest time.
Nicole Hamilton, favorite post-race tradition? I've got a couple. And they kind of tie into one another. Number one is my my post-race time in the beer garden at Aravaipa events. We always have a great time hanging out in the beer garden. Sometimes I'll be the one actually slinging the beer. Sometimes I'll be the one drinking the beer. But I like hanging out. And another tradition I seem to have undertaken is at the finish of one of my favorite races, Black Canyon 100K here, Jubilee always seems to be waiting right at the finish line for me and greets me with a huge hug. And it's a pretty great feeling to finish 100K and, you know, have one of your favorite people at the finish line ready to just, you know, catch you, even though you're like, you know, when you're ready to completely collapse. So.
No.
One of my favorite post-race traditions is just being there to hug people when they finish.
I think for me, like in Australia, like a lot of, I've probably got like about 2 or 3 friends that we, so two friends in particular that we do a lot of the same races together. So generally we just like to, and then we also like at these races, we come across other friends that we know in the running community and stuff. And like we just like to go out to a big lunch and have coffees and juice and like burgers or something, and just like have a good like 2-3 hour sit down and chat over coffee and that. And sometimes a little small pub crawl is that also happens. But yeah, it's just more so to just like sit down, relax, taking good food and just have really good conversation. Like I said earlier in the stream, like running events for me in particular, it's not just the race itself, it's the community behind it, and just sort of enjoying that atmosphere for a day where, you know, you've got your daily grind of going to work most days, but like those days are a real highlight for just really just having fun.
Hey, Trent.
Hey.
I think that.
You guys still here?
Yeah. These guys.
Yeah, my favorite post race was definitely after my first 50 miler at Whiskey Basin, and trying to go to Whiskey Row that night and dance. And was like, I can't drop it or squat low at all. That was the worst, most hilarious night.
Yeah.
And I still ended up in a dance battle somehow, which is
sorry,
unknown to me. I still ended up in some dance battle that night somehow. And I was like, guys, I really can't move. Like, this is the furthest I've ever run, and I am broken. But tag team of verified folks, we got it done.
Yeah. I'm very lazy post race. You know, there's often times like, you know, I should sort of go home and jump on the foam roller and everything, and I just end up getting really lazy and being on the couch. So, like, but I'm getting better at that. But yeah, it used to be a bit of a bad habit of mine to not really put as much time and effort into recovery. But as I've gone on in my running career, I've definitely become better at doing that, because you do realize that also is a massive part.
That's not even race specific. That's just like normal runs. It's like, oh yeah, like my body needs regular care.
30 seconds.
Just getting by week to week as well, yeah. With the volume.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
And they're off on loop 134 as part of Aravaipa's Lone Mountain Last Person Standing event. We've got, for those of you tuned in, Jake Jackson on the left, center, and Hector Rodriguez in the middle. They are 133 plus miles in, and 32 hours and 15 minutes into this event. And the event will continue until one of them decides not to.
Hey Trent, how's Grand Canyon? Did you end up going out?
I didn't quite make it to the canyon, but I did make it up to Williams, Arizona, and it There's a thing up there called Bearzona where you can drive through and see bears and wolves and a bunch of other stuff. The kids had a good time. So 3 hours of driving up and 4 hours of driving back. I took a scenic route, and here you all are still doing this.
How are you feeling for those that are just tuning in? Trent was one of the earlier competitors in this event, and had tried to race through a broken foot and broken toe. So how are you feeling at this point? Is your foot feeling better? Or?
Well, I haven't done a run yet today, so I can't say. I mean, I've been walking around on it a little bit. I've got it taped up, but I mean, I can definitely still feel that it's there, but we haven't done the run yet today. That'll come at, I figured I'll wait till it's not 110 right now. I'll go out later after dark. So yeah, I mean, I feel all right, all things considered.
Yeah.
So for someone like me who just kind of popped back in, or what's been going on? I mean, obviously I see we're down to 2, and they look as strong as they did, when I was on at 4:30 this morning.
Yeah, they're still dropping 10-minute miles in both cases. Jake has been between 9 and 10, and Hector's been around from 10 to 10:30-ish for the past several hours. They both seem still extremely strong. We did lose Buck Blankenship about 12, 13 miles ago. Buck was the last road / non-treadmill runner out there.
I was up his way. I should have stopped by and see if he needed anything.
He was very well taken care of. They were bringing him pizza clutta, pita jungle.
Nice.
He had a lot of runners locally that were helping him out. So
yeah, just eyeballing these two, Jake looks exactly like he did the last time I saw him, and Hector looks exactly like the last time I saw him. And you all look exactly like the last time I saw you too.
That sounds about right.
A little more tired maybe, but
we've all had a sleep, so it's been been good. I fell asleep on stream.
Yeah, I don't know how you lasted as long as you did.
Yeah, so, and then I think I ended up going off stream because my laptop ran out of battery. So, so I realized that when I woke up, so I had to log back on.
So yeah, to clarify, they're actually both running in their garages. It's kind of obviously it's fairly obvious with Jake. With Hector, kind of not sure what he's running in. It looks like it could be in a
right. I thought it was like a basement or something.
Basement or living room or something. But yeah, he's running in his garage as well. So it's got to be fairly warm for both of them because they're both in Southern California, and it sounds like the temperature outside where Jake is in the 90s. So they're
well, I'd say then all things are pretty equal then.
Yeah, they're fighting along.
No one's got an advantage weather-wise or equipment-wise. I mean, this looks like it could still go quite a while.
Yeah, most likely will be. I don't see either one of them, calling it anytime soon. Although we do know that the end can come fairly quickly with this kind of event. So,
right. All it took on the first virtual backyard was either a technical failure with internet or just a brain freeze that late in the game, can end it.
Yeah,
for sure.
He just looked. I remember Radek just looked like he was looking for a movie on Netflix or something. And
right, yeah, because that didn't look like it was up. That wasn't ending anytime soon either.
Yeah, he was, and the weird thing about that one, like, I mean, because like obviously like Mike was running outside and he had his aid station outside, and then Radek was running inside. He was on the treadmill.
Right.
Looking.
No, I know. Yeah.
So like it's like all he had to do was he could have continued to do that, but just do it whilst you're moving your feet. Like that's all he had to do. He could have put the treadmill on like 1K an hour and just like shuffled. But yeah, it was that was really heartbreaking after. God, how long did that go? Like 67 hours?
They were pushing 3 days. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so 400 odd miles or something. Yeah, I don't know what they reached. What was the total mileage? I don't know. 430 something.
In which one? The first virtual backyard?
Yeah, personal peak quarantine. Yeah. Mike's mileage. 430. I don't know. Did it go that far? 300.
No, no, maybe 400K.
Yeah, 400K. Yeah, like 272. Oh.
Yeah, that sounds maybe rightish. They were. I want to say I thought it was getting close to 300, but
Yeah, I think I'm thinking kilometers. I think it was like 430 something kilometers, but I'm not sure what the
Yeah, 262 miles.
Yeah. Well, if I didn't have this broken foot, it'd be a top 3 probably still. I would imagine.
Sorry, that
wouldn't be.
Yeah, 421.648 kilometers. So that's what I was thinking. I was like 400 miles. Jesus. Yeah, no, that would be going a lot longer.
That'd be over 4 days.
This is where it screws me up. Like I'm so used to kilometers, so I'm just like, I knew there was a 400 number there, but I'm just like, yeah.
Yeah, we have to be the one goofball country that just can't get with the kilometer thing.
It's every metric though. It's not just kilometers, it's every metric.
Yeah, for sure.
We do kilograms, you guys do pounds, right?
Yep.
What else? I think
you guys do Fahrenheit, or you do Celsius?
We do Celsius, yeah, there's that one.
Yep.
And then what about your measurements? Like, is it, we use milliliters and I don't know.
We do ounces and gallons and
gallons. We use liters. Everything's different. It's all different.
Right.
Like, so when you guys fill up petrol, you go by the gallon.
Correct.
We go by the liter.
Water asked how many people are still in. We've got Jake Jackson on the left and Hector Rodriguez on the right. So we have 2 people remaining. And they should be drawing to a close on their loops here.
In the red corner. Just start introducing as fighters.
I did some digging on the weather front. I don't know exactly where in the San Diego area Hector is, but pretty much anywhere it's going to be either between 68 and 75. So I think he's going to be comfortable for quite some time.
There's no rain expected in either garage at this point. No noticeable roof leaks.
I think the only water would be if a hot water heater blew.
You wouldn't want that.
No.
You want that hot shower when you're done.
Jake has stepped off the treadmill. Looks like he completed his loop in 9:31.
So we're calling this next loop the bad water loop then?
So most of these humidity numbers in the weather stations in the San Diego area are all in the mid 60s to basically like 85% humidity. So the exact opposite of Phoenix.
I see Hector walking now to finish his mile. Has that been kind of a typical strategy for the last little bit for him too?
Yeah, for quite some time.
Yeah. It's a smart strategy at this point in the game.
Little less muggy further north, basically mid 30s to mid 60s. So, and this has been your weather report.
Sky weather news.
Yeah, hit us.
I try not to tread on the UK scene. I'll let them have Sky Sports and Sky Weather.
Hit us with the weather report on the loop, every loop.
I mean, we could do weather on the 8th, but y'all would hate me real quick.
Oh.
Did any of the top 5 or 6 time out, or did they all kind of finish and then tap out?
Buck timed out.
Okay.
Yeah, Buck timed out in 3rd place.
I think he's the only person to time out all race, right?
At least at the later stages of the race. I don't know if somebody might have done so earlier on.
I'm pretty sure like a lot of people just like made the call and DNFs.
See,
Jerry, nice.
Jose asked, are they about to break a record? 135 is the last man standing distance record. I mean, I guess with this format, it is, but it's a little bit different than the event that took place back in December. I mean, obviously we've been using that as kind of a benchmark, but yeah, I mean, you know, with this being a 1 mile flat amount versus the 1.05 amount that they were doing at across the years. I mean, it's a little bit of a variance, but I think that at this point, every 10th or 100th of a mile matters.
Yeah. Nonetheless, the 15-minute format is 15-minute 1 mile format is quite an aggressive one.
Is Hector on the second treadmill still, or did he revert back to the first?
He never used the second treadmill. They sort of used it as like some sort of a jump start thing. I don't know what it was, but they brought it in and then they just took it away. It was his power outlet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So might have just been replacing the cable because they just plug in and out into the wall. So
that's where having the crew definitely comes in handy, because you can imagine him trying to do electrical work in the middle of his break time.
Well, essentially, they might not have needed to bring the treadmill. They just needed the cable. Because it wasn't actually a treadmill issue. Well, you know, it was a power issue. It's about a minute.
Wouter asked if more people made the 100-mile mark than these two warriors. Yeah, actually, a few people did. Our top 4 competitors, these two, as well as Buck Blankenship, who bowed out at 122 loops, and Jace Hensley, who bowed out at 102. So with those two, we had 4 actually make it to the 100-mile mark. And we're coming up on 30 seconds before these competitors have to take off on loop 135. Heather LeConte, who is a competitor, believed that Rob Devine timed out earlier on as well. We're coming up on 10 seconds left before the next loop.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
It looks like Mike, who is a friend of Hector's, is saying that Hector is indeed on the second treadmill with a third backup standing by.
He's burning through him.
He's definitely in it to win it then.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. A couple people asking about Jamil and his racing schedule. One person asking when you'll start training for next year's Barkley, and another one asking what your race schedule is for next year.
Probably start training next month. Should have started training last month.
And with that in mind, obviously, Barkley is part of your schedule. Do you know what the rest?
I mean, that's all I have on my calendar for next year. Hard Rock is redrawing their lottery, so we'll see about that. But I'll be in that one, and at least in the lottery.
So people had spots, and then they're just going to redraw it.
Just for the people that are that have run it before. The never starters, they get to roll over their spots.
Oh, I was going to say it would have been pretty unfair otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with it. I think it's just I don't know. I don't understand it fully, but I'm not in charge of that race, so
it's not a decision that's going to please everybody, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, like, what is it going to do? Someone else who's already run the race is going to take my spot, and like I already won the lottery 2 years ago, and then get kicked out twice, or we lost out twice. So
it's like the US American, so it's the US marathon trials. Like they were talking about, like, obviously they haven't, but like they were talking about because like obviously like a year on, and the people that have qualified, like whether it's age or whatever, like I know like Abdurrahman's like 40 or something like that, and I mean, like, you can't take it away from them though, like, you know what I mean, like,
right,
those three people, like that joy that they had that day, like of qualifying for an Olympic Games, that's a big thing. It's a dream come true, so you can't take that away from them. Like, you can't rerun the race and take it away from three people that absolutely deserved it, or six people, sorry, like like I watched that.
In Jamil's situation, not only have you had to wait 2 years, but the previous year you were on the wait list and you were literally next man up on race morning. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. That was the year before.
2017, yeah.
Well, I ran
or 2018 rather.
I ran in 2017. Yeah, 2018, I think I was next up, and then 2 canceled years. So I mean, I can't really complain because I've got to run the race 4 times. So, but I don't know. Like, if it would have been, hey, we're giving all the spots to people who've never run it before, it'd be like totally cool. But
which direction are they running it next year? I didn't even catch.
I don't know. Once I saw there's a lottery redraw, I kind of just stopped paying attention. Shuffling the deck.
Did you cover the Boston Marathon redraw? I guess.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
Outhouse?
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, basically anybody who was, they postponed it to September, and then when they canceled it, they basically said you're not guaranteed entry for next year, and you have to reapply. And they gave everybody their money back and whatnot. But if you're somebody who's on the bubble, and then you had a bunch of people who probably ran CIM, they made it a 2-year time window instead of the normal 1 year. But there's gonna be people who are on the margin. They get bumped from anybody who ran CIM or ran a really early marathon in this cycle. So folks who are 257 or whatever on the men's side are now going to be pushed out. So that'll probably cause a lot of headaches come the next lottery.
That generally happens anyway. Like with the qualifying windows, and you generally got to, with Boston, because it's so popular, the qualifying time's always 2 minutes lower than the standard or whatever. Like, they always put it out every year, to what it's going to be, because there's just too many people that now run sub 3 hour marathons, or sub whatever this is. It 3 for Boston?
It's 3 for men under 35. Yeah.
I know. Yeah, I know. For me in Chicago, it's 3:05, and the race that I was supposed to run under 3 hours, I blew up and ended up running at 3:35. I had some stomach issues, but luckily I got in through the lottery, because one of my best friends, he got in through running a sub 3 hour into Chicago, and I got in because he's under 29 something, so he had to run under 3, and yeah, he got in qualifying for the time, and I got in luckily with the lottery. But since then, with all the Corona stuff, I've chosen to get a refund. So because there was a 3-year rollout of deferral, and as I covered earlier in the stream, like you don't actually get to choose what year you get deferred to. So they just it's just like a lottery thing where they just go, okay, you're running it into 2022. Which is
yeah,
not
I had
great.
the same thing with New York. Yeah.
Which is not great because then you've got to sort of like plan around that when you might have been planning something else in 2022. You know what I mean? Like our running careers are only so long, so we've got like certain goals and stuff like that. And you might be running roads then, and then you're like, okay, by 2022, I want to like concentrate more on trail or something like, you know what I mean? So. Yeah, but I mean, like, it's what do you do? I mean, like a lot of these marathons, like they've already paid all their permits and everything like that, and they've got like a lot of money invested into it. So even giving people refunds is quite a tough thing to process for them, and it takes quite a long time. Like that, you don't just get a refund. It takes like weeks and months sometimes.
Hard Rock did do refunds though, which was kind of cool.
It's good to give the option. That definitely. Jake's running a somewhat quicker mile this mile. Yeah. I feel like he does that like every 4th or 5th loop.
Yeah, whereas it looked like Hector might have been grimacing at the start of this loop. Could have also just been yelling at somebody. It's kind of hard to tell from this distance, but it's the only foul, point of failure that I can see in quite some time.
Well, these two guys have pretty solid poker faces when it comes to what they're showing us. So, who knows? Maybe they're crying on the inside, and we're just not getting the opportunity to see it.
Could just be all the feels off the song he was listening to at the time.
This is true too.
He gets into it.
Yeah, it's rare that you're in a race situation where you can see the face of your competitor for so long. Like typically you're like looking back over your shoulder and seeing how strong they look, or you're running up on someone. But you see this person every 10 minutes for a day and a half.
That's why it would have been interesting if they just got on a personal Zoom call and just like you're looking at the dude literally. Here he is. He's done. Nice.
Jake checking in.
Lovely work, sir.
134 miles in, did a 9:17.
It's effortless.
That's the bad water done. Now we're going for Moab, right? Straight up 240 or 238. It's 238, eh? Officially, the distance of Moab. They call it the 240, but it's like 238, I think.
That Aravaipa level of measurement, it's probably around this distance.
240 just is like a well-rounded number, I think. Like,
you will get lost at some point, or dip into the bushes enough time to pee that you'll add the last 2 miles on.
You'll add that to those 2 miles.
That's from not cutting the tangents.
What is this for now, Cocodona?
Or your watch will just like measure extra or less or something. I know, like big city marathons, occasionally like it'll give you like a really quick kilometer split, and you're really not running that quick because of the big buildings. The GPS sort of like goes a bit crazy because of the tall buildings. I'd imagine maybe like, yeah, it's like some parts of like Chicago Marathon and New York like would have those issues. But
I could see that.
Yeah. What's that?
I said I could see that.
Yeah.
I mean, Jamil, when you ran Tahoe, how off was what your watch set versus the race distance?
I think it was how long did they say it is? 206?
205? Yeah.
I think my watch was 205 or 204 maybe. It's like really close.
I don't know what the Javelina course is now with the redo a few years ago, but the original one was the Javelina 101, but we'll call it 100.
That was 101. I think it's like 99 point something now.
Yeah, making up for it.
Yeah, so you got to run it again and get your mile back. Well, Mesquite Canyon 50K was the one race that it was like a couple miles short. So it's like the one Air-Viper race where you get a little bit back. But then Noah changed the course this year, and now it's a true 50K. He lengthened it.
I feel that's only fair.
Yeah.
I mean, there was the last Mesquite Canyon that I ran before I left in 2016. I PR'd by like 18 minutes and was like, yeah, this course is definitely short.
Yeah. Well, the 50 miler at one point, I think was only 46 miles there. It was like, oh, this is real bad. And I think it's right at 50 now.
Out of Mesquite?
Yeah.
That's like Man Against Horse up north. Man Against Horse.
Oh, that's way short.
46 or 46 and a half or 47 miles.
Yeah, but that 46 that you, the 4 miles you're short of Mesquite, you more than make up for it in the technical.
Yeah, you do. I think it's, because I ran Elephant Mountain 50 mile, Copper Basin 50K, and Mesquite Canyon 50 mile this year. And I think all three were dead on. Like I hit it within 0.1 all the races, all the distances.
Nice.
Even the 50K split for Mesquite Canyon was right at 50K. So pretty cool. Use my discount code Koros. No, I'm just kidding. Junto, baby.
Hey, it's a good time to promo that stuff right now. It's like it's been down, like Garmin's been down for like
jumping the Garmin ship.
Hey,
people are jumping the Garmin ship. We got 1 minute.
I've always been impressed with how you guys can take, these random trails and come up with a course that comes pretty damn close to hitting where it's supposed to be. Like, I mean, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Because it's not like you can go build a trail. I mean, you're dealing with what exists.
Yeah. We still got a little work to do for Cocodona. We're a little long right now, which is probably not what people want to hear. I hate when it's long. Like Tahoe being 205, I was pissed. So mad. So we'll see if we can massage it a little bit and get it. I think we're at 254.
Yeah, that is a tiny bit long.
Especially since that last few miles you're heading up and down Eldon.
We don't want to lose anything. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Where's the start of that one again? I can't remember.
Rock Springs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was saying, is there any place you could just move it 4 miles closer? But no, that one there isn't then.
I mean, there's been a lot of changes, and we've racked our brains on where to cut, and we have cut it because it was even longer. So we've cut it as much as we can. I mean, we'll still keep working on it. It's not totally.
How much longer is it now? Like,
what's that?
How much longer is it?
I'll pull it up right now.
I think it's at 4 miles long.
4.
So it's supposed to be 250. It's 254.
Which doesn't sound like much, but that's an hour. It's at least an hour of time, and
just leave it.
You say that, you're not running it.
I will run it one day.
Says the guy in Australia.
I will. No, hey, I would have run it next year if I mean, who knows? I don't know. Last minute sign up. but no, I'll run it one day. It's just I just like none of these long races measure up to what they say they're going to be. It's like,
well, that
doesn't
doesn't mean we can't, like we want to strive to be as accurate as we can. 250.
I think part of the problem when that happens is when people don't, advertise it as such. I think, like back in the day, the Javelina 100 was really 101 point something, but I mean, it was advertised that it was 101 something. There was no surprise.
Sure.
Yeah, but like
if I know going in that it's going to be 254, I'm going to be less frustrated. There was a race a couple of years ago where I was expecting an aid station, and obviously, when it comes to trail running, you don't know exacts. You can't be guaranteed anything, and and if you expect that, then stick to road races. But there was a race that I believe that the guide said the aid station was at mile 23.5, and it ended up being after 27 miles, and it was in a very rugged spot of terrain, and the race was supposed to be 50 miles, but it ended up being 57. And the expectation was definitely, I found myself unprepared for being for distances being with that much variance. So
all I'm saying is, like, if you run 250, what's another 4? Like,
yeah.
I don't think it is a thing as long as you know that it's a thing.
Sure. Exactly.
But
yeah,
I mean, I want it to be 250. That's the goal. We had it there, but then we've had certain pieces of private land that we got a big no from, so we couldn't use that piece. And I mean, we still don't have final permits signed off yet, so it could all change. Different pieces could move around a little bit.
Well, this is mile 136, so this puts it right where or
above Badwater.
I was going to say above
across the ears.
Across the ears.
Oh, that's true.
And Charlie was on that pointed that out. I didn't think that this version would last as long as across the years. It seems like it would be difficult without the race atmosphere. Maybe Treadmill's help. It's possible. I mean, I think that the notion of being able to set up your, home aid station and one of the things about the event at Across the Years is that I don't know if it was necessarily intentional, but space seemed like it was at a premium for a lot of that race in the racers tent. It seemed like everything was pretty snug in there. So there wasn't a lot of extra room for crew and to really spread out, things for your aid station, for your own personal aid. So,
I mean, the one thing that makes this nicer is you don't have to do any extra distance to get to your stuff and then to get back to the corral.
Okay.
You just kind of have to stand up and you're there. Because I don't know how much time it took, but it's like it definitely took. We had to kind of like go around, go to our place, and then get back into the corral. And it took time for sure. Even if it's only 15 seconds, 20 seconds per lap, it adds up.
Oh, absolutely. You see Hector's not taking any extra steps to go to his aid station. He literally turns and puts his butt down.
Yeah.
Do we know, does Hector or Jake have to work anytime soon?
Not anymore.
Well, we determined that UPS packages are just going to be late tomorrow.
Got it.
In Jake's end. And someone said Hector works for Amazon. So
really?
And then someone joked that Buck works for FedEx.
But who was it, Tyler last night? That he's like, I have to stop because I have to go to work.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. He's like, I feel fine, but I got to go to work. I need a little sleep.
There's actually a really nice symmetry to the screen now with the clock in the middle and all of us around now.
That's on the Zoom, but the YouTube is a little bit different.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I was saying on my Zoom, the clock is in the middle left.
Oh, okay.
So I think it just depends.
Yeah, right now we've got a Brady Bunch thing going on in the Zoom call. So.
Here, Chris, you're on the bottom. I'll look down at you.
Hey, Jamil, what's that line going across the clock there?
It's a
reflection?
Yeah, reflection of our LED lights.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's all good. I just wanted to know what it was. I had no idea what it was.
That's all.
I don't think it's bothering anyone.
Liz in the chat room says, I can't get over Jake's pace for 30 hours and he does not look like he's slowing down.
Beast.
He's really not.
Incredible.
He's actually sped up.
He still hasn't gone a mile over 10, so.
Yeah, it was his slowest mile was 10 exactly.
Oh, was it?
And yeah, he did exactly 10 minutes and mile 132. But since then, he's actually gone back down in 9:31 and 9:17 in the following miles.
Yeah.
So he's working his way back down the ladder, so to speak. And looking at his cadence right now, his cadence is moving. So.
Mm.
I mean, it's not even that.
Wow.
Yeah, he just finished. Wait a minute. Wait, he's done?
7:49. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Dropping fire.
Dropping
fire. That's unreal.
What are we throwing down, Jake?
Man.
7:49 at 1:35 or 1:36 into the race.
I'm gonna imagine that this
Let me guess.
This is
It was to wake the legs up.
legs.
Hey, that is a statement mile. That's like look at me.
Right next to the treadmill. This is great.
Yeah, nice. Well positioned. Didn't notice that.
I can't take anything away from Hector. I mean, he's been very steady and very consistent. For 135 miles. So
he's been very measured.
So strong.
Hector's been very measured. I
absolutely.
Feel. Like
just watching where their dribble step is, like where their ankles coming through their gap, has been entirely consistent. So it's not even that they're like dragging their feet and using the treadmill to go at the same pace. Like they are still pulling through.
Wow.
Yeah.
Looks very strong for both of them.
Yeah, really good gait, especially at this point. Like it hasn't favored.
Says maybe he needs to do a number 2. Got a little extra time. You joke about that, but that's the truth in some cases. I mean, you only have 15 minutes to get it all in, or in that case, get it all out. I mean, you really are.
I see his elbow though, so I don't think that's the case, unless he's using the tennis ball case.
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, maybe he's got a tennis ball canister.
I wouldn't go shooting in one. Jesus. That's completely different there.
I think we're seeing some big smiles from Jake on that last loop. That was well done.
And Hector has gotten to the point where he's downshifted and looks like he's going to be finishing up here real soon. Posing for the camera, taking a thumbs up. So I'm going to be checking out his Instagram in here in just a few moments to check out the new pics.
Just to make it clear, tennis ball canisters number 1s only. Like.
Sure.
Thomas Pulaski asking, has Hector changed out that beanie yet? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
I think Hector's wearing the exact same stuff he was from Jump. hard to say. His crew is definitely paying attention to the feed, so maybe they can give us some information.
I do have to wonder, as far as the format goes, like, you know, after 135 miles, how are the legs, like with the start and the stop? Because I only can imagine, like, ooh.
Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
Going so far, so good. We thought we'd give you guys an update.
Sure.
He's feeling good.
Good. Good. He's looking good.
Yeah. I'm sorry?
How's he feeling?
He's feeling good. He was just dealing with some chafing, so we tried troubleshooting that, and I think that's getting a little bit better. He has changed shirts. This isn't his only outfit. He's probably like on his third shirt now.
Okay.
But yeah, no, it's been good. The treadmills, I hear this all over the chat. So we started with the treadmill early on. I don't think anybody picked up on it. We shifted out treadmills about 4 o'clock in the day yesterday because his actual platform was caving in on his personal treadmill. So my little brother brought in a treadmill, but I don't think people saw that one switch out. In the middle of the night, we had an outlet and a certain flow. Yep, and that's the one I think we picked up on. And then midday, we were trying to run with him on the treadmill next to him. We blew another circle. So that was the second time out. So we've been having problems. He's got 2 treadmills in here. And yeah, no, he's doing good.
Oh, he's looking fantastic. He's been extremely steady. Both competitors at this point are, you know, putting together an inspiring performance. I mean, they're 136 miles into a race that we don't really know how long it's going to go. So they're both obviously in for the long haul. Hector is looking fantastic. And like I said, I picked him up on Instagram. I've been following his posts. I assume that's partially his crew and his team that are helping to keep up with him. I know that we're always curious as to what he's listening to, because he definitely has a bob in his head and a spring in his step for most of the time that he's out there. So
yeah, it's house party music. It's driving me crazy, but it pumps him up. He loves it.
He's doing great, and you know, his crew, the family, and you know, that are helping him and with this undertaking, you know, you're to be commended. I mean, you know, yeah, he's been doing the running, but you've all been out there for, you know, going on, you know, 32, 34 hours at this point. So you know, it's a team effort.
We've likened you guys to a Formula One pit crew.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's great. We love doing it for him. He's a true inspiration to all.
The swapping out of treadmills, it's like changing tires or something. I don't know, like you just like clockwork.
My little brother had that down. He was like a well-oiled machine. It was nice.
Yeah, it looked good. It was impressive.
Thank you guys. We appreciate all the support. Yeah, I'm sure he loves it. So we appreciate it. He hears you guys. Thank you all, everybody out there on the live chat. We see you guys. Thank you.
You've gone.
And great viewing.
All right, we're coming up just over
seconds.
Yep.
You got this. Mike Reeves, so proud of my kids. I think that's Hector's dad.
Yeah, I think so.
You got to be at this point. Yeah, you got to be so
Go, guys. Loop 137 in 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
And away we go.
If you guys are curious about what Hector listens to, you can actually go on his Instagram. It's HRod619 and play some of his videos. And he's like, it's thumping in there. Yeah, buddy. Keep it going.
HRod619, right?
Yep.
Oh, mate, his followership is going to be like rising.
Is Jake still listening to the audiobook? He was listening to David Goggins to keep him going.
He said he had 8 hours to go a little bit ago.
Yeah, 7 hours or 8 hours to go. So yeah, I think those audiobooks typically take about like 20 hours or so.
Yeah, it depends on which ones you listen to, but anywhere from like 8 to 30 hours, I think, was the longest audiobook I listened to. Skylar, he's shaking your head at me.
In fair, I've listened to one audiobook, and it was a young adult thriller because there were kids in the car and they needed to listen to something. It did not last 8 to 20 hours, thankfully.
I'd only listen to audiobooks if the person that wrote the book is actually narrating, not like someone that they've paid to do. But I typically read the book. I don't know.
Fair.
I just like the whole turning the page, like physical book.
Yeah.
I don't even like, I don't use like an ebook reader or anything like that. I actually like physical books and the smell of pages and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Trent. Yeah.
Here's what I'm working on.
Washington.
That's
a lot of pages.
Yeah, it's like well, it's 900 some pages, but 100 pages is bibliography stuff. So it's really like 800 pages.
Very cool.
Let's see. Yeah, as we're establishing, Mike is Hector's father, and that was his sister Jessica we were speaking to. Apparently she's a runner as well, and his father suggests maybe next year they can do it side by side. That would actually be something, to have two people on treadmills in the same room going at it, if we are in this kind of format again.
Cool.
That would be really great. Yeah.
Eric is saying that the San Diego trail running community is rooting for him. I was thinking about this. Okay, so Hector is obviously, as you can tell by his Instagram handle, 619. And then Jake is from a little bit further north. I want to say that he's from near Riverside. Would that technically, okay, now Skylar is the resident Californian here. What city would Jake be repping LA in this situation, being outside of Riverside and Loma Linda, or no? Okay.
No.
I wasn't quite sure.
He could try, but he'll catch a lot of crap for it. So.
It'd be like somebody from, somebody from, an hour outside of a town repping it. I wasn't quite sure if.
Yeah, just call it the greater Southern California battle between the two of them, and that should be sufficient. Because honestly, if you're not from California and haven't traveled there, most people just think LA and San Diego, and they don't really have a concept of what's around it. So,
it's ridiculously large. And that's the thing, is that's why I kind of wanted to ask, because the concept of bedroom communities in LA extends hours out into the desert. So.
And the fact that Jake's in a garage, like a real garage, means that he's probably not in LA proper. So.
Well, they're asking if when Jake will go sub 7, guys powering through. Yeah, no, Jake, he dropped a 7:49 last lap.
He's pushing in that direction.
He did do he did a 6:22 earlier on. I want to say about 25 miles in, to quote, shake out his legs. So he shakes out his legs in different ways than I do. That's for sure.
If I shook out my legs with a 6-something mile, I'd then be shaking on the floor when I was running.
It would be convulsions.
I think they would just go away. They would just. I don't think I've ever thrown down a 6 anything.
I threw down a sub 5 once in my freshman year, and I threw down a 6-something about 10 years ago, but that is about it.
Yeah, it's been a good 20 years since I've thrown down a mile faster than Jake's fastest mile today.
What does he have going in his left hand? Is that just a sweat rag?
I think it's a bottle.
Yeah, it's a bottle, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like a bottle.
Does anybody know about their nutrition strategies? Swain Media wants to know.
Good question. I think that somebody mentioned that Hector has a plant-based diet, so I don't know what he's exactly doing to fuel, but we've seen Jake eat pretty much anything.
Anything. He was eating ice cream like a minute ago.
Ice cream.
Showed us Ben and Jerry's just a minute ago.
Yeah, Ben and Jerry's, donuts.
I think everybody's kind of commented on what they call his iron stomach, right? His wife calls it his iron stomach. He can pretty much.
Absolutely. I've never gotten a chance to actually witness what he had in his table out at Solstice. I wish I would have paid closer attention.
I mean, he did show us his cookie butter.
That's right. He did have that
earlier.
cookie butter.
Well, and as his coach Patrick Regan said yesterday, Jake can eat whatever he wants.
Yeah.
I saw that Patrick did get out and get his kayaking in this morning on his Instagram feed.
Hector is plant-based. He's been that way for less than a year and he feels better. Cool. Feels better than ever. Right on, dude.
I'm heading in that direction myself, actually. Like heading more towards a plant-based diet. Yeah.
I've actually started dabbling in it a little bit. Never would I give up meat full-time or anything, but in times when I can have an option, I've been choosing it, and I actually find that I've been rather enjoying it.
I did train plant-based for about 3 months a couple of years ago. It just wasn't for me at the time. So.
And based on my lunch today up at Williams Crest, I will agree. The chicken nuggets at McDonald's, I don't understand the allure.
Yeah, we need to get on John Marashek about that one, and question his taste buds with regard to what he uses to fuel. I mean, the Tecate I can handle, but the chicken McNuggets are just a bridge too far.
I mean, don't throw shade on McDonald's. I mean, shoot, if that works for John, let him have it.
I didn't throw shade on McDonald's because I'll take a double quarter pounder with cheese or a Big Mac any day of the week and twice on Sundays.
It's just the McNuggets.
Exactly.
Got it. All right.
Yeah, we were simply saying that if you're going to go with the fast food chicken nuggets, you got to go a little more high quality.
Yeah, Burger King has an excellent fast food chicken nugget. Wendy's is decent.
Is there a high quality nugget really out there?
Well, nuggets or tenders.
Everything is relative.
Yes. Cane's is excellent.
If you guys are curious about what Hector's listening to, you can actually tune into his Instagram and on his stories and his posts, he shares his music. So all comes back to the nuggets.
Yeah, Jake's wrapped up here. Hector looked like he had a bit of a hiccup in the middle of that loop. Treadmill might have stopped, he stopped, but he hopped back in and looks like he's going to be wrapping up here in a few moments.
Water asks if something like Soylent or the other meal replacement drink shakes that are out there, anything that's of use for ultra runners. Very new to running in the running world. Sorry for all the questions. No worries about the questions. I mean, when it comes to meal replacement, it's what works for you. I mean, I know that some people do meal replacement stuff. I'm not familiar with Soylent other than in the term Soylent Green, but
Well, if people don't ask questions, then they have to listen to us break down fast food nuggets.
I know
This is
people
true.
People like Ensure a lot.
That is true.
I don't do it. I think I did when I first got into it. I was like, oh, this is what the old school people do. And they
You
also
know who
drink
swears
tea
by
right
that,
away.
or at least he used to, was Mark Hellenthal. He would pack his drop bags with Ensures, and he would have them all over the course.
It's definitely a thing. Like liquid, a lot of calories. I don't know.
Somebody said I'm probably drinking too much to really go plant-based.
Too much Ensure?
No, they said I'm drinking too much.
How does that make sense?
I've had 2 drinks today and 3 this weekend.
Is he talking about you specifically, or he's talking about he himself can't go plant-based?
It says, Chris, you're probably drinking too much to really go
Oh,
plant-based.
then yes, he's talking about you.
Someone asks, what kind of sauce does John use, or just plain on his nuggets?
I don't think he uses sauce.
I don't.
No, I don't think he does either. I
I
think it's
don't
just
think
the
he
box.
uses sauce. I'm pretty sure that it's a no sauce situation.
Well, he's plenty saucy enough as it is, so.
I mean, Synovia always jokes that ketchup is too spicy for John, so.
Yeah, John is truly a marvel. If for those of you that don't know him, he truly is a fascinating guy, and a heck of a runner too.
Yeah,
I'm a big hot sauce guy.
We've got just under 2 minutes to go. To recap most recent loops, Jake threw down a 9:30 and Hector threw down a 10:11, so fairly close that time around. That was for loop 137. Loop 138 is going to be beginning in just over a minute and a half. And for those of you just tuning in, these are the final 2 competitors out of 83 that originally started the Lone Mountain Last Person Standing event put on by Air Viper Running. And we're following along, and the hope is that we're going to be here as long as it takes. But these 2 are making it a heck of a fight. So,
I mean, we might get to a point where we have to start worrying about their crew needing to go to work versus the 2 actual runners.
Right.
That's a good
point.
point.
Hector seems like he's got enough crew to replace a few, but
taking shifts.
I mean, how many days?
I mean, no pressure, Jake. Don't press.
Standing, and you're like, I'm in it to win it. How many days off do you actually request?
Yeah, how many days would you request if you were
just preemptively like, you know what? I understand that probably just knock out 4 days of running.
I'll put in for like a week, but that was both I planned to, well, I had ambitions to run 2 or 3 days.
I'm not sure if Hector sees the clock. But...
I can see it. Okay. 10 seconds.
Here we go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
3, 2, 1.
Hector.
Is Hector's frozen? Video frozen?
I think it's frozen.
I'm pretty sure it's frozen.
Yeah.
I was like, this is going to be a brutal ending. If this
Let's get the beat.
I was like, we were about to have a repeat of the last one.
No, that's exactly what went through my head. Yeah, I was saying, I put in for about a week off, but I was just bearing on the side of caution for both how long the event could go for and recovery. So, but as it turns out, I'm not running the event, but I'm still on the stream for the long haul. So.
Oh, there we go. Yeah,
Still
it looks
going to
like
need the recovery time.
there we go. He's quick to switch to his phone, so we're appreciative of that. Thank you very much. We appreciate it, Hector.
Right on, man.
I didn't take any time off work because I was pretty sure I was fine.
You didn't take any time off, Trent?
No, I said I didn't take any time off other than the 2 weekend days that are normal. I was pretty sure I was okay.
Like, oh, I'm doing a last person standing event starts on Saturday, and I picked up a shift on Sunday. So.
Oh well, for me it was all it was starting 1 a.m. on a Sunday morning, our time. So I took Saturday, Sunday off this week and all of next week. So it's 9 days.
Yeah, I could have been at work Saturday afternoon with the way my day went.
It's all good. You towed the start line and you gave it what you could. I think Hector just logged on his phone just to let us know he was actually running. What's going on? Oh, there he is.
Yeah. And I think they're probably restarting the other feed there.
Yeah. I think that's the first time it's happened to him. I don't remember it happening with him.
It's happened a couple times, but he's like Chris said it, and he's real quick to switch the feed.
Oh yeah. There was one other time where we had this angle. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That I remember. Maybe the other time was when I was asleep.
It's a possibility.
When your cats were crawling all over you.
Were they really?
A little bit.
Yeah, they do that. They own me. Well, they think they do.
As one creepily pops his head in the background real quick right now.
Like you talking about me?
Yeah. They don't go away. My other cat's like sleeping. I've got like this. I'm on a couch that sort of rolls out into a sofa bed. So I've got it in bed mode at the moment, and they just sort of. I've got my sleeping bag lying down, and he's just sort of like curled up in it.
That's a nice touch there, Jamil.
What are you talking about?
On the timer. I don't know when you put that, but I just noticed the run for Reeves.
Oh,
just
very
now.
nice. One more for Reeves. Just show that to them every time they finish a loop. You'll never finish.
Jake had that written on his bib.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's appropriate for this event.
Yeah.
Absolutely, man. 100%.
Like you just got to do one more.
One more.
Yeah.
That's it. Just one more.
There he is, back in business.
Boom. Well, he doesn't need to worry about any of that anyway. He's got his crew, so he can just like worry about running, and they'll take care of it while he's running. Solid crew. Is anyone there with Jake?
His wife has been in and out.
I saw his son a few miles ago too.
Okay, so I just got sent this thing.
What's going on there?
Hector, mute your screen there.
You do it.
I'm not the host. There it is.
Good.
Right on. I just got sent this thing from Cheryl Roach. She runs a lot of our races. It says, look at all the fun you could have with an office chicken. Damn.
Wait, There is an office chicken?
An adventurous man sails around the world with his pet chicken.
Oh my God.
So,
No.
pet chickens.
No.
There's a space for chickens.
We have pet geckos here.
Well, but chickens.
Yeah.
Air horn, anyone? Should I just blast myself here? Getting bored.
Fill the voice. See, this is now messing me up because I know I should be working towards getting out for my run, but I'm also stuck here wanting to watch this.
Welcome to like everyone else's issue with this event, probably.
Yeah, I've got my phone charging, so when I go out for my run later, I can keep watching while I'm running.
There you go.
Like, I think I want to go run at the Bay Bridge. It's gonna be me just like holding my phone here. It's windy as hell, trying to hop on the Zoom.
Don't run into anything.
Have you met me? Quick moves.
If we're still going in the morning, I'll be commentating from my office at work.
There you go. I hope I get to leave work here at some point. Maybe I might change my shirt here soon. I don't know.
You got plenty of them there, I would think, to choose from.
I guess that is true.
You could make yourself one if you need.
I mean, I don't want to take from like what we're trying to sell here, but yeah,
you could make yourself one.
I could make one. Yeah, that's true.
These Lone Mountain ones are pretty comfortable. I wore it today all day up north.
Oh yeah, I did have one of those. I need to find it. I love the design. It's great. Did you see what Buck Blankenship's wife did to his shirt?
Mm-mm.
She like tie-dyed it and cut it all up.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's on, I think if you go to his Instagram stories, you can see it's pretty cool. It was like almost like I couldn't recognize it. Oh, I got a question. How many cups of coffee did I have yet? I just had one today and then one energy drink. Oh, not even a whole thing.
Jake's in with another sub 10. Actor's about to wrap up here. And let's see what he pulls out the fridge this time. Okay, it looks like we've got the scarf, the ice scarf. Keeping cool in the fresh Southern California climate. This is also my book on tape voice, so this is what you guys are going to get now.
Oh, yeah.
He threw the chief around his neck, cooling his body, breathing, thinking about his next loop. Yeah.
I had Morgan Freeman to narrate my life, but you come in second. You're on the reserve list.
A distant second.
You guys have seen that meme, like, I plan to have such a good run, Morgan Freeman should narrate it. Have you ever seen that meme? Oh, it's a good one. Or James Earl Jones.
All right, Hector wrapping it up. Very nice.
$138. And I just love those the bar chart on the results page. It's so cool.
It is.
Great feature.
Great job, Andy.
Great work, Andy. You did it. Actually, it's gone.
Did it.
It's been pretty solid.
This is a great program.
Yeah. I'm glad we did that like rush blitz, try and break it session 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
What's that?
I saw that. It was like.
Did you?
Yeah, Jubes had done like 1,500 loops of a two. Was it like 2
minutes? Oh, gotcha.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it was crushing.
We've been testing it the last few days and like providing our feedback for it. And
yeah, you said the website won't work until morning of, and Jem and I were like, no, it works now. We watching you guys test it.
Well, kind of. I mean, it's still
like throw down like 15-second miles.
I mean, obviously where it says 138 loops /0 miles, like that's obviously a little room for improvement there.
Yeah.
But overall, it's been great. I do like
it's simple.
I do like the bathroom break tracking feature. I think that would be really funny.
Emojis.
Just like if you clicked on someone's bar chart and then there was like right at the top, there was a little poop emoji every time they.
And even just like a thumbs up, thumbs down, like, hey, I'm feeling good on this lap, or no, things are falling apart.
It's like if you mute yourself, like you just go, like you just hit the toilet button, like I'm pooping.
I like that little, if there's like a feedback on like how you're feeling, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Just something that gives us
kudos.
Gives us something to, the kudos.
You could have like a happy face, a grim face, and then a frowny face, and you just hit one of the three after each loop.
Guys, 30 seconds.
You can play some mind games because you could be feeling shit and just tick the I'm feeling great.
Yeah.
Sometimes that works though.
Yeah. All right. You guys have 17 seconds.
Here we go, guys. Loop 139.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, you better watch out when you come back into the office.
That is the smallest air horn.
It's loud.
That was a shocking sound.
Def Leppard, we need that.
Yes, we do.
Jamil, we got a question in the chat that sounds like it's probably up your alley. Advice for strengthening joints, specifically the knees, to be able to withstand more mileage.
Oh man. I guess generally I would probably just recommend, like, you got to run more miles to kind of build up the strength. It's kind of maybe counterintuitive, but it's like your body will respond to stress. So you have to stress it in order to build up the strength. So just kind of repeatedly, and that means like not building up too quickly if you are newer to running, or if you're increasing your running, doing that appropriately. I don't know. That's probably what I would generally say without not having any sort of physiology background or degree.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for also some just like strengthening of the muscles around all of those joints. So, you know, just doing step downs off of a box or a bench or things like that, especially for the knees, that's usually pretty good. I mean, not anything terribly high, but just like a slow step down. That's been effective, at least on my coaching side with dealing with youth. But then, yeah, there's the strengthening side, but there's also the mobility side. And I think a lot of people get tied up into one and forget the other. And so definitely got to make sure that those joints actually have the proper range of motion. So being able to like actually deep squat to open up your hips and things like that. So make sure you're being dynamic enough to hit both the strengthening and the mobility sides of the house.
Yeah, I think that's important too. The older you get and the more miles you're doing, the more important it is to do like a good stretching routine or a good cross training routine that opens up some of those muscles. Or, you know, I know he specifically was asking, or he or she was specifically asking about a knee, but yeah, if you're not minding the rest of the body, things start to pull and favor and do things that are wacky that just start to twist you sideways. I've even learned too just how, you know, I'm sitting on the couch or how I'm sitting in my office can play a big part too. The posture and not slouching it all starts to impact.
Yeah, one of the big things for me is, you know, before Skyline last year, like I had like completely messed up my back and started seeing a chiro. And then just like going and learning about this muscle slings and just like how your left glute is really like attached to your right shoulder, and just like how all of those components link up is super complex and super interesting. But you just start to think like, oh, like if I'm running and my hip is just like slightly out of line, then over time it can manifest in a completely different area of your body.
Oh, for sure.
So, yeah, super important to think about just like the whole of the organism and how everything's interacting with it though.
Yeah, I think for me, chiropractor works amazing. I go once a week and it really helps keep my hips in line. But just like you said, if you find a good chiropractor that can break down the dynamics of, or even a good physical therapist that can break down the dynamics of what is pulling, or, you know, what's causing injuries that you don't even realize, you know, your right hip is pulling, but it's really your left side that, you know, is causing it, or vice versa, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, certain times there's that's really like the common thing with, like, say, stress fractures in particular. Like a lot of people will run on a stress fracture and not know they're actually running on a stress fracture until the pain gets so bad that, you know, they can't run on it anymore, and it sort of eventuates into maybe even a tear. Just casually, like Luke 139, these guys are 150 is not far away.
I mean, Hector's definitely gone to a walk earlier in this loop, just cruising along.
Mix it up a bit too.
Mm-hmm.
They've got time. Like they've both been coming in like early.
Absolutely.
So if they want to tone it down for a little bit and just sort of like, I don't know, gather some energy, they can.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you could walk it out all the way to 14.5 minutes and just kind of stay on the treadmill and just keep going, you know?
Yep, exactly, man. If you need to do that for 4 or 5 miles, do it.
And just as you were saying that, he kicked it back up and looks exactly like he's been looking all along. Yeah, it's one that you can tell too. Like, it's one thing if you're kicking down and into the walk mode and then you try and run and you can see you're dragging or you just don't have the energy to pick up the run. And that's not the case there. He's strategically using that walk to yeah. He's not, you know, he's not, I don't want to say he's not hurting, because I'm sure both of them are hurting at this point, but he's definitely not, he doesn't seem to be dragging.
He's not hitting problems, that's for sure. They both look like really, really good running.
The way this is going, I can't see either one of them like timing out at some point. This is going to be something pops up and nagging, you know, a nag or a little something pop, or, you know, just something doesn't feel right. I can't see that not making the 15 minutes.
It seems like in general, the majority of the people don't time out from this event. They just stop.
Mm-hmm.
They choose to stop. I mean, Buck timed out, but who knows if that was because he just, you know, slowed down on the lap and kind of purposefully did, or I don't know. He definitely missed it. But yeah, a lot of people, I mean, you guys saw it yesterday. It's just like, I'm done. Like before the lap even starts, they just come out.
Well, like even myself, like, you know, I knew I was going to bounce at that time that I did, but I wanted to make sure I finished that loop. I didn't want to not get credit for what I'd already put into it.
Buck was digressing though, in the last few miles, so he probably would have known that it was just about time that he was going to call it and just tried to go out and get the next loop done. And I mean, you got to give him that. Like, he went out and tried to get the next loop done, probably when he didn't think he could do it.
Well, and especially that long in too, like he probably knew. I mean, there was no chance he was going to win. I mean, just these other guys looked so strong, but yet he was still out there pounding it anyways for his own, you know, his own self, and that's really admirable.
Jake should be just about done. Yep, there he is.
Thanks.
Yeah, right on. got that pretty spot on.
Yeah. Nicely done.
We've got it down to a bit of a fine art right now, picking the times.
Yeah, you were saying that on the results page, the little graph, man, Jake is just, I mean, his graph is almost consistent the entire way across.
So consistent.
Yeah. Well, look at Bucks. Bucks was so straight, and then you can just see that, like,
when he kind of hit the
little
wall,
like whoop, and then it was over.
He said so himself though. Like when I think Jamil, you touched on it with him, I think, and he's like, oh yeah, the last 15 miles. He said it was.
And you can see it in the graph.
Yeah.
When it turns blue on the graph, does that mean getting close, or is that, what's the color? Do you know what the color? Green, blue, and purple?
Yeah, I think as the time winds down, then the color changes.
I think the closer you get, it's like stays green and then trends towards blue if it's closer to 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But if you click on it, it's more like from green to red.
Yeah.
Jake's staying cool with a little bandana.
And if you click on their name, you can see like a much more pronounced graph that's a lot more telling.
Okay, let me take a look.
Like like if you go to Bucks, you can be like, oh man, yeah, I can see how he had a pretty quick decline there.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it was
For
right
those
around
of you currently on YouTube, hit the description of the video, and it'll take you right to the webpage.
Oh yeah, if you want to know what we're talking about.
Yeah, you can see like he clearly like it almost looked like maybe he just kind of took it easy that last loop, and I mean because it jumped.
Still got anybody watching this thing on YouTube?
Say again?
We got anybody still watching this thing on YouTube?
Couple hundred.
There's actually like, yeah, there's 198. So probably more people than we've had this entire time.
Yep.
Nice.
Don't let your fans down. You guys got to keep going.
I know.
Oh my goodness. Look who's back.
Wow.
Oh, hello.
How you feeling?
Hold on.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
And now.
I was just gonna say, huge congrats. Keep freaking doing it. That's amazing.
Thanks.
You're killing it. Are you on a treadmill?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Victor.
That's awesome. Cool. Well, I'll keep checking back in, but I just wanted to pop in and say congrats and keep on moving.
Yeah, they're 139 in, and they're about ready to start mile 140. I saw that Hector just finished his. So yeah, our attempt to convince you to stick around would have you'd still be going at it.
I know. Holy shit.
All right,
guys. Talk to you later.
all right, take care.
Bye.
She totally could have though.
Yeah, the spirit's got to be willing though on something like this. I mean, you know, physically she was throwing down great times still by the time
One minute.
she had decided to call it, but she didn't seem like she really wanted to be.
That was almost 24 hours ago.
Yeah, it was like
crazy,
sunset,
isn't it?
right?
It's nuts.
It was probably like 22 hours ago.
It's only like what 12 runners ago, 10 runners.
Right, that too.
Like
Nicole's asking if anyone needs Uber Eats.
So, yeah,
Does that include us or just the runner?
We went to 52.
All right, we got 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Whee! Kyle,
Yeah, that last one was definitely Hector's slowest one. So I'll be curious to see if he was just taking a little, you know, if he was just trying to take a little relaxation and recharge, or if he's slowing down. We'll start to see here, I think, pretty quick if that was an anomaly or if that was strategic.
Nah, he's moving good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no.
Here, we're gonna do a little screen share here.
Yeah, what?
Okay.
Very exciting.
Yep. So here, this is our live website. For those of you guys on YouTube want to see what we're talking about, you can see literally every single lap is displayed by these little bars. And on this main screen, as you have a slower lap, it turns a little bit blue. But if you click on someone's name, you can see, ignore the mileage lap difference. It's supposed to be identical, but So here is every single one of Jake's laps. So you can see as they get higher, they're turning kind of darker green, and they eventually turn red if it's up near 15 minutes. So he's been incredibly consistent, and you can see definitely slowing down slightly. He had one real quick lap here. You can see his all-time fastest lap is this dark blue. Now let's take a look at Hector. Here is his. You can see he's trending up a little bit higher. His last one there was one of his, maybe his second highest yet. So that's a little insight. And we'll take a look at Buck, and you can see he probably had the most even, I think, of anyone.
Yeah.
Straight across, like no real fast ones, no slow ones. And then that last 15, it was just kind of an exponential curve there.
I think if you go back to Hector, you can see that like it looks very clearly like he mixes in one of these longer, time ones to kind of give himself.
Yeah, good point. Absolutely.
It's definitely a strategy. It's like every.
Yeah, I mean it's almost exactly equal, like where he's doing it.
Yeah, and then it seems like with Jacob, you can see he like sets it his treadmill for a certain pace. I mean, these ones might have been running outside, but then they have these little step ups. So he's clearly running at like the same speed for that entire time, and then he'll kick it up a notch, and then he's clearly kicked it up another notch, just to slow it down a little bit more.
I asked him yesterday, and I don't remember what time it was. He said he was running a 7.2 on the treadmill. Okay. So he's definitely, he's probably around 7 now, or 6.9 maybe.
And here's Jax, just to look at. She was running outside the entire time and had a pretty nice little,
elements.
Pretty tight spread overall for running outside. I think on different loops too.
Yeah, she was running in 4 different directions, she said.
Yeah. So anyways,
with the elements too.
So if you guys do want to check this out, it has all the data from the whole race. It's kind of cool to kind of look at and see what different people were running. Sweet.
Yeah, that was cool.
And yeah, that was developed by Andy Klink, who works here at Aravaipa. So he's been doing all of our timing, and he wrote that software. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Andy's a pretty smart dude.
Really, really great.
Yeah, I'm excited. Like we're definitely gonna improve this for the next style event like this. I think it was really good to have something that we can see in real time, and it's just fun to see all the lap splits like that. It's great.
When do you see the next virtual one of these sort of happening?
I was just thinking, because I thought this was fun, and I think I would love to do this again. I don't know, maybe if we can find a date in November when we were supposed to hold Lone Cactus, I was thinking that might be kind of cool to do Lone Cactus virtual and maybe have a small in-person gathering like we were planning, even if it's
a watch party or an actual.
Well, like have an in-person, I don't know what size whatever size we'd be permitted, if it's 25 or if it's 50, I don't know. But have that many people in person out at White Tanks doing the 4.1 mile loop, but then have people remotely able to do it, and then have a team that's at the office here commentating the whole time. So we have like a live feed from White Tanks. We have people competing all over, and then everyone's checking in, because that would be cool. The people on site could just have their timing chip, and it would automatically flow in.
And I know you have it scheduled for the weekend after Thanksgiving, but if Fat Ox doesn't happen, or even in conjunction with Fat Ox, you could do a virtual, or this happening with Fat Ox.
Yeah.
You got basically a nice 4-day weekend in the States anyways.
Yeah, I think there's plenty of time to come up with something. I mean, I'd love to get it out sooner than we got this event out. That way people have more time to prepare.
Yeah.
I think based on how many people are following this, I bet you're going to see a lot more people sign up for it too.
Yeah, and I think doing one then, and then I think the next one after that would be the across the years one, that we would have potentially an in-person and a virtual option too.
I think a good 3 months is quite decent. I think that like you said, this one sort of came out a bit late, but I think a lot the people that really wanted to do it, if they weren't conditioned for it, they still wanted to do it because it's a fun event. So
I almost think you could do this type of event like 3 or 4 times a year, quarterly, or
Yeah, it would be great to switch this one to a little bit nicer time of year, for the majority of people, maybe like a March or April instead
you don't
of.
have to smash yourself though doing it. You don't have to smash yourself doing it. Like you can just go like take the loops easy and just go as far as you can, and then like when you're done, you're done.
Yeah.
You don't need to like tear yourself up like every loop, and it's not like like say running a half marathon or a marathon where you've got splits to hit and you want to reach a certain time goal. Like this is just run the loop and then run the next one.
Well, I think I found my recovery was actually, I was really sore for the day or two after, but then I recovered fairly quickly after it. Just because there's kind of so much downtime, or you're going so much slower than you'd normally go.
Yeah, I'd definitely be keen on doing that one in November.
Well, what I like about doing this one, even in the summer, even though it's hot here, there's definitely some treadmill options and such like that. There's not a lot of summer events to do. So this just kind of gives people like a virtual way to do something without, without taxing themselves too much in the heat, or, you can definitely work around that.
Yeah. And we could keep this one this time of year and just, do something else in the springtime. But yeah, we'll see.
Aside from like, I'm not on the payroll, Chris not on the payroll, Jim's not on the payroll, but aside from the, Jubilee and your time, there's really, it's kind of plug and play at this point with the timing software is written, and, there's not a whole lot of, that would go into having to put it on.
For sure.
Okay, I see that Jamil responded to Dan's comment talking about the idea of doing one down the line. Yeah, Halloween is kind of spoken for in the Aerovipa world, so. We're looking forward to seeing you out there at Javelina sometime, Dan. It's a hell of a party, so. Coming up on 9 minutes gone, 6 to go in loop 140. Both these guys are still going. It's definitely been a heck of a race to this point, and they just keep on going. Every 15 minutes they answer the call, they go out and they get their mile done, and wash, rinse, repeat.
Getting it done.
Woohoo, 140.
Nice. Looking good too.
And that was in a 9:28. About 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, as we come to the top of the hour, we probably have another 7 loops where they'll have good daylight, and then it's just going to be darkness that they're looking at, or they will have in the background. So take all the vitamin D from the sun that you can right now.
Hey, Jake, if you don't mind, I asked you yesterday and you answered and said you were running on a 7.2 on the treadmill. I'm just curious if you want to say, if you don't want to say, I'm just curious what you're running at, on the treadmill now.
6.5 right now. Just taking it easy.
So just 10% slower at this point, a full day later. It's impressive.
You still on the Goggins?
Yep.
How long you?
He's at Hurt 100 right now, getting his ass kicked by Carl.
Nice.
Hector has completed his 140th loop and is at he did so at 12 minutes 1 second, and Jake did his in 9:28, and we're about 2 minutes out from starting the next loop here, which will be loop 141.
Jake, if you have time to answer, if you're doing something else, feel free to ignore the question. But just curious, how often do you change socks, shoes, that kind of stuff in an event like this, or are you pretty much running the same ones you have been?
I don't usually need to change socks, but I think because I've been sweating so much in my garage, I did change them because I did have a blister on my right heel and my left pinky toe. So I took care of those, switched socks and switched shoes. So everything's feeling good now.
Good, right on.
Blisters and good is good.
Man, you're looking strong. How are you feeling though?
I feel good. I had
Yeah?
a little bit of a low spot there, and I think I was a little bit calorie deficient. So I ate a bunch of that ice cream, and that seemed to do the trick. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Kudos to you. If I'd eaten ice cream in the middle of this, I would have been running, but it wouldn't have been forward on a treadmill. I would have been running for someplace else.
45 seconds out.
All right, good luck. Thanks for answering my questions.
Coach Pat Regan has chimed in saying, Jake, you are a monster. I'm inclined to agree, Pat. Both these guys are monsters. Both of them are doing an amazing job.
You made me one, Pat. It's all up on you.
About at 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and they're off.
I always get mildly nervous there at the beginning when the treadmills don't appear to be starting, and they're like, did they hit the button? Is it working?
I got nervous when that one, like when Hector froze up. I'm like,
Yeah, I totally thought he was just sitting there. I was like, oh no.
Everybody did. Like, Hector, move, go.
So wait, I could see him not moving, but I would be, I guess, unrealistic that she wasn't moving too.
my heart dropped, honestly. It did.
Got over 200 people now watching. Pat Reagan says, Jubes!
I'm in it.
Zach, it's time for me to relocate to the car to at least act like I'm going to drive to go run. So I will be back in the time it takes me to get out of the garage.
Great job. That's for you.
Checking in because I know you guys are always worried about me and my safety.
Check in.
I've got a cute cat moment happening here. I don't know if you guys can catch that.
Oh, buddies.
Cuddling up, yeah.
Oh, buddies.
No.
Cute.
Say hey.
Dan Lawson wants to know how you commentators holding up. Chris, are you ready for another round?
I'm good for another, I don't know, 7-8 hours. My only concern is that I do have to work in the morning, but you know, I mean, all in the name of having a good time following these amazing runners with the efforts they're putting together. And it's Jolene asks, is Skylar done with the push-ups? Oh, that was so 100 miles ago.
He was done a while ago.
So how are you holding up, everybody else, as far as in terms of the commentators? How you feeling?
Tired. Might need another coffee soon.
I was very thankful for my nap, so I think I'm good for now.
Randall ended up not missing his son's birthday after all.
Sorry, that's funny. How old did he turn, Randall? If it's like a really low number birthday, it's gonna be like that's brutal for that kid. It's like his third birthday. It's like, damn.
Oh, 17.
Oh, okay. That's, I mean, you know.
It's not 18.
Mr. Andrew Klink says he's got a few hundred more Tushers bibs to go, so he's going to need at least 8 more laps. Is he at the office putting them together, Jamil?
No.
Oh, he's doing it at home?
Work from home, bro. Just kidding. Yeah, he's working from home.
Do you guys celebrate, is 18 a milestone age in the States? Because I know drinking's not legal, so do people care about?
Wait, what was that?
Like, is turning 18 like a milestone age in America?
Yeah.
I mean, you're legally an adult at that point.
Because in Australia, you can drink and smoke and do whatever you like at 18. It's not 21. So yeah, we're legal 100% legal at 18 rather than 21. So 18 takes on a bigger meaning here, and I think in Europe as well. Europe's like drinking age is 18.
Here will get you a military lottery and that's about it. Oh, and voting.
Smoking.
No, smoking got pushed to 21.
Oh, I guess I quit too long ago to know.
You're young enough to determine the future of the country, but you're not old enough to drink.
Right.
Which is
pretty much.
Yeah, which is a bit nuts.
Pat Regan says, Randall the Shield Wolf Huff, ladies and gentlemen, father, gentleman.
Legally an adult that can't do anything.
It's crazy. Like I've always thought that. I'm like, it's quite ridiculous that the legal drinking age is still 21 in the States. Because you can, like, if you're an American and you go on holiday, right, as an 18-year-old to a European country, you're legal to drink. Then you come back to your home country and you're not allowed to drink.
Yeah. Well, at one point, until they added a constitutional amendment, you couldn't even vote till you were 21. So it's they lowered that to 18 before I was born, but that was a big issue.
Well, that
Jake's
universal drinking age of 21 was only somewhat recently, within the last few decades too. And that was, there were some states that were 18 for a long time.
Yeah, which created a lot of issues where I know that Wisconsin was 18 for a while when Illinois was still 21. So people would, you know, in Illinois where I lived, would head across the border to go and drink. And I know that other states had the drinking age of 18. I want to say Louisiana was one of the last, if I'm not mistaken, that had a drinking age of 18 before they universally raised it to 21.
I feel like 18 to 21-year-olds in America would find a way to get their hands on alcohol anyway.
Oh, we did.
Even up to a few years ago, you couldn't even drink at 21 in Utah.
Really?
Well, I mean, you could at home, but the bars, they're just you had to. Bars could only exist as a social club, so they sold social memberships for like $5 or $1. But yeah, that recently changed within the last 15 to 20 years too. We're a hodgepodge over here, Jim. Everyone just kind of does whatever they want to do.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing, is that you've got 50 different states with 50 different sets of laws, and in some cases they vary wildly. So for better or worse, I'm not trying to editorialize in terms of policy, but just in terms of how like for instance here in Arizona, there are laws regarding certain substances where it's medicinal. In